We are back. We are back in effect. Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Killer Priest Podcraft. We are in the Podcraft right now, and we're about to take off. I'm your host, Killer Priest the Iron Sheik from the Middle East. I'm almost there, so prepare, say peace. Running the rocket is none other than ADA Dizzle.
Yeah, what's good? Welcome back. It's going to be a wild show. You already know. Let's go.
Oh, yeah, man. It's going to be a full house, yo. I want to shout out to the chat room real quick. Shout out to the chat room. First, I want to acknowledge, I'll see him up there. Where's the moderators? I don't see the moderators up in there moderating. All right, shout out to Tamika Wright. I see you. She says, about to share. Super Gang says, peace. Shout out, there she go. Coach Kadaka, she got a T thing up in the thing. Jam. Shout out to Rigo. Let me see. Super Danny Salinas, Priest with the Water of Love all day long. Tamika said, hit that. It's my old school name.
How y'all know about that?
Yeah, Water of Love. Jody's in the building. Jody Southworth. She said, peace, good vibe. She's in a good vibe, and that's where we are. Let me see. We going down. Trouble, man. Where's Voltage at, man? Shout out to Voltage.
Voltage Controller.
Voltage Controller, man. He gonna be helping us out on the Fridays here and there. We're going up on the Friday. A little excited, man. You know what I mean? Vinny Bacchus, is that Vinny?
No.
Shout out to, okay.
Different Vinny.
He said we good.
Vinny B.
Peace to the Podcraft. We about to take off today. It's gonna be one of those shows, huh? Well, check it out. As y'all come in the building, I'm going to show y'all this. I got Sophia Stewart book right here. Been dabbling through a little bit of the pages. Finally, right? Yeah. Huge, powerful thing came. Here the rules. She says, I just dabbling through it. She said in the year 2110 AD. Is that UAD? Well, yeah. Brought many great changes on the earth. Mankind. Her mind, for y'all don't know, Sophia has a ill sapphire mind. Her imagination is incredible. I gotta give her that. You know what I'm saying? She is the mother of the Matrix, and here it goes right here. So y'all can get that. Also, y'all remember Doja Bay? She'll be back on here. So y'all can go through her book called The Message Hip Hop about a day Doja Bay. You know what the Bay is, right? Not the Bay Area.
What's that?
Bay is, that's Moorish. Peace to her right there. Something just fell out. Y'all crowd up in the room. Twilight Zone, I see you. Bokeem. This is my spot. Book of questions. I'm gonna ask some questions. Of course, I got the encounters. You know, we gotta have some type of stuff that goes up and open up the mind. If y'all ready for this type of stuff. It's about cases revealed about that other type of stuff. About Edith Ford. Quick question. As we start, you see y'all hear Mojito back there wilding out. Word. I'm gonna let y'all pile up in the building. Quick question as I read one of his pages from his book, AD. Okay, I'm gonna say this. What are your passions about?
What? You asking me?
It's wrong, though. What are you passionate about?
That's a question out of the book?
Yeah. Those questions. I'm going to ask y'all, too.
Passion about production. Production is the passion. Moving forward, because if man is of God and God is a creator, then we are therefore also creators. Some people create art. Some create babies. You know what I'm saying? Some create offspring. Some create money. You know what I mean? We're all creating in some way. So for me, it's production and music, videos, and progress, overall productive progress. That's what I'm passionate about. Yeah.
And y'all, for the craft room, everybody out there, what are y'all passionate about? Y'all can tell us in the chat room. Like 70HM, he says healing. That's good. That's good. I hope you get that taken care of. Healing is a great thing. You know what I'm saying? Aztec. Art says the bill. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy, man. We got Shakka Ahmose today, yo. Shakka Ahmose will be tuning in today, so we'll be getting dope. Remember, it's still retrograde, so there's a lot of stuff that we got to get through. Pardon me, I don't know why I feel like this a little bit as soon as it came on. You know what I mean? Cover boy in the building. Shout out to him. The 3 fantastic supermen. Yeah, you got them going up on a Wednesday. Cosmic Infinite Knowledge Guidance. It's by Art King. I'm passionate about, same as you a little bit, AD. Creating.
Yeah.
That's a good form. That's a good answer. He says, are you addicted to anything? Would you consider it good or bad?
Coffee, I consider it good and bad. Cannabis, but I consider that a medicine, a necessary medicine.
You addicted to cannabis?
I mean, I think I used to be a little more because I was a little more hardcore about it. Now I use it strategically. I'm a strategic smoker, you know what I mean? I'm about to go take a puff right now. That's a strategic smoke. But back when I was addicted, I think it was more of like, gotta go to the store. I had, bongs back then, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The weed wasn't as strong back in my day. The weed is so strong now, I don't even use the bong. That's just too much, you know what I mean? But I would consider that maybe an addiction, quote unquote, but I think it's still necessary every now and then.
Right.
But that's debatable.
Yeah, as long as you're getting some knowledge about what's
Yeah.
yeah, but he don't.
Yeah, man, Canberra keep messing with him. We gotta let him eat, yo.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm gonna put him in the zone.
Yeah, I guess when things get in your way, somebody, Coverboy said he's addicted to CBD. No, he said CBD cures alcoholism. That could be something very interesting. Yeah, CBD does calm you down.
Yeah, alcohol is a drug all its own, man.
Yeah, it makes you kind of crazy. You know what I mean? It depends on how you handle it.
Yeah.
Spurs said KP creating the truest in reality. Thank you, man. Reality knowledge. Well, what we do up here is we just tell the truth. We are the best we know to our best ability, and we don't lie to people. And if you don't know us, if you just come into the channel, we shoot it straight. We tell you like it is, or they tell you like it is. We put it through a process, and we try to get to solutions. Too many people every day, we try to kind of harbor on the problem. The problem. They just released 5G today. You know what I mean? The problem. What's the solution? 5G towers are let off today. Crazy all over the globe. Is it just in Cali?
I'm not even sure.
Well, they just let off 5G.
It was Verizon and AT&T.
It's an all-out warfare, eye for an eye. Can you use that word warfare? It is. But different type of, because even...
Oh, it's Los Angeles.
Yeah. Because they say we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against high principalities. This is a deep thing because if you look at it on other levels, it's things that you don't see that kind of like push out the things that you don't see, that you do see. Like they've been operating for a very long time undercover. And don't think that this is not all planned. This is all planned. For real, that's why we got to be on our best behavior, our best discernment in 2022. We got to be on point. That's why we are responsible for ourselves. Don't put your lives in the hands of others, especially the system. You know what I mean? That's real talk. You put your life in the hands of the system, and then what they gonna promise you? Be all you could be. Yeah. What's another one? Yeah. Bing, bing. You know what I mean? They're not gonna tell you the truth like this. What they're gonna do is water it down. Water it down. And then the whole system is about control. About controlling us. First getting us thinking the way that they want us to think. And then they're going to try to break on you when you be rebellious, and they're going to try to make fun of you. They call Michael Jackson wacko. This guy was the biggest selling the biggest artist in the 80s through the 90s. He rewarded him by calling him wacko because they don't care. It's just company. You don't get mad, but I don't care no more. Who cares if they get upset?
They don't really care about us.
He made a song like that. We should play that. A little bit of it.
Wow.
Michael Jackson made a song called They Don't Care About Us, and Tupac made a song called They Don't Really Give a F About Us. I don't know if they made that song kind of like it goes together.
It's the same message.
If I die, they don't give a F about us. To the day I die. Demetrius said off the wall. I know. Then they try to nail you to one. Chicago in the building. Shout out to Chi-Town. Shout out to Tall God Heru. He's the one that hooked it up. Shakka Ahmose called me up. It was a beautiful thing. We got in touch. We supposed to been doing this since 2015. I'll let him tell y'all the story when he get up in here. But it's going to be magic today. It's going to be a lot of knowledge. So I need y'all to get y'all books out, get y'all pad. That's why, yep, Paul's, you right. He said that's why MJ made Leave Me Alone. When a big artist makes a song called Why Don't Y'all Just Leave Me Alone, flying through cartoons with monkeys around them, you know what I mean? You gotta think about something, yo. Mm-hmm. The man was like, just leave me alone. He was in some type of amusement park because they make fun of you. They make things that you take serious, they make fun of. And things that are real, they try to make fairy tale because it's all about control at the end of the day.
He said, just stop dogging me around.
Yeah, exactly. Who said that, Mike? Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got to get his lyrics. Just stop dogging me around. Yeah, they're dogging him around. Mm-hmm. And then when he finally mustered up the strength and said, Tommy Mottola is the devil and does devilish things, and he said Mariah Carey came to him crying. Wow. And looked right into the camera and said that. He said he's the devil. And he does devilish things. And they don't even care because, like the song says, they don't really care about us. Mm-hmm. He went all the way out to Brazil. Go ahead.
When you sign a contract with those labels, they can be considered devils because you're signing away your ability to be you. Right. Do you know what I mean? Which was your soul. You know what I mean? You don't get to be your actual sole purpose. You signed a contract with whoever you want to call it, and that stipulates all these guidelines you got to follow. You got to do this, you got to do that. You know, Britney tried to escape it. She escaped it. You know what I'm saying? And you lose your sole purpose.
She shaved all her hair off, though.
Yeah.
She was bald-headed inside of a dirty, what's her name, right? A dirty gas station. They would drive you crazy, yo.
That's why you're not signed. You're your own label. You don't have to do what anyone else says but you. You got the best position because you're in full control of everything.
That's why you got to take control, yo, of your own lives. You are responsible. You know how much alcohol you should be drinking. You already know. Have your limits and stuff like that. If you can't kick it, you know how much. Because you always got to always be on, especially now, be on point. Be on point because they're coming 150%, maybe 200. So you always got to be on point. And I'm here to tell you you're doing a great job because they ain't going to tell you. If you're on point, they're not going to tell you. I'm going to tell you. You know, the people that you hang around, they're not going to tell you you're doing a good job. So Priest is going to tell you today you're doing a good job and stick to it because we need to start telling each other that more. If we're a team, if we're moving for the same causes, we need to start hearing things because they kind of mess with our endorphins. It kind of opened it up for us to do it again. It's almost like when you get your first kiss. Opens up something inside your mind and you looking for another kiss. So you're doing a good job and keep doing it. All these little pockets of things that you do. every little thing you do, for real, it takes a little bit. You can do a little bit here, a little bit there, but you're putting to the cause of our existence and more. All right. Flex. Shout out to Flex. What's that? Crapitator?
Flex Crapacit.
Yeah, Crapacit.
Crapacitor.
Yeah, Crapacitor.
I think he's going for flux capacitor, but he's switched it around because
The words
he's got Doc Brown as the picture there.
It says, peace be within you all, 100. Success, everyone on the chat. That's right. Coverboy said China had 5G in 2020. It's all planned, yo. It's all part of the plan. This is why we tune in, because we tell the truth. If you tell the truth, there's nothing wrong with it, and live the truth, your truth, to your best ability, then you're on the right track.
And the truth shall set you free.
And that's a true statement, because you're not bonded by all the lies, the knots that's created by society, by the norms, what they call the norm. We are taught not to express ourselves. Especially this goes to the men. Men don't even cry. It's crazy the way they got everybody separated and divided because they want us to fall all at once. And then when you speak out against it, or you tell them, you complain about it, or try to do something about it, then they make fun of you. But that's like having cancer, and you just want to, you want to get started. Do you want to just hear about you have cancer? You want the doctor just to tell you have cancer, or do you want him to start the treatments? What's the solution? Should we just start just talking about things, or figuring things out?
It's the solution.
Hey, listen. Nah, I'm about to. Can I get a towel? I'm up in here preaching right now.
Towel?
Yeah.
Priest preaching.
Yo, let's title it. And for Shakka Ahmose, let's title this up in here. Giving out credits today. Me and Kepper in the building. Let's see. We gonna bring this up. Yeah, man. Sometimes you gotta talk that talk.
Mm-hmm.
Man, it's real talk though.
Facts.
So we get there chilling for real. This brother Glow. This is my street. This is my podcast ministry. Don't get it twisted though. No, we just talking that talk, man. Okay.
Got a super chat right here.
Yeah, let's go. Let's read it, man, because you're gonna have me laughing. Hey, you got me.
Genesis. Priest, we hear some of Temple of the Mental. And can you tell me about Wreck It?
How you record it?
Oh, yeah.
You called out a lot of stuff. That was 20 years ago. Being in tune, sticking to the truth. You choose. Okay. This is Shakka. Read the bottom.
Well, he need the address?
Nah. He's going to be on the Zoom. Stranger, shout out. When we did Temple of the Mental, it was just a great time for hip hop itself and everything. It was a good time, and we've been speaking our truth for a very long time, doing it, and there's been a lot. You hear a lot of reggae songs, Stevie Wonder. Let me see. Even a lot of gospel songs, and I want to say Prince, Sound of the Time, do-do-do-dum-dum, do-do-do-dum-dum. It's real talk, but we here now. We're not waiting on anything. We here, so are we prepared? That's why it's always good. In this room, there's time, there's room for us to get ourselves together, get prepared. That's why we here right today, for real. All right, we setting up Shakka. First, I'm gonna introduce. Yeah, two ready? Yeah, exactly. I wanted to pull up that. I want to pull up because last time we was on there, pull up that before they come on, pull up. What was it Hulk Hogan? Yeah, Hulk Hogan and got that ready? My man Macho, real quick. The last time. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, hit that one. All right. Yo, man, I had to do it, man. I had to do it to y'all, man. All right, y'all, come on through. Come on through, man. Word. Ladies and gentlemen. What's good?
What's good? We're no flatter. We're gonna go in, brother. We're gonna go in, brother. I'm gonna teach them niggas about neurons today. Yeah.
Oh, man. All right, Joe. Somebody said Macho McGuffrey. Yo, that's up, man. Shout out to Brother Sanchez, man. That was a great bill when he came through. All right, we got, is he in the room?
Ben Kepper Raws in the house.
In the building. Up in the building, brothers building.
All right. Where'd my phone go?
That's right, Quan.
You gotta write it down, brother.
Up in the building, brothers
Yo, I just had my phone.
Did you drop it?
That was weird. Come on, yo. All right. Let me see. How y'all been, man?
Somebody said Macho Meat and 80-ounce Rasul. 2 coaches sight.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy.
Whatever.
Man, you know, I
Voltage knew I had it.
Celebrated the Queen's birthday yesterday, man. Been turned up all week, you know what I'm saying, all weekend.
Hey, that's peace. That's peace.
You know what I'm saying?
You wasn't here. Yeah, you was out there turning it up.
Turned all the way up to the max.
Where we went to a spot.
Nice little spot. Joint called the 71st floor and above. The Bank of America building. It's the highest restaurant in L.A.
Hey.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Nice.
Hey, no doubt. Word. All right, we're gonna, today we're gonna drink some tea.
Word.
Get it together. So, what's up with you?
Doing all right. We got some stuff coming, me and Voltage.
Yeah, shout out to Voltage in the building.
Voltage.
Okay, what you got coming?
We got a video. I got it's old, some of my last album. I had a CG animated video that I paid for and everything like 5 years ago. So we finally got it. I finally got it edited and put together. So we're gonna have that we're gonna have that and like 5 NFTs to go with it. From the video though. Wow. So you get the video, right?
Yeah.
And then you can get the 5 images from the NFT, which is going to be kind of like a 3D image.
Wow. That's crazy. That's what we doing.
Proverbs. It's going to be
yeah, we doing the NFT thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I think we're going to have the best NFTs.
Who?
Me and you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because it's all original music and original animation and artwork. So, you got David Flores. Shout out to David Flores. You know what I mean?
Voltage too.
Voltage too, right, Zach? Voltage as well. Voltage does animation as well.
Yeah?
Yeah. Really good stuff.
What's his name too, man?
He showed me an NFT of...
Donnie Arcade.
Oh, yes. Of course. You cannot forget Donnie Arcade.
Donnie Arcade in the building.
Yeah, shout out to Donnie Arcade. Yeah, man. So we got some stuff coming, man.
Yeah, it's gonna be 22-2.
Yeah. This is a fire year, man.
It's everybody should be on point.
Yeah, the Tiger.
Yeah, the Tiger. Everybody should be on point and getting their minds together.
That's right.
And making something happen. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said we approach it just like a community. it could be, because that's how families work. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Like big families work together, and then we could do it. We just put different ideas together. You know, snowball effect.
Yeah, real talk.
It started as a pebble, then it rolls and get bigger and bigger as it go down. You know what I'm saying? Or go up.
Yeah.
You know, depending on how y'all want to make it. All right, so is Shakka Ahmose ready?
He's not in here yet.
Okay. Let me make sure.
But yeah, it's been I got to get up on that NFT game because you was telling me I could take the pieces and turn them into NFTs.
Yep. You could take
Yeah, that'd be dope.
you can take a photo, just get a real good dope photo of one of your pieces, and then you can put the NFT up on OpenSea. And then what you could do is, which is cool, is like, you know, NFT is non-fundable tokens, so they'll give you like a Bitcoin or Ethereum, or people could bid off of the digital image. But if someone buys it, you can sell your piece, your chain, for like $1,500. You know what I'm saying? Something like that, because that'll go with the NFTs. It'll be a physical item rather than just a digital asset. You know what I mean? So that's what's good about it.
Shout out to K9 in the building.
K9.
We got some
Shout
new
out to K9.
He got some new tracks coming out.
Yeah, we got some new Royal Priesthood.
Priesthood stuff.
ZODIAK,
Nice.
Phoenix.
Mark of Buddha.
Yeah, Mark of Buddha, Voltage, everybody, man. Yo, it's gonna be crazy. All right, so we got them lined up.
Shakka Ahmose.
Shakka Ahmose. He said, Voltage said he gonna be animating some of your pieces, Mink.
Oh, word up.
Yeah. That's what he just said. That's dope. That's dope.
That's how we all work together.
Yeah.
That's
See,
right. One hand
right.
wash the other.
Yeah,
Yep.
one hand watch the other. True indeed.
Word, that's fire. Okay. All right, so
He has the Zoom link already.
he has a Zoom. Yeah, he got the Zoom.
Man, that's crazy. They started this 5G today. You know, you would have thought the way they've been warming us up on the commercials that the 5G been out.
Right. I was just thinking the same thing.
You know what I'm saying?
They had us
Yeah.
thinking that we actually had 5G and we really didn't have it. Now I guess. So okay.
Internet went out today at my house because of the 5G when it came on.
Yeah, you were saying that.
Yeah, it went out.
Wow.
Yeah, so man, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I know if anybody study robotics, I've been studying robotics. Go check out. You know what I'm saying? This company called Boston Dynamics. You know what I'm saying? Boston Dynamics.
Oh yeah, really?
Yeah, they make like robots.
Robots and stuff.
But
I'm familiar
the
with
5G give them the ability to really move the robots in the street.
Right. Okay.
Because they'll be moving at a higher bandwidth.
that bandwidth, right?
You know what I'm
right.
saying? So there's more information to make the whole robotics go.
I totally understand. Wow,
You know what I'm saying?
I didn't think about
So,
that.
like-
because I'm feeling. You see how I don't know if any of y'all in the chat room checked out Boston Dynamics, man. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, that's the robots that be doing flips. I've been watching them. You know what's crazy? I've been watching them for about 7-8 years now.
Really?
And Boston Dynamics just sold their company to Hyundai. So now you know Hyundai is a
somebody
mass
in the
producer.
chat room. What's his name? Kenneth Miller just said that they're owned by Hyundai now.
Yeah.
With Mick is talking.
Yeah.
That's
And
crazy.
you know Hyundai is a mass producer.
right?
They make cars, trucks in the thousands, millions. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So now you got this company that specializes in industrializing a product. Now they got control of the Boston Dynamic robots.
Yeah.
Spot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and they have Spot
And now you about to see them
now in the full. Imagine, I'm gonna let you guys
the
know.
5G now. They gonna be out there in the streets.
walking around in the
Watch
streets.
They gonna fade it in slow.
Yeah.
It's going at a real slow pace, but it's
Yeah.
coming. Today I would say that today is the first day that Skynet came on.
There you go. Somebody else said that Boston Dynamics equals Skynet.
Yeah, damn, they're right on
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
Shout
Hey, I
out to
don't-
the chat room.
No.
I don't know.
5G
Right.
represents Skynet.
Right.
Google is already Skynet, but
Was it
today
fifth?
is the first day it came alive in LA.
Yeah. 5th generation technology.
Fifth
So
generation
yeah, I don't know if any of you guys checked out Boston Dynamics, man, but those robots, man, I mean, they're really
Pull up one.
something
See
else.
if you can pull one up real fast, AD.
It's kind of scary,
Yeah.
in my
I
opinion.
played
Beyond kind of.
Yeah.
last time we was here. The last time we was
Man,
here.
Cut, what you
we
gonna do
showed-
against?
We be in the
showed the,
woods, my nigga, you know, cutting
we
down all
showed-
5G towers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We say, Lord?
Now, last time we was on, we showed the 7Ds.
Right. The 7. Yeah. The holograms.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Damn.
Look how precise it is. It's moving.
Think you put him on a football field?
Yeah, that'd be
Man, about
yeah,
another 5 years, Lord.
Yeah.
Easily. Look. Yeah, I know some niggas can't do that. For niggas get, I know a few niggas get on that obstacle course, my nigga, and couldn't do that shit. And he got the robots already doing it. You know.
Put a backpack on?
Yeah, with the backpack on.
Look how he jumped over the
Look,
I think one of them do a
you see how
back-
his arms corrected itself when he lost balance? Look, I know a lot of niggas can't do that.
Crazy.
That's about 75% of the population can't do that right now. Y'all, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be the only nigga out here fighting and running.
Yeah. Hey, bring it back down, AD.
I'm gonna keep real. You're not gonna be able to outrun. You're not gonna be able to outrun them robots.
Get your swords and shields,
Who's
man.
thinking about outrunning them?
Well, I'm just saying,
You
the criminals. Imagine,
Yeah.
and they start sending them out. You might want to just rethink the crimes you're doing.
crimes? What if your
'Cause they
crime
go-
is just being a human?
That could also be it too.
Mm.
That also be it too.
Aaron Hood said,
Amazing.
yeah, Aaron Hood says a lion only roars as far. A lion only rules as far as it roars. Peace to the Podcraft. We up. Hey,
See the 7 on the hat?
Yeah.
nah, a lion only rules as far as it can roar. Serious.
As far as his role, yeah, you know.
Yeah. All right. So if y'all just joining, we waiting on Shakka Ahmose
Shakka
intro.
Ahmose. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? The future right now, man, is really based right now on technology, man, and is technology taking over nature. Artificial intelligence doesn't just mean artificial intelligence, it also means artificial flavor. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Artificial, what else? What else is artificial? Artificial hair,
Artificial food.
everything. Artificial food,
Artificial
synthesized, yeah, synthesized medication, all of that. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah,
not
that's
just
true.
artificial intelligence; it's artificial everything. You know what I'm
Call
saying?
it
Nature
weed.
has taken over all the senses that you normally would get pleasurized from nature. You know what I'm saying? What is sweet now? What is good now? You know what I'm saying?
Taking away the
Sex,
natural-
everything,
Yeah.
everything, man, that you thought was that nature provided to you naturally. Now it's artificial, and not only is it artificial, it's 10 times the potency of what nature provides. That's a cold, including walk-in, everything. You know, everything is artificial now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yo, you know, yeah.
Artificial dummy. Somebody said Beyond Meat too.
Yeah,
Goats.
Beyond Meat, everything. yo.
Artificial MC.
Fuck
somebody
that
said.
Beyond Meat bullshit.
Yeah, I saw somebody with that shit, y'all. Looked at that shit. But you know what that artificial meat remind me of?
What?
Soylent Green.
Soylent Green. Yeah, the soy free joints.
No, you ever seen that movie, Soylent Green?
Oh nah. Nah.
Pull up a
never
piece
seen
of it,
that.
AD. Can we pull a
Yeah.
piece of it? You seen it before, AD, huh?
Nuh-uh.
Soylent Green, it was a movie based back in the early like 70s or 80s, and it was based in LA. But everything that's in that movie, even the point where, you know, they make suicide a normal thing, and they got capsules people go sit themselves in and commit suicide in and stuff like that. Like,
Oh, that has Charlton Heston in it?
yeah, all of those things now have basically come to fruition now. Look, he's coming home with his Soylent Green.
We go.
But you know what they found out Soylent Green was? Soylent
I
Green
remember
was
that actor.
human beings rounded up into meat and fed right back to the population.
Wow.
That's nasty.
Yeah,
Recycled.
recycle. Yeah, we started recycling everything, including the humans. Started treating the people more and more like cattle,
You know they was getting us
beasts
all.
of burden.
Yeah. It's like they was getting us all prepared for that back then.
Yeah,
Sometimes
it's
things
like,
takes years.
Yeah.
to put in effect.
Oh man, come on, let me see.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, the Soylent Green, man, was wow. Everything in there.
Yep. All right. They coming in the building, yo.
They coming in.
Yeah.
McDonald's, yeah, definitely McDonald's.
Y'all get a chance,
McDonald's
man,
is
go check
definitely
that movie
Soylent
out
Green.
for sure. Soylent Green, yes.
Soylent Green and the Mickey,
Beyond Meat.
and that Beyond Meat and them Mac, them Big Macs y'all be
Yeah,
eating.
you eat Mac, but it ain't probably Big Mac from down the street.
Mac Daddy.
Yeah, Mac Daddy.
Mac Daddy.
And threw his
You know what I
ass
mean?
right in the burger.
The Miggity Mac, Miggity Mac. Who said Miggity Mac?
Miggity Mac. Miggity Mac.
For real.
Shout
They
out to
put the
Little
Soylent
Bitch.
Green, they
Miggity
put
Mac. Give you a heart
the
attack.
Beyond Meat and everything now. Burgers, chicken. You know, KFC just came out with and it's so cold. Look, the KFC commercial said Beyond Meat, but guess what color the advertisement is?
What is that?
Green. So instead of the red and white chicken box, now the Soylent
they got
Green is the
now
green
the
and
Soylent,
white.
The green is the green and
Beyond
white.
Meat chicken now.
Oh man.
Maybe in
Man.
5 minutes.
Okay.
All right.
Man, I'm surprised them, you know,
It's nowhere to run to.
nowhere
to hide.
Gotta go back to nature. When man become this strong and powerful, where he makes you want to deter yourself from nature, that's when you need to run back to it.
Exactly.
Like, you know, Kai Zodiac, he live in Puerto Rico, man. He right by the river. You know what I mean?
Kai's good.
He probably walk outside, pick his avocados. He got probably his own farm or whatever. He ain't even on the radar.
We got to get Ka as a guest one day.
I'm not-
Just let him go
He was
in.
on. Was he
Again?
on there? He was here.
He was here briefly.
Yeah.
But we need to let him go in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I talked to him
You build him
on
up.
Instagram. Yo, he's got some knowledge. We got to let him talk.
Man, yeah.
For real.
Royal priesthood. Yo. Yeah, I know. I could tell by when he was sitting up there before.
Yeah.
He was beamed up, yo. Some cats just be beamed. I love it. You know what I mean? All right, so Shakka Ahmose just hit me. He'll be here 4 minutes. 4 minutes, he'll be coming through.
6 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I'm going to add on to what y'all was saying. What y'all was saying is so ill. Okay. Getting y'all messages. Don't worry about it. Word. We're coming in. Somebody said magic mushrooms. Aurora Borealis in the building. Says, things are getting weird. Yeah, I said the same thing. Jordan Maxwell, he needs to come back. If he's still, you know what I mean? I know he was going through some stuff. But they're trying to smash everything out, like what y'all saying, just to add on to what y'all was saying. Solutions is getting into our bag. That's what they say now. Get into my bag. You know what I'm saying? And getting that energy up. Like Shakka Ahmose is coming to the stage. I see him.
There we go.
Oh, yeah, man. I should have had my garments on. Yeah, Shakka Ahmose. AD, I think he in the building. Word. So when he come back, we're gonna bring you in. So it's gonna be crazy. We're filling up the rooms right now and getting into our zone.
Hey.
Hey, can you hear us? Shakka Ahmose. All right.
We can't hear you yet.
Oh, you can't hear me?
No,
There
we
you
can
go.
hear
There you go.
Yeah, we get it.
All right.
Yeah, I
Let
just panicked. That's all.
me give you a great grand intro.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know what I mean? This man right here, definitely one of the top scholars. I call him a high priest scholar. Definitely in the arts and in ancient Kemet, a lot of ancient cultures. But his source, you've seen him run through Sonetta, you've seen him all on the internet, and his knowledge, wisdom, and understanding is impeccable. I bring to you, without further ado, shout out to my man, Tall God Heru,
God Heru.
Amal, for making this happen.
Yes.
Shakka Ahmose.
My brother.
Joining the craft.
Hey,
What up, my
Yeah.
brother?
I am here with the craft. I don't even know what to say, other than I'm honored and privileged to be here. But the one thing you and me gonna stop doing, we gonna stop playing, bro, because
There
Yo.
you go.
Amar said, he was like, yo, I didn't know you and Priest go back to 2015 because I sent him a snapshot of that conversation you and I had about linking up back in 2015. Because we first spoke about this back in 2015. And if you look, I didn't even realize I didn't remember that we had that conversation until last night. And I looked at it. And when I looked at it, I'm like, damn, we was talking about like we was getting ready to do in the 24 hours.
That's real.
And you was like, yo, I'm on my way to Canada. I hit you when I get there, da-da-da-da-da. And I was like, all right, yeah, let's do it. And I was just really like, wow, like we was really getting ready to do that. But then when I sent it to Amar, he said to me, yo, I didn't know that you and Priest go back to 2015. So I had to correct him on that. I said, nah, bro, we go back to 97, 98, Club Cheetah. You know what I'm saying?
Man, you took it back.
Real talk, Club Cheetah. Right across the street from Justin.
Yes.
We go back like that.
Yes.
In fact, we go back before the internet.
That's right.
Because there wasn't no internet. There wasn't nobody on the internet in 97. Not to the best of my knowledge. I don't know nobody that was on the internet in 97. I know it was there.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes, indeed. Club Cheetahs.
Yes.
Club Andy, yo. Jay-Z talked
no
about
question.
it, but we was in there. We was
Yeah,
really
no
up
question.
in there.
No question. Every night.
Kathy
You and the
Jones.
whole crew.
Yep,
You and the whole
exactly.
crew was in there.
Yes,
Absolutely.
Yes.
I was working there as a supervisor. So,
Uh-huh.
you know, it's like it was impossible for me not to see people, not to see who was in there.
Uh-huh.
You know, it just linked with so many people. I mean, you were one of many, but you certainly stood out as who was memorable and
Yeah.
who was not. Because everybody that I linked with wasn't memorable. And there was a lot of people that I linked with that back then they was a somebody. Today, even on the internet, with all due respect, they were quote unquote nobody. You know what I'm saying? And that's
man.
okay. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with being a nobody because everybody has different paths in their life. And sometimes your path is not going to lead you to be in front of the camera. And that has to be respected. Because everybody in front of a camera ain't a somebody. And that's real. You understand what I'm saying? That's real. So again, just to be here, this is to say long overdue is an understatement. It really is. It's an understatement.
Kathy Jones.
Feel me? I wasn't going to say
I can say names.
I wasn't going to say that name, bro. I wasn't going to say that name.
Yep. You
But
know
I
know.
think that was the last time we actually saw each other down in Tribeca in the residence.
That's right.
You feel me? I think you had just finished Crash and you was writing because you always writing.
Yep.
And you had just, in fact, your notebook was still there. It was on the, if I wanted to, I could have went in your little composition notebook and took your rhymes, bruh. I could have took, in fact, on the real time, that's what kept me from coming on, being here exactly at 8:30. I was listening to your shit.
Man.
I was in the zone, bro.
Man.
I couldn't stop. I couldn't turn it off. I was like,
Man.
that's some real shit. So let me turn my knock down 3 minutes because I'm just a few levels, a few decibels because I'm just excited to be here with you, bro.
Man.
Yeah. And see, for me, this is a little different for being on the other platform that I'm known for being on because I don't really go that far back with the host, with all due respect. You understand what I'm saying?
Nah,
You
real
feel
talk.
me? So for me, this is a little more special. You know what I'm saying? Because it's some history there. You know what I'm saying? It's some history. And when you see people down the road and it's in a positive, constructive light, it just says, it's like separating the wheat from the chaff. You understand what I'm saying? It's like separating the wheat from the chaff, and you see the good crop is still doing what it's supposed to do. You know what I mean? And I see you got your wonderful co-host there, the kings that are present. I think that's a beautiful, wonderful thing. And look, I ain't stupid. I already know I'm in a hostile environment, but you know me, I welcome more arrows, spears, guns. You know what I'm saying? I know I got a history, and I know my reputation precedes me. The only thing I ever ask people is, if it's at all possible, is, just give me a chance. You know what I mean? And the reason why I say that is because a lot of times people will see your persona on a certain platform and in a certain environment, and they'll automatically make the presumption that that's who you are. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, no, that might have just been me at that moment in that environment. And a lot of times we're all, as human beings, we're all susceptible to being influenced by our environment. You know what I mean? If it's a good time, if it's a bad time, if it's a hostile time. So I always try to tell people, you know, it's not that what you saw there is not Shakka Ahmose. That is Shakka Ahmose. And like most people say, if they meet me in person, oh yeah, he's the same Shakka Ahmose. Yeah, what you see is what you get, you know. And I said that to say I'm pretty consistent. And so I'm gonna try my best to be consistent here this evening with the Killer Priest podcast family. And I mean, again, to me, it's a blessing to be here, and I'm just gonna do my best to give you my best.
Yeah, we call it
my word on that.
Oh yeah, I give him some clap. Yo, here we call it the pod craft. So it's called.
Oh, the pod craft.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, to jazz it up a little.
I like that.
Yeah,
I like that very much. The pod craft. That's
Hey,
what's up.
Take off.
Yo,
Take
that's
off.
what's up. Okay. So I'm in here. We in here. Let's just hit it. 'Cause
All
I know
right.
you're gonna hit me hard. The only thing I would say to you before we begin is take advantage of the moment, because a lot of times one of the things that frustrates me is when I meet people and because unbeknownst to them, it really is a rare opportunity. It's going to be a rare opportunity for you to ask questions, gain some clarity and some clarifications, and hear things you most likely never heard before from a perspective that is let's just say intricately informed, well informed, and you know, much more so than most people are accustomed to encountering. And so I just get a little frustrated when people waste the moment. You know what I mean? And here's the thing: you can't ask questions about things you don't know about. So I have to learn to be patient with that. You know, you come to you're looking forward to getting into a Harvard or a Yale or an Oxford type of discourse and conversation, but the person can only ask grade school questions. You understand what I'm saying? And so that happens to me often, and that's one of my little pet peeves. But I know that the company I'm keeping tonight is going to ask some pretty good questions.
Man, it's chat room.
And not only that, I'll be able to learn too. You know what I mean? I don't make the presumption that I can't learn. You know, I'm an eternal student. You know what I mean? So anything anyone can teach me, hey, teach me. You know what I mean? You always got to be ready to learn. This can't come to teach. You got to be ready to learn too. You know?
The eternal student. I like that name. Yo, we got, right before we start, Gavin Joseph says, I love fam. This what the heart mean, right? I love our heart fam. May the forest be with you. Rockets. Yeah, he just started off with something real deep and he had a lot of emojis. DHNJ says, peace. Can you introduce your personal history? I am not familiar. Thank you. I think that's for Shakka, but Shakka will let you know as he get into his zone. That's it.
For sure.
All right, Shakka, the craft is yours.
I would say it's in capable, competent hands, and I promise you that. First, let me compliment you on the decorum of just the platform. I love the iconography that I see. I don't know if you saw that poster that I sent you, but when I saw that image of you, man, bro, when I saw that image of you, you have no idea. Like that's probably why I'm so amped right now. You know what I'm saying? I was just so proud to see you in that decorum. It really did, man. It just gave me like a vitamin B shot. You know, they give you a vitamin B shot in the arm. You know what I mean? So that's what it felt like. It really did. You know what I mean? Like that was beautiful.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah. That was beautiful. I was like, oh, he's in the Nemesis and wearing a wasket. I was like, let me find out. That's what's good.
I got plenty more. I should have came tonight, but I'm gonna let you go.
No, the thing with me is that cultural courage resonates with me. You feel me? Like I don't really relate to what I consider to be cultural cowards. Yeah, we have a lot of cultural cowards in our community. People who are more comfortable in a white man's suit and tie than they are in the garb and the robes of their ancestors. Their culture. So, I mean, that's again, I'm a person and I'm entitled to my own personal pet peeves. And so when I see those of us who have the courage to step out looking like us, like that resonates with me. You understand what I'm saying? Like, okay, cool. Yeah, he's got cultural courage. Or she has cultural courage.
Hey.
Yeah, absolutely. And, but you can't hold it against people because everybody doesn't come out of the same communities and the same households and the same experiences. So you have to learn to respect people. You have to learn to respect the absence of things in their lives. And I think that if we start exercising that a bit more in all of our personal spaces, that we'll be able to tolerate each other a lot more, which can lead to a lot more building. And speaking about buildings, I mean, look what you have behind you. If that doesn't represent building, I don't know what does. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
Facts.
So, so that's what's up. So yeah, those buildings behind you are absolutely wonderful. The Merkuts, absolutely. So that's what they're referred to as. We call them pyramids. Oh, well, we've been taught to call them pyramids, house of fire. But they're in the native language, they're called Merkuts, which means the beloved body. It means the beloved body. And so if you refer to, all right, so let's see, the one that we're looking at now will probably, the one that's closest to you, directionally speaking, the biggest one, the one that looks the biggest, right? Yes.
Right, gotcha.
The one that looks the biggest, most likely is probably, it could be, let me see if that's larger. So, let's just say this. The one in the middle is usually seen as the largest. So depending on which angle you see it from, because this is a drawing. It looks like it might be a drawing. So, no, it's not. I see a bird. Is that a drawing or
No, it's
in the
a
background?
digital background.
It's a visual background. Okay.
Digital.
So the reason why I'm asking that is because that it may not represent the actual structures in the size that they would be.
Yeah.
And so it would throw me off a little bit. Because a lot of times when people throw these things together, they don't pay attention to detail. They just put them together and say, here's some pyramids. They put them together, they go, here's a pharaoh. And they don't, but because I'm a scholar, I have to pay attention to minutia detail. And so so the one that usually looks largest when you see the three of them together, right? The one that looks the largest is not the largest. It's actually the second largest. It's just that it's built on a higher platform. And the reason that it's built on a higher platform is that it was customary amongst the kings, particularly the kings of that dynasty. It was customary to never build an edifice larger than your father's. And so Khafre was smart. He said, okay, I can't build one larger than my father, but there's no rule that says I can't build it on higher ground. And that's what he did. So he built it on higher ground so that when you looked at it, it looks larger, right? I wanted to share that little tidbit with people because most people don't know that. And I think that, so let me just share with you something that's current on my mind right now because I think it's always relevant. And that is when I think about us as a community, as a nationwide community, or even as a global community, but I try to stick to nationwide because we are in these confines. We are in, the belly of the beast. We live behind enemy lines. We live in America. And we live in the United States. And so when I think about our national communities, another one of my frustrations or pet peeves is we have a lot of blind spots. We have a lot of historical blind spots. And we don't know anywhere near as much as we should. And when I say anywhere near, that, if you want to talk about an understatement, that's an understatement. But it's kind of like trying to it's like if you're having a conversation with someone who's been out in space, right? But you've never been out in space. It's like you can guess what they're talking about. But unless you've seen what they've seen, right? And when you see certain things, it changes your experience. So unless you've seen what they've seen, and in this case, it's by virtue of studying. Unless you've seen what someone else has seen by virtue of their research and their studying, it's going to be kind of hard for you to encapsulate what it is that they're talking about or what they're trying to convey. So in this case, when I'm talking about historical blind spots, So let me share something with all of the company that's present. And it's just so wonderful to see you kings sitting there looking strong and like ready for the like capable and confident. Like, yeah, we here. We ain't in jail. We ain't on the corner doing something we ain't got no business doing. We got families and we do, we stepped up to this because the reality of it is, whether you know it or not, is that none of you were meant to be sitting there. If you know about all of the designs and the obstructions that are put in place for us to stumble, we all supposed to, according to them, we all supposed, school to
be dead already.
Kind of thing. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But the fact that to see y'all sitting there shining with the Miracoots behind you, I'm like, oh, I don't understand if y'all realize what kind of threat you really pose. Like, you really don't. And that's the other thing. I think one of the biggest problems with us is because we know how much love and respect we actually have inside of our hearts, it's kind of difficult for us to fathom what kind of threat other people perceive us as.
Man.
So let me give you an example.
That's real talk.
No, it's real, very real talk. Like, one of the things that's going on right now, I try to stay current with certain things that most Black people are usually not current on, or not perceptive, because our perception has really been tampered with. So one of the things that's really going on right now is that modern national Egyptians see African Americans as a very real existential threat, like never before. And most Black people who are even conscious or cultural are unaware of that.
Yeah.
Right? So let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. We've been talking about ancient Egypt as a community in this country now for decades.
Yeah.
Certainly approaching half a century, or even over that, right? Somebody asked about my personal background. So my parents are from the south of this country. I am what you call a traditional American African. I don't use the term African American. I've flipped the fraction over like I'm supposed to. So I'm an American African. And because the African is the common denominator, it's a fraction, right? So the American's the numerator, right? You got Haitian African, Jamaican African, so on and so on, right? And so I'm an American African. You have British African, right? You even have Russian African, right? Chinese African, Japanese African, right? Indian African. So I'm an American African. My mother's from South Carolina originally, and my father's from Louisiana. And they came up here with the Great Migration. Their parents came up here in the 30s, the Great Migration from the South. And my mother was raised in Harlem and Brooklyn, and my father was raised in Bed-Stuy. In fact, in the 50s and the 60s, they were both referred to as the king and queen of Bed-Stuy. Like all of the men in Bed-Stuy wanted to emulate my father. My father was a street fighter. He would get paid to fight out in the street, often under the boardwalks of Coney Island. That's how they made money, because it was kind of hard for men to support their families back then. They would do two things. They would steal the saltwater taffy off the trucks and sell it in the hood, or they would fight under the boardwalk for money. And that's what my father was known for. Unfortunately, it caught up with him in the end, and he was susceptible to a lot of violence, and eventually he succumbed to that violence. But prior to that, that's in the 70s. Prior to that, he was an unusually loved, charismatic person. Right, so that's when my mother is a career educator. I come from a family of career educators. So my mother graduated from Hunter College with a number of degrees. One she graduated from their Health and Science College. This is in the 1970s, when Dr. John Henry Clark was the head of the Africana Studies department there. So she matriculated into his classroom while getting her master's in education and teaching. And so it was during that period in my childhood when my younger sister and I began to spend a lot of time around Dr. John Henry Clark, because we would, when you're young and you have the snowstorms, they close the public schools, so your mother's going to drag you to class with her. And so we were those little kids running around Hunter College while listening to Dr. John Henry Clark teach his class. And in fact, Marimba Ani, who later on took his position as the chair of the Africana Puerto Rican Studies Department at Hunter College, she was also present at that time, back when, I don't even want to use her Western name, but I'm sure you're familiar with Dr. Marimba Ani Urugu, the book Urugu.
Yeah,
I'm sure those of you who really get down with studying, you know.
I know about that book.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. That's a classic. But in any event, so we grew up around Dr. John Henry Clark, and I'm sure that I don't think I need to tell you who Dr. John
No.
F. Clark is, right? So my younger sister eventually, because of that family connection, my younger sister eventually became his personal secretary in his home.
Wow.
Okay, so that's a family connection. In fact, the last time I saw his wife, Sybil Clark, the first question she asked me out of her mouth was, how's your mother? So so for us, it was a very close knit family vibe, and the same was no less true for Dr. Ben, Dr. Joseph Ben Yakinen, who eventually became my mother's godfather, and that we also grew up around him. I grew up around him from the time I was about 8, 9 years old. I didn't like him when I was young because, number one, I didn't understand what he was talking about. He was always yelling. Like when he talked to the audience, it was always, and you people there, and I just thought he was a mean old man. I didn't like him. But so we were those kids that were always running around at all of the black meetings, or any black meeting you can name. It was National Black United Front, CORE. It doesn't matter who you name. We grew up in that. But eventually, we grew up in the core, what we call the core family communities, right? Or institutions. And if you didn't grow up in these institutions, then there's certain claims that you really cannot make in the black community. So let me name those 3 communities for you, right? My siblings and I have a brother and 2 sisters. We grew up in the Black United Front, which is not, I wouldn't call that one of the core communities. It was a gateway community to the core communities, but the core communities were First World, right? If you didn't grow up in First World, there's certain claims you cannot make about this whole history thing, right? Because everybody who was there, we all knew each other, right? So everybody knows who is who, right? So First World, this is a place where people like Chancellor Williams, who wrote The Destruction of Black Civilization, he would come through and speak. People like Asa Hilliard, formerly of Georgia State University, right, who republished Tahotep, the first oldest book in the world, and other books. Dr. Van Sertima, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, of course, Dr. Ben and Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, and I'm pretty sure Chancellor Williams, along with Sister Keffa and Brother Bill Jones, her husband, they were the elders. They were the official, and Dr. Leonard Jeffries and Professor James Smalls, these are all family members of mine. Because these were the adults and the elders that I literally grew up around, right? And so as far back as I can remember. And so I'm just giving people.
Oh, my fault.
Yeah, absolutely.
Harlem,
it's the Harlem community, no question about it.
Who's at the Harlem Book Club with
Yeah. Oh well, no. Now the Harlem History Book Club. That's going back to even when my mother was a child.
Oh,
right.
Okay.
So you're talking about
Arthur
Huggins.
Schomburg.
You're talking about Arthur Schomburg, Huggins, Dr. Clark.
Yeah.
Who else? There's a few other ones in there, but those were the main ones. Those were the main ones, right? So you're talking about that. That's history. We're talking about 135th and Lenox, okay? And so yeah, absolutely, no question about it. Which eventually I think became the one of them became the County Cullen Library.
Yes.
Right,
Yep.
which is the original one. So in fact, Dr. Ben used to live about 3 blocks from there, and I spent many days in his home with him.
Wow.
That were very special to me. I got a lot of pictures, a lot of video. In fact, one of my favorite ones is when I bought Pastor Ray Hagan to meet, to spend the day with Dr. Ben and Professor James Small in Dr. Ben's home. And we just sat around eating and talking, and it was a very moving experience. Just to be in the presence of us. You know what I mean? To be in our own presence and to know that, to know what brought that about and what would come out of it, because there's a lot to share and there's a lot to give. But moving on, after First World, there's basically 3 organizations that you have to name to really, it's kind of like being Wu-Tang, right? It's like everybody in Wu-Tang knows who Wu-Tang is. Everybody, right? And when you say you Wu affiliated, certain people got to be able to vouch. And if they can't vouch for that, then it's a wrap. Okay? And your history stands on its own merit. Nobody can undo your history, right? It don't matter what's going on currently. No. You can always say, nah, dude, I was a part of this. Ain't nobody that cannot ever be taken from you. Not with a crowbar, a buzzsaw, none. Nah, I'm a part of that lineage and that legacy, period. Now, the same thing is true in this. You have to be able to name basically 3 organizations. That's First World, ASCAC, which is the Association for the Study of Classical African Civilizations, right? of which my mother was a main, one of the staple members, and then the last one would be the UAM, the United African Movement, which used to meet at the Slave Theater under Alton Maddox at the Slave Theater every Wednesday for about a decade, and that it's out of that experience. It's really out of that experience in the Slave Theater in Bed-Stuy that you got the explosion of what led to the wider Black community really having this insight about ancient Egypt and our relationship to antiquity. It really came out of that experience. The other thing that's probably unique about my history is that back in '92, I used to work for a bookstore called A&B Books in Brooklyn. And anybody who's really a Black book collector knows that for the most part, they were Lucina Publishing and Black Classics Press. They are the ones that are really responsible for this explosion of Black books that everybody came to know about in the later '90s and the early 2000s, so on and so on. And so when people see my book collection, they usually bug out because I used to get stuff literally straight off the shelf or right out of the truck, like straight from the publishing company. Right.
Nice.
So I was able to. Now, growing up, let me say this. You know how it is with pastors when they have children? Like if you got the preacher's daughter, the preacher's son, they're usually the worst kids in the town. Yeah. Because they want to act out. Because they don't want to be, it's too much. They grew up too restrictively. Right. Well, it was like that with me. When I grew up, when I was in my late teens and my 20s, I wasn't trying to hear none of that. I used to tell my mother all the time, I said, "Oh, y'all just a bunch of racists." I even went and got a white girlfriend and all of that stuff. Girl from Germany, a model from Germany. I was like, "Oh, y'all a bunch of racists." Oh man. I was like, man, I don't want to hear none of that stuff. Right. But it wasn't until something happened to me when I hit 25. I don't know what it was. I do know what it was, to be quite honest. I was getting ready to get married to a flight attendant. And her mother was an evangelist. And she said, in order for y'all to get married, you got to be evenly yoked. So I said, okay, no problem. And I started reading the Bible. This is I don't normally tell this story, but those who really know me know this story. I started reading the Bible, and as I was reading the Bible, something happened. I don't know what it was. It was like this. It's like I had this something in my subconscious remembered a deeper backdrop to the story. I just couldn't articulate it. I couldn't articulate it. And so I was like, okay, I know there's another story here that's not apparent on these pages. It's a deeper story to this. I said, but right now I just don't recall what it is. Because when you're growing up, you put that stuff deep in your subconscious. And so something happened in '92. The first time I ever saw, which is something y'all won't be able to relate to because you're my junior brothers, whom I respect and love. But most of you, okay, by a show of hands, how many of you saw Roots when it first came out? Raise your hands.
When it first came out? Not when it first came out. I don't remember. Do you know what year that was? Do you know what year that was? It was the 70s, right? 77. I was born in 77.
Exactly. Exactly. That's my whole point. Yeah. Exactly. See, I just wanted to catch you out there. That's all.
No, I ain't gonna lie about that. Because
look. So let me just share this with you very, very briefly. And don't ever take that personal. One of my enjoyments is just catching people out there, only to impress upon people the reality of a situation, right? And so I saw it when it first came out in '77. I was 10 years old, and I was in the 5th grade, getting ready to go to junior high school. And I remember that the very next day, I can say the very next day because it was on for a week. It was a weekly series. The very next day, the very next day and the very next week, things were very different all over America because that was the first time that the masses of Black Americans had ever seen that story. We had never seen our story really on the moving screen. The most we was used to was maybe seeing Cicely Tyson in Jane Pittman, the story of Jane Pittman. Yes, thank you. Yes, yeah. But look, that's one of my favorite movies.
I don't think I've seen that one. Was that a hardcore?
You got to see that, bro.
Yeah, that's
you got to see that.
That's
maybe I've seen it, or maybe I probably don't know.
Hey, go back I bet you this much: when you see it, the first thing you're gonna say is,
Cicely killed that.
the first thing you going hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
I'm glad you said that, priest.
Yeah.
The first thing you're gonna say when you see that is, how did Cicely Tyson not get an Academy Award for this?
Yeah.
That's the first thing you're gonna say. When you see that.
Nice. I
That's
may
the
have
first
seen it.
thing
I just
you
don't know.
gonna say.
I probably didn't know the title.
And then when you see Roots and you see the scene where she gave birth to Kunta Kinte.
Oh yeah.
You now for 1977, no one had ever seen anything like that on film.
Wow.
No one.
Wow.
So how Halle Berry became the first black woman to get an Academy Award, I will never know. But to me, that says everything. But I don't expect anything good from their institutions anyway. So moving right along, I don't even recall why. But so in '90, I was living in California, where you guys I think are now, right? When I came back, in fact, I was living in Santa Monica. I was hanging out in Baldwin Hills and Marina Del Rey and all those places. I came back to New York in '92, and she and I would get this Christian girl and I, we were getting ready to get married, the flight attendant, and Roots came on again. I hadn't seen Roots, I was 10 years old. Now I'm like 24 at the time.
Right.
So I'm watching it, I'm studying the Bible, I'm getting ready to get married, I'm in this Christian world, I'm into the Bible, and then Roots comes on. And I'm like, well, we sitting there, we watching it together, but now I'm watching it as an adult. It's like when you read a book, you can read a book at 15, but when you read it again at 30, you're gonna get a whole different perspective of it. And so when I saw Roots the second time, I'm like, wait a minute. I'm listening to the slaves on the ship talking about, oh, I love the cat, Bastet. Hey, that's a good sign. Ray, right?
Yeah, this
you know,
cat
Ray
is
is
kinda-
off the,
I don't know
Yeah,
if
you
you're gonna
know-
call him
Yeah, I don't know
Bastet.
about this one though.
It might be Bastet though.
It might be a
This cat
bastard.
is
Because
Oh, you call him Ray
that-
because Ray is also
Yeah.
known as the cat, right?
Nah,
Ray is
this cat's more
also
familiar with Michael Myers.
right? That was funny. Right? So she and I are watching Roots, and I'm hearing the slaves on the ship screaming, Allah, Allah, Allah.
Wow.
So something in my brain clicked, and I said, well, wait a minute.
Wow.
I'm getting ready to get married to you as a Christian, but it seems like our ancestors were Muslim. So I said, okay. Because you got to remember, I had put all of that stuff from those institutions that I grew up out of my mind. I had just let it all go. And so I'm kind of, it was like I was restarting over again. And so I said, well, it seems like our ancestors were Muslims. So I said, maybe I need to be looking at Islam instead of this Christian thing. And then one thing happened. I was in a recording studio recording in Queens, in Jamaica, Queens. And at the time I was living way out in a place called Mattawan in New Jersey. That's where the flight attendant and I were living. But I went to New York to record. And then I was in the studio. I was proselytizing Jesus, evangelizing Jesus to the producer. And the producer looked at me and he said, Shakka, he stopped the session. And he said, Shakka, go over there and pick that book up on my fireplace. And I went over to the fireplace and I picked up a book called Metu Necha by Ra'un Nafer Amen, Shechem Shechem. I don't know how many of you have heard of it.
yes.
Metu
I'm
Necha.
very familiar.
Right. So I picked it up, I read it, I looked at it, and I said, I stopped the session. I said, yo, I gotta go get this right now. I went, I bought the book, I bought 2 books. And these are the things, this is the moment, I guess you could say Shakka Ahmose was created. I bought 2 books. One book was Metu Necha, right on Jamaica Ave. One book was Metu Necha. This is 92. This is like March of 92. No, March of 92. I bought Metu Necha and I bought The African Origin of Civilization, Myth or Reality by Sheikh Anta Diop.
Wow.
Y'all love that.
And the first
That's
one
a
that I
real good
read,
book.
Yeah, I love
the
that book.
first one that blew me away was Metu Necha. It wasn't until later on, much later on, that I realized and came to discover that Metu Necha is not everything that it is claimed to be. But it was still a good introduction to someone who basically had cultural amnesia. And then the second thing was, so at this time, I'm getting ready to, I didn't understand Metu Necha enough, but I'm getting ready to take my Shahada, become Muslim and all of that because somebody was influencing me to do it. And then one thing happened that summer. My mother went to Africa. I have family members, like sisters who are and siblings who are married to Africans. And so I grew up from a young child with African relatives from Sierra Leone, from Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, South Africa. So African family members is nothing exotic or strange or new to me. I grew up that way. So we grew up speaking Mende, we grew up speaking Wolof, we grew up speaking Twi, things of that nature. Because it was around us, it was ubiquitous. But at this time in 92, my mother was in Africa. She had a brownstone in Harlem, and she said, if you want the brownstone for the summer, go ahead and take it. So I thanked her. And I was in that. I got injured, and so I couldn't go out and party for the summertime. So I said, let me read. And I read in its entirety the African origin of civilization, myth, or reality. And it was at that moment that I put my Bible away, I put my Quran away, and I went and got a copy of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by Budge, and that became the foundation and the birth, if you will, of Shakka Ahmose. But in picking up the Bible again at that time in 92, it was as if a linchpin had been moved, and everything that I had been taught, studying, growing up, began to flood back in. Nothing was strange to me anymore. Like none of the backdrop stories was strange to me. It made everything that I had heard from Dr. Ben growing up make sense. It made everything that I had heard from Dr. John Henry Clark and Dr. Jeffries and all these other people. It was like all of the little missing pieces that I wasn't paying attention to were provided. But for me, it was a much stronger experience because the average person didn't have my history at that point. They didn't grow up in the family that I grew up in. They didn't grow up around Dr. Ben. They didn't grow up around Dr. Clark, Leonard Jeffries, Professor Smalls. They didn't grow up around these people. I did. So when I had this reawakening, it was much stronger than the average person. So it was like being catapulted back, I guess, if you will, to a level that I should have been had I not breached it by going out. So that was just to give you some background history of myself, why I am the way I am, why I see the world through the paradigm that I do, through the lenses that I do, just so that I'm not such an enigma and such a mystery to people. Because I realize that being who I am, it could be very difficult to relate to me. And I get that and I understand. I'm already a recluse and my circle is so unusually small, it's not even funny. You know what I'm saying? So I rarely get to even talk to human beings, which is probably why I'm just like right now. You know, usually I'm studying, that's how I spend probably most of my day, about 23 hours a day, 22 hours a day studying, you know? So I just wanted to really share that. And because I am a bibliophile, my concerns are usually not going to be other people's concern. You know, especially when it comes to things historical, religious, spiritual, or even economic, financially. So to say that brings me back to what I was saying earlier, which is Black people and historical blind spots. So one of my pet peeves with Black people is that if you ask me, I think the major malady that we suffer from, and we will continue to suffer from it, trust me, because most of us are too emotionally attached to our ignorance. And that's just the way it is, you know? And I try to always remind people, look, your feelings have a function, and then your mind has a function, your brain has a function. They're not necessarily the same thing. They're complementary. They're meant to work with each other. But when you reduce it down to its barest functions, they're a little different. It's kind of like your bathroom sink. You have a faucet, and you have the part that turns on the water, but then you have the part that the water comes out. They're not the same thing. They're complementary and they work together, but they're not the same thing. And your brain or your mind and your feelings are like that. And the problem with us is that we don't know how to divorce our feelings from our spiritual interest or from our historical interest. And until you learn to do that, you're always going to be susceptible to taking a religious approach, which is the worst approach you can take to studying anything, because you're going to suffer from confirmation bias. You're going in looking for things to be right and true because of what you already believe, rather than just going in and finding out what is in fact true, and then establishing your worldview on that, which will also make you very formidable. I feel bad for anybody who debates you or tries to debate you, because you're going to pretty much be unfuckwittable. Like, for real. Like, you're going to be a problem for anybody. It doesn't matter what their religion is, what their race is, what their age is, what their degrees are. It doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, facts are facts. It's like those pyramids behind you. There are facts related to those pyramids behind you. You cannot change those facts. You know, and the facts stand on their own merits. Right? And particularly when you're talking about primary evidence. Right? Now, to me, something that you may not know is that, I'm going to give you guys a little test. I love talking to my younger brothers, man. It's just such a privilege because I don't get to do this too often. When I tell you my circle's small, it's super small, and it's spread out all over America and even the world, but it's still small. So I'm gonna give you guys a test. All right, I can't wait to see which hand goes up first. Who can tell me which pyramid was the first true pyramid in Egypt? This is what I mean about historical blind spots. Let me see who.
Right here. The pyramids of Saqqara. Zoser's pyramid. I could be wrong.
Nope.
Nope. I'm wrong.
Nope, it was wrong because his was a step pyramid. So we're talking about a true pyramid. See, you have two pyramids behind you. So the step pyramid is not considered a true pyramid. It's considered a progenitor. It's a bunch of mastabas stacked on top of each other. It's a progenitor.
Why do they push it back so far? You know, they'll try to tell you that Zoser's pyramid is older. It's like the oldest one. You know, but you made a great point.
That was wrong. Yeah, why don't you tell us which one it was? 'Cause I was going to say Khufu.
Yeah.
Oh, was you talking about the pyramids in the back, or you talking about the oldest pyramids?
I'm in Egypt. You have a certain amount of pyramids,
right?
And there is a distinct lineage. Just like you have a lineage in your family, you come from your father, he comes from his father, and he comes from his father. Mm-hmm. Well, each of these pyramids had designers, makers, but most importantly, they had benefactors. Somebody had to pay for them. They needed to be established for a reason. And so my question to you is, which of the pyramids in Egypt, because they were built in a chronological order, right? So Zoser's pyramid was built in which dynasty? We're like the third dynasty, right?
Dynasty, yeah.
Right, third dynasty, dynasty 3. So then modulating up through history, my question to you is, when does it move from step pyramid to true pyramid? Okay, now I will give you a hint. In between Zoser's pyramid and the first true pyramid, there were design efforts that still exist in the Egypt of desert. If you go there today, you can still see them, where the first true pyramid was being worked on, but mistakes were made in the measurements. And because mistakes were made in the measurements, they parts of these pyramids caved in on themselves, and you can still see them there today. So my question to you is, which one was the first true successful pyramid from where you get the model for the ones behind you?
Okay.
It's still there today.
That's a good question.
Was it the bent
I
pyramid?
told you this man is a master scholar, man. That's what he do.
It was the.
It wasn't the bent pyramid of
No.
Close. Who said that? Who said that?
Man kept it
Who
right.
said that? That was good. You got a scholar in your midst.
Right.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you. Hold on.
I was about to say something.
Okay, go ahead.
Is it the There's another one. It's a red. It's like
You got
it's
it.
a red
You
pencil.
got it.
I
You got it.
I got it.
Pyramid.
You got it. You got
the
it.
red
It's
one,
the-
right?
It's the red pyramid.
It's
It's the
that
red
was
pyramid.
the perfected one because, like
that
you're
was the
saying,
perfect. Yes.
they had to perfect the design.
Yes.
And
So the bent.
yeah.
Now the reason why he was very close. Is that the bent pyramid and the red pyramid were both. They both had the same benefactor, Seneferu.
Okay. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So Seneferu is the benefactor of those pyramids. He was the one that brought them into being. And also something that's important about his lineage that you might want to know is that lineage is really in many ways a very emblematic custodian of the Hotep bloodline. Now, most black people who are interested in ancient Egypt don't know anything about the Hotep bloodline. It was, all these Moors talking about bloodlines, but when you ask them about the Hotep bloodline, they're not going to really be able to articulate at length about that. But then again, most people who are into ancient Kemet don't know about it. So I'm not beating up on the Moors for that. I'm
You
just saying
talking about
in
like
general.
King Amenhotep?
Yes, exactly. But he's much later.
Okay.
I'm talking about as far back as the 4th dynasty, right? As far back as the 4th dynasty, you have a Hotep bloodline. In fact, starting off from the 1st dynasty, you have a Hotep bloodline.
Right, and he was the builder of the. He helps Zoser build the step pyramid.
No, that's
Is that
Imhotep.
correct? That's Imhotep.
Imhotep.
Oh, you talking
He
about
was
the
talking about
bloodline.
Amenhotep.
Oh,
Right, I'm
okay,
talking about. Well, hold on, but I mean, some of these people that we're mentioning are members of the Hotep bloodline. But what
Right.
I'm saying is that when you're talking about a bloodline, you're usually going to be talking about the lineage, because you got to remember, ancient Egypt was matrilineal. The bloodline was traced through the mother, through the female, through the queen. Okay, so that because she's the throne, right?
Right.
And so because she's the throne, it was matrilineal, not matriarchal. Most people get confused. You see, especially black women. Black women, when they get into ancient Egypt, it's like, I hate to say this, but our sisters have to have much more discipline when it comes to studying this stuff, because they, again, just like you have religious people that take a religious approach to studying a subject matter, unfortunately, many of our sisters cannot see beyond their sex. And so they color everything they see via sex. And so they're looking, and it's okay to look for I think it's essential and paramount to look for the female identity in ancient Kemet, but don't take it out of context, because when you take that out of context, you're going to push everything else out of context. It's like if you have open surgery, you don't want your surgeon to put things, if your surgeon puts back one thing wrong, like your spleen or your liver, guess what? Everything else is going to be screwed up. Because you are changing the physiology and the anatomy in the way it was designed to move. Well, history and legacy and lineage works the same way. That's why you have to kind of be a freak about detail. You really do. So that at least when you're teaching someone, there's no chance or very little chance for error. And you don't want to be responsible for furnishing someone with inaccurate information, right? Although at the end of the day, they're responsible for fact checking on their own merit, right? And so, but in any event, the Hotep bloodline is very that family, the Seneferu family. Okay, so what do we know about Seneferu's son? Anybody can tell me anything important about his son? Can anybody tell me anything important? I'm sorry?
Is his son Minkara?
No. His Minkade would have been his great grandson.
Grandfather. Yeah, I got
His
it.
great grandson. So tell me about his son. Come on, tell me about his son.
You got me tonight.
Okay.
You got me tonight.
All right. So, so let's talk about his son.
Okay.
His son
Rahotep,
is
right?
no. His son is Khufu.
Oh, right.
Okay? So we're talking about the Great Pyramid. That's his son.
Shaka's. Go ahead, Shaka.
That's his son.
Yeah.
Okay? And his son's mother was a Hotep. The wife of Seneferu was a Hotep. These were all Hoteps. Okay? When you go back to Neith-Hotep, the first female queen of king was the first dynasty. It was not Hatshepsut. It was Neith-Hotep in the first dynasty. So they didn't wait until they got all the way to the 18th dynasty in the New Kingdom for Hatshepsut to be the first king. No, she was not the. She was I don't want to call her a Johnny come lately or a Donna come lately. She was not that. I don't want to diminish her, but she was not the first. The first would have been Neith-Hotep in the first dynasty. That's why I say you have to know about this Hotep bloodline. It's there from the very beginning. It's there from the very beginning. Now, one of the things that you guys need to understand about me is that most people, all right, so it's kind of like this. And I don't like to speak about this because I can run the risk of sounding egotistical, but it's not that. I'm just going to share something with you that is just matter of fact. It's something I had to learn the hard way. And that is, no matter what genre you're in, no matter what industry or profession you're in, when you are at the apex of what you do in your industry, you're going to have, and I'm going to use street colloquialism, you're going to have haters. Period. You're going to have haters that come with the territory. And sometimes it's not that they mean to, they do it in spite of themselves because it's human nature. I hate sometimes. It's because I'm a human being. And, I see somebody driving a car that I'd love to have, or a woman, or just might be having the best time of their lives. And if you're not at a great period in your life, it's human nature. You don't have to beat yourself up for that. But you do have to be leery and wary of that, because if you're not, it could come back to bite you in the ass. And you'll have people around you who should be allies with you, but unfortunately, there's enmity because they're hating. So I said that to say that you'll be surprised. A lot of people in the Kemetic community will probably see me as somewhat of an adversary. And the reason they'll see me as somewhat of an adversary is that I don't toe the party line. I'm not into this feel-good shit about, ancient Egypt was the best and ancient Egypt was this. And I'm not into that shit. I'm going to tell you, ancient Egypt was perfect. everything about ancient Egypt was good. That's all a bunch of bullshit, and it's a lie. In fact, ancient Egypt was responsible for many of some of the worst evils that plague our planet to this very day. And a lot of people don't want to hear that. But my thing is that when you romanticize this shit, any of it, whether you're dealing with Israelite history, when you romanticize any of this shit, you're doing yourself and the history a disservice. In other words, you're preventing everybody who's present from learning. That's what you do when you romanticize this shit. You become a fucking cheerleader. Black people don't need historical and cultural cheerleaders. They need facts. They need data. We live in an information age. Data rules. Period. So if you're gonna take a and the first thing I would tell you is, don't take a religious approach to any of it, whether it's the Torah, the Talmud, the Book of the Dead, the pyramid text. Now, the pyramid text will catch you out there. Even though I'm telling you, don't take a religious approach. And here's why. Here is the distinction of ancient Egyptian literature that differentiates itself from the rest of the literature that came out of it. The Torah, the Septuagint, the New Testament, even the coffin text and the Book of the Dead, they all came out of the pyramid text. So what separates the pyramid text from all the rest of that body of eschatological literature, if you can call the Torah that, and the Bible that, the Bible is quasi eschatological, but what separates the pyramid text from the rest of those bodies of literature is that the religion that gave birth to the pyramid text, what makes it the religious text par excellence is that, number one, it's the first, oldest, and the original. You can't argue with that. You can get emotional about it, but you can't argue with it. Okay? The second thing about it is that, and this is what I love about it, that makes it near and dear to me, is that it was truly based on natural observation. And natural observation is the foundation of science. That's why when you listen to, just say somebody like James P. Allen, right? Out of Harvard Divinity School, who taught at Brown University, who is the author of Middle Egyptian, if you want the language, learning Middle Egyptian. He is also the author of, he was the editor of the Pyramid Text by the Biblical Society, right? So James P. Allen, who is an expert in the field, white guy, you definitely want to read his work. Like if you want to be a know-it-all when you talk about this stuff, you definitely want to read James P. Allen. And in fact, it was not reading James P. Allen that made my first book, Codex Game Over, subpar scholarship. Why? Because when I did the pyramid text translation that I used for my book, Codex Game Over, it was, how can I put it? It was a dated translation, and it used a dated numbering system, which means that if you were to do a translation today of the pyramid text, you would not use a translation by Samuel B. Mercer. Why? Simply because the translation process evolved. And as it evolved, you get more conventional renderings and understandings of the text that are more in line with the reality of what I call where the rubber meets the road, right? So you can't talk about the pyramid text. So this leads to what I was going to say a moment ago, and I think Priest will appreciate this. You all probably will, but because I'm more familiar with Priest's psychological demeanor, all you gotta do is listen to him rap. You know he loves this shit, right? So, right? So I can tell you right now, Priest, you and me in the class, you'd be like a kid in a candy store, man. The shit that I be showing you,
man, I'm loving it right now, bro. You opening up some doors, bro.
Priest, I promise you, man, your jaw would be hanging on the floor for like 25. You wouldn't. Fucking with me, man, you'd be fucked up for a week. You wouldn't be able to leave the house, man.
Yeah, I can tell.
Like,
I can tell. You got these cats. They usually talkative, man. You
I'm
got
sitting
everybody
here,
quiet.
I'm taking notes and everything. I'm sitting here.
Oh, no, you
okay.
definitely
James
would.
Sue, you got
James
Sue
P.
quiet.
Allen.
Hold on.
Let me write that
hold on.
down. You know what I'm
You
saying?
guys-
I'm
So
letting the
quiet.
brother talk. And I answered that question. It was the red pyramid, so I
Oh,
did.
you damn sure did.
You
You
did,
damn
man.
sure
It
did.
took you
You
a
stood
second.
up.
Okay.
Stand up,
Second,
stand up and be
Okay.
counted, bro.
So I'm,
Stand up and be
I'm
counted.
observing. I got some questions for you, brother.
Oh, wonderful,
Yeah.
wonderful.
You know, we gonna
Okay,
let
well, you know what?
build.
All right,
We
so
gonna let
look,
you
so
build.
let me say this.
Get your
let me
build,
say
finish
this.
your- Yeah, go ahead.
Right, yeah. So I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna take questions. And see, part of it is that because I spend so much time studying, I don't often get to share. And for me, like, you don't even know the emotional burden that is for me, because I know that one of the maladies that we really suffer from as a people is that we have these historical blind spots. And so because of that, we are going into the future, in fact, into this quote unquote new age. We're going in with too many historical blind spots. And one of the things that I want to do before we get too deep into this age is I just want to give all of us, I want to fill in, because it's very lacustrine. Our blind spots are lacustrine. They're like if you're going through a desert and you have these oases every few hundred miles or every few thousand miles. That's the way our historical memory is. And what I want to do for us, just as I guess if you want to call it a gift or just my purpose or whatever is, I just want to fill in all of those spots so that we don't have to go in as a collective, as a race, as a community. We don't have to go into this new age with these historical blind spots, because doing so is going to leave us susceptible and disarmed in ways that are very alarming. Meaning that if you don't have your shit together in the past, what the fuck makes you think you're gonna have your shit together in the future? Right? It's like if you don't fix certain things here, no matter what you do over here, these things will still remain unresolved.
Catch
And
up with
because they remain unresolved, you will always, what everybody knows the old saying, right? The saying is not history always repeats itself. The saying is lack of knowledge about history will always leave you doomed to what? Repeating the mistakes of history. Right? Repeating the mistakes of history. And so repeating the mistakes of history, that's a very precarious position to be in. Because as we modulate through time, the consequences become greater. It's one thing to repeat the mistakes of history in the 1970s, in the 1960s, in the 1950s. Hello, we are living in the age of artificial intelligence. Okay? No. Repeating the mistakes of history come with a whole different set of consequences now. So if you think that it's not late in the game and it's not the fourth quarter, you need to be off the field someplace else, because you don't really know what's going on. You don't understand the juncture of history in which we are in, right? And so those people who move into the age of artificial intelligence, the age of the algorithm, right? Those people who move into that age with unresolved historical issues, they are what you call prime victims. Not only are they prime victims, if you ever saw the movie Matrix, remember those people who were agents and you never know who one was? That's who they are. Okay? And it's beyond their choice. Okay? So that's why it's imperative to resolve these historical things. And it's not difficult to resolve. That's the frustrating part. It's not as mysterious as most people want to make it out to be. In fact, the more I divulge to you, much of it will really surprise you. But the beauty of it is that once you learn it the way you're supposed to learn it, it'll make a lot more things that are current make much more sense to you. Right? And I will tell you now, if you ever really, really, really want to understand history, if you ever really, 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 really want to understand history, the truest record ever made in the history of rap music is there's a record in rap music that hit the nail on the head. If you ever really want to understand what was the primary mover in history, right? Because history starts with what? History does not start with man and woman. Man and woman existed before history. History starts with one technology. Can any one of you guess what that technology is?
Pen and paper.
There you go. Writing. Okay? Writing. History starts with writing. Okay? Documentation. We can't talk about history if you can't talk about documentation.
Yep.
Period. It's got to be documented. That's called the historical record. In order for it to exist in the historical record, there has to be documentation standing on its own merit. Okay? So, that record, that rap record, that basically hit the nail on the head, and you don't have to really mention any other rap record. There's a song called Cash Moves Everything Around Me. I don't know if you ever heard it before. I think you might have heard it before.
We all
right,
heard about it.
Okay, okay, all right.
I haven't heard it yet.
Okay, all right. So I had to throw that out there, right? Okay. So, but once you really truly understand that statement, cash moves everything around me, that's when you will begin to be on the right track to understand how all of this came to be, whether it's pyramids, whether it's Bibles, whether it's the pyramid, it doesn't matter. All of it was related to money, all of it. And if you don't know about this, you will never know about the origin of money and where money actually came from. You ask the average person, where does money come from? How did money come into existence? They cannot tell you that story. Everything that comes out of their mouth for the most part is going to be wrong. Okay? Because that requires real scholarship, okay? And so let me just share something with you about the pyramids that I think is relevant to what we were discussing a moment ago, and that is the most important pyramids, at least from my perspective, are not the Great Pyramids. Those three there that we're looking at, the one belonging to Khufu, the one belonging to Khafre, and the one belonging to Menkaure, right? Father, son, grandson. To me, to myself, those are not the most important ones. The most important ones were the ones that came after, directly after, the ones that were established in the 5th dynasty, beginning with the Pyramid of Unas, right? The Pyramid of Pepi II, and Pepi I and Pepi II, and then the pyramids of their wives, the queens, okay? Because you have the pyramid texts come out of the tombs of 10 kings and queens, right? So basically 5 couples, 5 kings, of which Unas and Pepi are 2 of them, and then their queens, right? Neith-hotep, one of them is Neith, and then there are the other one, Neith Pepi, I think her name is, his sister, okay? They're sisters. So, and the reason why their pyramids, I believe, are more important is because that's where you get the oldest religious writings on planet Earth. That's where you get the first documented religious writing, not only the first and oldest documented religious writing, but the first and oldest documented literature. Okay, literature. In order for something to be literature, it has to meet certain criteria. The pyramid texts meet that criteria. Okay, and so and it's in their pyramids that, because you don't find the pyramid text in the pyramid of Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaure. You find the pyramid text in the 5th dynasty, right? And it's in the 5th dynasty when the pyramids become less architecturally sophisticated. Why? Because the emphasis is really no longer on the structure. The emphasis is now on the writing, which you find on the walls in those pyramids. And it's from those writings, which are the ancestors to all other eschatological writing, including the Torah and all the rest of them, the New Testament included, right? The pyramid text is the beginning of all of that. Okay, the pyramid text is the beginning of all of that. Why? Because of what we call conceptual motifs, ideas. In other words, ideas. And you have ideas that are documented in the pyramid text that are repeated much later on in all of these other eschatological literatures that are first and only documented in the pyramid text. Okay, so then you're talking about lineage, you're talking about chronological order, you're talking about parenthood, literary parenthood, right? Literary parenthood. Okay, so it's in those pyramid texts. And the reason I was saying this is because, remember I was saying before about you want to be careful taking a religious approach?
Yeah.
And I said that the pyramid texts are based on natural observation. Let me tell you something. When you read those pyramid texts, it's literally like, it's like you feel like you're smoking something. That's the way it makes you feel. Like I'm a bibliophile. There is not, the only other thing I could think of that makes me feel that way would probably be reading the coffin text and the book of the dead. Those 3 books literally make you feel like you're smoking something. Like it really does. It make you feel like you lit up a blunt of an immeasurable size. And that I never realized, because I'm not into poetry. I don't like poetry or prose. The only poetry that does literally reconfigures my brain when I read it is that ancient Egyptian literature. It literally does that to your mind. And it's because of the syntax of their sentence and the way they used words, the way their language was structured, or what's called
like a romance book or something.
what's called the language of Kemet.
Sesh.
It just escapes me at the moment. Hold on. It's Remy something. I can't. It's Remet Kemi.
Rainy Kemi.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Yeah, it's Remy Kemet. This
Remy
is
Kemet.
Remet Kemi, right? The language of Kemet. Okay. So in any event, well actually Remet Kemet would be a man of Kemet, but in any event, or person of Kemet, but that language, Eden Kemet. That's the term. Eden Kemet. Right? Eden, because Eden Kemet, the language of Kemet. And so some people unfortunately say it incorrectly. They say Rani Kemet, which is incorrect. And it's wrong.
Big up
Yeah,
to the
it's
chat
not
room.
Rani Kemet. Yeah, it's not
Shaka,
Rani
the
Kemet.
chat room got it. Written
Right,
in,
yeah.
Yeah, and we're gonna address those super chats. Really soon.
No. The actual, I'm telling you now, the actual vernacular pronunciation or articulation of it should be incorrect. It's Eden Kemet. You pronounce you put a vocalized I in front of the R, even though it doesn't start with an I. And it's kind of like the way when we use the letter U, or we pronounce the letter U. In ancient Egypt, you will use a W for that.
Right.
So if you're going
Knowledge.
to use an R, you would use a W for that. That's why they say unas, but they spell it with a W. They start his name off with a W, right?
Like
And so
phenomenon.
to say, right, and so to say it's spelled Ren Kemet, which is R-N Kemet, Ren Kemet, but it's pronounced Eden Kemet. Okay, it's pronounced Eden Kemet. So not to be confused with Idi, which means to make or to do, right? So in any event, when you read that stuff, it's based on natural observation, right? So to put it bluntly, they were sun worshipers, period. You don't have to make it all mysterious. You don't have to make it all whatever. They were sun worshipers. It's very, very plain and simple, right? One of the best things you can do when you're studying this stuff is take the mystery out of it. There's enough mystery in the text itself that you don't have to add any mystery to it. So the best thing you can do when you're teaching this stuff is simplify it. And the best way to simplify it is just tell the truth and be factual, so that when they go back and look and they read the text themselves, they'll be like, oh, he was correct, because it's here evident in the text. They were sun worshipers, period. And their eschatological ideology developed out of the role that the sun played in their value system. It's really just that system. So you're talking about an axiology, a sun-based axiology. Is that real? There's nothing mysterious about it, right? So, and now here's the key thing that you need to know about these people. These people were very, very much into symbols and emblems. Symbols and emblems, and a lot of it had to do with status. And so because a lot of it had to do with status, initially, or let's just say at a certain point, those texts were reserved strictly for the king. Strictly for the king, not for everybody else. Not for the yous and the me's. Okay? Not for the usins, not for the weans. So I'm going to share a few secrets with you guys, only because I love and respect Priest like that. That's my brother, right? he gets the cream, right?
Hey.
I cannot say that brother has ever mistreated me in any way, form, or fashion. He's never in any way interacted with me as if, I'm Killah Priest. He was always just my brother from around the way. We see each other in his love. It's black man love. You know what I'm saying? Respect. And so, and it's the way he carries himself, man. The brother is so noble and has never he hasn't ever moved away from his dignity, and that's the main thing. If I'm going to zero in on his greatest value, at least from my perspective, you know, a lot of times people can get at you in such a way where they want to make you act out of character, and I just haven't ever seen the brother do that. Real talk, I haven't. I'm like, people like that I admire, and the reason why is because most people who really know me, I'm quick to act out of character. Because I got another side. And for those people who really know me like that, they already know, yeah, Shakka's best just to be a recluse. Because I'm the type of brother that, you know, well, let me not even go there. It's just, you know, let's keep it scholarly and stay there. We good. Everybody's safe. I'm good. You good. Everybody get to go home safe. We all good. You know what I'm saying? Everybody happy. Because like I said, one of my greatest challenges, like I said, my father used to fight in the street for money. One of his little secrets that gave him an edge was he had a temper that was really like some other type of stuff. And I inherited that. And so one of my greatest challenges going through life, even to this day, is just overcoming that temper. Just to be like, yo, cool, you know, be cool. Be cool. Because your temper, number one, don't make you invulnerable. I don't care who you are. I don't care who you are. Your temple does not make you invulnerable. And they have too many cells and too many graves and too many hospital rooms filled with people who didn't just know how to check that. You know what I'm saying? And it's too much to live for. For me, I like what Malcolm said. They asked Malcolm X, they said, if you had one regret in life, or, you know, what would it be? He would say, I didn't get to read enough. That was it. He said, I didn't get to read enough, period. You know? And I respect that and I understand that, because to me, reading is everything. For me, I'm not trying to push that on the next person. I'm talking about for me. For me, reading is everything. There's not enough time in the day to read, right? And I read literally around the clock, like literally around the clock. My son will tell you, my father will take like 2 hours nap and then wake up and read again, you know, studying again. So, so those pyramid texts and those pyramids, they're basically based on and designed on the movement of the sun. And what they did was they gave literary prose to that movement, not only the movement of the sun, but everything that played a part of that movement, right? So the other thing you have to keep in mind about ancient Kemet, ancient Egypt, is that it was nautical in nature. You have to remember that, right? So you want to learn how to really, really nuance your language when you're talking about ancient Egypt, then learn what I call boat language or river language, right? Learn river language. So if you're going to talk about the aft of a ship or the fore of a ship, right? Of a ship, the aft and the fore, or the sails. Like, so there's language that comes a lot with sailor language. Learn sailor language, like how sailors speak about a boat. Why? Because that was the main mode of transportation. And so because that was their main mode of transportation, not the chariot, it was the Nile River. So because of that, when they spoke about the sun, the sun's mode of transportation had to reflect their own. And so how did the sun move across the sky? Who wants to answer that question?
In the boat.
Anybody?
In the solar boat.
In a solar boat. Yeah. Exactly. In a solar boat. And when it went under the earth, how did it move about? In
a solar boat.
No. In a lunar boat.
Lunar
the
boat.
Moon,
Yeah.
Right. The night boat.
Yeah.
The day bark and the night bark. Okay? And not only that. So what kind of body of water does the boat move in? What kind of body?
Rapid.
It moves
water.
it moves in a body of water. A boat moves in a body of water. And so if the sun in the day bark moved across the sky, then it had to be moving across a body of water. And that was the way they saw the sky. They saw the sky as the surface of a body of water, right? That and the only thing that was protecting us from that body of water was the atmosphere itself, which they call shu. Okay, and that body of water, that greater body of water, they divided into smaller bodies of water. And so for the sun to move across the sky, because it never changed from its trajectory, that trajectory became known as a canal, the canal of Re. And that's how they described it, as a canal. Okay? And then also there are featured in this body of water, there are what they call mounds, right? Like if you're going across a canal, mounds are going to shoot up in different places. The same thing in their
The thoughts on their existence.
In the same thing in their literary creation, or in the same thing in their religious discourse. When they described Re moving across the sky in this day bark, it had to take place in a canal. And in this canal, there were various mounds. And one of these mounds is called the mound of Horus, Asar, and I think perhaps Re. Horus, I think Asar, and Set. Thank you. Horus, Asar, and Set. And then one of the other mounds is where you have the ox, okay, or the effective spirits.
Right.
Okay. And so it is good to know this stuff. But here's the thing. The thing is that these things that we are describing, they tell you that story in the text. But here's the deeper part, and why I really have more of a love for the other pyramids. The deeper part is that the architecture, the interior of those pyramids are actually designed in the context of the story. The interior of the pyramid of Unas, Pepi, Teti, that was the other one, Teti, right? Unas, Pepi, and Teti, those pyramids in which we find the pyramid text, they are designed in the context of the very story in the text. So the same way that the sun goes on a journey, your spirit goes on a journey. And your journey starts in the tomb. Okay? And so the tomb would be the earthly representative of the Duat. Okay? And the Duat is this place that is under the earth, that the sun goes through its night journey. Okay? And as the sun is, and so the Duat, they mapped it out. So the Duat has different regions. Okay? And one of the regions would be considered the womb of Nut, or the place where the sun is born, where Nut becomes pregnant with the sun, right? And this is something that happens every night. Okay, so it's a perpetual cycle, right? And it's this perpetual cycle that they articulated in narrative discourse that became our earliest religious text. And so another part of that underworld, the Duat, is when you get to the region of Asar or Osiris. Okay? And Osiris represents that life force. And as the sun is going through this region, it basically it engages Osiris. Once it reaches Osiris, after it goes through a series of things, it reaches Osiris, and the sun gathers its life force from Osiris. This is the role Osiris plays. The sun gathers this life force from Osiris at a particular hour of night. Read the Book of Gates if you need the details. Okay? After it gets its life force from Osiris, it moves to a region called the Aket. And the Aket represents the horizon, or it's moving toward the Aket. Okay, so we just call that the Aket region. And it's taking this life force that it received from Osiris, it's moving towards the Aket, which is the horizon. And when it reaches a certain point, as it's about to come out from the horizon, right? We're going to see it as human beings with our naked eye coming up above the horizon. It's being what? Born again. This is where you get the concept of being born again. Okay? But something else special is happening. Because the sun took its life force from Osiris, Osiris is being born again in the sun. In the sun, Osiris is being born again. Something else that you need to know is that the sun at that period is also called Horus of the Duat. And because Horus is the son of Osiris, the father is literally born again in his son. And so the sun is both S-U-N and S-O-N. It is both. But you can only understand it being both if you understand it in its identity of Horus of the Duat. This story, which is in the text, is acted out in the tomb. So that when you go in these pyramid texts, you have different genres of pyramid texts. And so because each genre represents a specific ritual, so you will have the morning, you'll have first the you'll have the offering ritual and the insignia ritual, right? Which is usually, it might be well, we have the offering ritual and the insignia ritual. That's going to be written strictly on a particular wall inside these pyramids. No matter what, you go from pyramid to pyramid, they're always the same genre of text is always on the same walls for the most part. They might differ in one or two pyramids. And so you'll have the offering and insignia ritual. Then you'll have the morning ritual, which represents the king being dressed and fed in the morning. And then you have what's called the resurrection text. And then finally, the what's called the reversion text, when everything that was given in the offering ritual in the beginning reverts back to the deceased and mainly his family. Now, what we don't realize, remember I said cash moves everything around me?
Yeah.
Right? Remember I said
Cash
that?
rules.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what you have to understand, the most important part, if you want to understand the importance of all of that, is that in the reversion ritual, when all of those things that were given during the offering ritual, all those things that were given by the mortuary cult, right, or the family, the deceased family, all of these aspects of wealth that were given, whether it's food, whether it's clothing, whatever it is, in the reversion part of the ritual at the end, those things revert back to the deceased. And so basically it becomes a form of wealth redistribution amongst the wealthy. It becomes a form of wealth redistribution amongst the wealthy. And this is the part of ancient Egypt that people don't understand. How money worked, how wealth worked, how finance worked. If you don't understand that part, you know nothing about ancient Egypt. To someone like me, you're a joke. I'm going to just not even entertain anything you have to say because you don't know what you're talking about. Everything you need to know about Egypt is based on wealth. Period. Period. End of story. Okay? When I say period, end of story, period, end of story. A lot of people in the Kemetic community don't like that. They're into this poor right to teacher bullshit because they don't know anything about ancient Egypt. They haven't really studied. What they do is they make the mistake of studying the religious text as if ancient Egypt was strictly theological. It was not strictly theological. It was, at the end of the day, it was economical. Okay? Look, if you really want me to be honest with you, I teach a course called I forgot the name of the damn course, but it's called it's called Kemetnomics, right? So I teach a course. I teach a course called Kemetnomics.
Nice.
All right, and when you take this course, the things that I introduce you to, number one, are things you've never seen before. because most people don't know how to teach this stuff. And the reason they don't know how to teach it is because they're a bunch of religious freaks and they all want to be a bunch of religious gurus. And, everybody they have Messiah complexes and everybody wants to be, I'm Jesus on the cross and all this other crazy shit. And I'm just like, no, this has nothing to do with that. The people who got this stuff later, they themselves didn't know what this stuff was about. Okay. And now the funny thing is the people who created it, they knew what it was about. That's why they created the shit. But the people who followed the shit, none of them, I don't care if you're talking about Judaism, Hebrewism, Christianity, Islam, none of them know what this shit is about. The people who created it knew what it was about. Okay. And that's why each one of these communities at some point were able to gather resources to themselves based on these stories. Because at the end of the day, that's what it was all about. It was about resources. Yeah. Right? But if you don't know the story of how resources play into it, then you'll never really know what any of this stuff was about, ever. When I say ever, I'm talking about all capital letters. You are outside the door. You cannot participate in a community with someone like myself.
Shaka.
Yeah, what's up, bro? It's awesome.
Now we got 7 super chats. We want to get to them real quick. They want to
let's do it.
Let's
do it. Let's do it.
Go ahead.
Okay, first one is by DH. He says, "Peace. Can you introduce your personal?" No, we already did that one already. Shaka, can you explain American Sign Language and how it affects our literacy today?
Can I explain American Sign Language and how it affects our literacy today? That's an interesting question. I would say probably no, because I haven't really done research into it, and I don't like to expertise on things that I'm not an expert on. So I think that's disingenuous and inauthentic. Like when you meet those people that have an answer for everything, it's like, no, if you don't know, just say you don't know.
Yeah,
right. It's something interesting and intriguing to think about. That's the only thing that I could contribute to it. Do I know my alphabet? Yeah, A, B, C, D, E, F. I think it's G, H. Yeah, so that's no, I couldn't speak at length about that. How sign language would affect literacy today? Nah, I couldn't speak at length about it. Not at all. Question. Other than it, in some respect, because it is a sign language. I mean, at the end of the day, all languages that are literary are relatively sign languages, but that's really interesting. Something I never thought about, to look at the relationship between sign language and medu neter. That's something that I think would be interesting to look at. But no, so we can move on to the next question.
All right, next one's by Kaba Praxis. He says, did the doctrine of the deification of man originate from observation of the natural world, like astrology, etc., or the intervention of non-corporeal beings?
The first part of that was correct.
Got it.
The first part of that was correct. 100%.
Okay. Next one is Brave Hawk. He says, why are you still pushing Pan-African culture on our people here in America? We are the ancient people of the landmass. ODB knew. He said he was Shinnecock. Shinnecock.
Okay. Why am I pushing Pan-Africanism on our people here?
That's one of the Aboriginal.
Yeah, I know. One of the lost. So I don't think I'm pushing Pan-Africanism.
You don't have to answer none of these stuff too.
Well, no. I don't mind. Number one, I don't think that I'm pushing Pan-Africanism. I particularly, as an individual, I have a personal affinity for ancient Egypt. That's me personally, right? I'm not preaching Bambara. I'm not preaching. Look, my mother married into the Akan people in West Africa and Ghana, right? Mm-hmm. She speaks Twi, married into the Twi. I'm not advocating for everybody to marry into the Twi. What I do advocate for is for Black people to replenish their melanin reservoir, which means that a lot of us need to get off of this, oh, I'm in love with this person because they're light skinned. You need to be seeking somebody 8 shades darker to replenish your melanin reservoir. That's the way I look at it. I tell every brother, yo, find as many dark skinned sisters as you can get with. I tell sisters, find as many dark skinned brothers you can get with so that we can replenish our melanin reservoir. Stop talking about all this melanated shit, but then we running around looking for light skinned black folk. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that. And I would recommend to light-skinned black folk, find somebody as dark as you can get to replenish our melanin reservoir.
Yeah,
right?
I agree
You know,
with you
so
on
I
that.
mean, that's you know, as far as Pan-Africanism goes, I think from an economical perspective, I think Pan-Africanism is smart. Why not? Because at the end of the day, the name of this planet that we live on is resources. What, you know, all of the look, if the Chinese are intelligent enough to know that all of the resources, and the Russians, because Putin spoke about it, how come everybody else is intelligent enough to know that all of the resources are in Africa? All of them. If you just look at all of the landmass on planet Earth, nothing is comparable to Africa. Not Antarctica, even though they're ready to go there now. Certainly not India. Absolutely not Europe. And if it was China, Chinese would not be all over Africa. So the problem with these Native American, these black Native American enthusiasts is that they're not looking at the big picture. Just like Hebrew Israelites and Christians and others, the problem is that, so I look at it like this, if you want to understand my own unique perspective, I look at it all as a jigsaw puzzle. When you get a jigsaw puzzle together and you put the whole thing together, you get a big picture, right? Mm-hmm. And so from a historical perspective, to get the big picture, you have to put things in the historical context. You cannot get a big picture of us as a people by looking at a Native American identity. There is no great body of multi-layered literature that have been produced by Native Americans. So not even the Aztec and the Mayan or the Olmec. They have some text. They have even some literature, the Popol Vuh. The Popol Vuh is probably the oldest known book in America, and that's from the Maya or the Aztec. Okay? Mm-hmm. I don't have a problem with that, but that does not compare to the body of literature that came out of ancient Egypt. There's nowhere close. Like when I say nowhere close, nowhere close. You can't show me a mathematical corpus that is extensive that comes out of any Native American culture. So you don't have to pretend to. You understand what I'm saying? So the reason why I'm saying this is why it's important is because at the end of the day, when you're talking about what this whole ancient Egypt thing, what it really all boils down to, it all boils down to intellectual legacy. Don't come to me talking about Native Americans when you're talking about an intellectual legacy. I'm sorry. No, you can't do that. All right? I'm not saying that they weren't good people. Many of them were. Many of them were not. Just like I'm not into all of this, everything black is good and everything black, all black people were good people. That's a fucking lie. I'm not into that. What I am saying is that what are you talking about? When I talk about ancient Egypt, I talk about ancient Egypt for specific reasons. There are certain things that ancient Egypt did that no other culture can claim. Now, you don't have to like that. You don't have to like that. But unfortunately, that's borne out by the facts, and it stands on its own merit. It's really just that simple. If I want thousands upon thousands upon thousands of years worth of literature, I can't go to Native Americans for that. You understand what I'm saying? The Greeks, the Romans, the Persians, and everybody else, they didn't steal from the Native Americans. They stole from the ancient Egyptians. You understand what I'm saying? So you don't take something that has this level of value and compare it to something else that has a legacy on a completely different level. It's silly. It's very, very silly. It's like comparing New Kids to Block to the Jackson 5. It's stupid. Like, who would do that? You understand what I'm saying? Like, who would do that? No disrespect to Vanilla Ice, but would you compare him to
Hammer?
You understand what I'm saying? You know, I wouldn't compare Vanilla Ice to Raheem from Grandmaster Flash and the Furious 5. You understand what I'm saying? I wouldn't do that. And in fact, I used to hang out with Raheem back in the day when they were the Grandmaster Flash and the Furious 5. Most people, look, dude, I grew up in the Bronx. Maybe I didn't give my whole pedigree. I grew up in Lambert houses. Now, if you don't know where Lambert houses in the Bronx is, and you don't know about West Farms and Boston Road in 1981, Crash Crew,
dopest.
let me explain something to you.
The Bronx is the best.
Hey, hold up. Hey, look. Let me ask you a hip hop question. Where was the first place in New York City you could buy hip hop cassettes? Let me test you. There's only one place. I know because I was there.
Yeah.
Where in the Bronx? Where? I know because I was there. I was there at the beginning of hip hop. Literally, I was literally there. And the only way you can say that, is other people have to be able to vouch for you and say, yeah, he was there.
Yeah.
I was there. But Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five used to practice their little dance steps in the community center because they lived in our buildings. I used to show them how to pop and do the electric boogaloo. That's what I used to do. Right? So yeah, because they were doing their tours on Skate Key and Skate Palace. They were doing the skate rink tours back then. They wanted to learn how to pop and add it to their show. So they would ask the young kids like me who was popping and doing the electric boogie, they would ask me how to teach them. And then their younger brothers, their siblings, they were my friends. We all hung out together. We did talent shows together. We were killing talent shows. We were getting all the awards. So, but there was only one place you could go to get hip hop tapes back then. That was in Castle Hill section. You had to go to Corvettes, right behind Stevenson High School. They had a table right near the Jack in the Box.
Wow.
They had a long ass table. They called it the flea market. There was literally no other place you could go in the world to buy hip hop cassette tapes. And when you got tapes then, who was you getting? You was getting the Treacherous 3, Kumo D, K, Shot Plus Shot Rock, right? You was getting getting the Crash Crew. You walking down the street with your box in your hand. You playing the music of the poison clan that you hate. They on the radio rapping. Your feet start to dancing, then your hands start to clapping. Yo, come on, bro.
Yeah, I remember that.
That's that shit. That's what I'm saying. We was there when it was plugging up. We was literally there when it was plugging up into the light, into the street lamp, to put the speakers out in Bronx Park South. And that, look, they wasn't even doing nothing in Bronx River then. Bronx River wasn't doing. They like to do that, Zulu talk. Nah. Man, Mano wasn't really doing nothing yet. All that Planet Rock stuff came much later. They was too busy gangbanging. That stuff came much later. Real talk. But if you're talking about like where it really popped off at, you got to talk about Lambert and West Farms. Everybody knows it. Brooklyn didn't know nothing about hip hop then. And I'm originally from Brooklyn. I'm from Gowanus.
Wow.
Right? So shout out to Capadonna. Right? So
yeah, Priest was telling me that. Yo,
Yeah.
He
You know what I
just
mean?
confirmed it.
Came from the
yeah,
Bronx,
dude. I'm real, truly official
Yeah.
OG, like for real, fam, like for real. Wyckoff, Gowanus, Red Hook. My mother grew up in Red Hook, and I'm talking about the late '60s and the '70s. That's where I'm from.
So
like my memories go back to then.
Y'all was dancing and stuff like that? Because Priest broke it down to me.
Oh,
like,
yes,
y'all was
no
like
question.
like Brooklyn, what Cash from Brooklyn was the best dancers.
Nah.
I
Brooklyn wasn't.
never
Hold
say
up.
that.
Well,
Man,
you were saying
man,
like
man.
there was
It was
the
the best dancer. I
Nah,
said
fair.
the dancers.
I said there was
Let
a
me-
difference between
Hold
there's a difference between hip hop sound
Okay, yeah.
that was coming from Brooklyn and the Bronx. The Bronx had hip hop,
right.
real hip hop beats, like it was drums, and Brooklyn was disco, like more of a disco thing. I mean, you go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you like this.
Go
I'm
ahead.
gonna tell you like this. Brooklyn was known for jacking niggas. In fact, we used to even have a joke. You know when they say
That's
we used to
true.
say Brooklyn's in the house. We wouldn't say that. Everybody would say the same thing. Brooklyn stole the couch. Everybody
Yeah.
would say that.
Yeah.
Because you knew that no matter. Everybody knew that if you went to a jam in the Bronx, because everybody would come from Queens, didn't have no rap music yet. There was no LL Cool J. Let me
Right.
explain this to you. I went to 3 high schools. I went to Rice High School in Harlem, and I went to Roosevelt in the Bronx on Fordham Road. And I'm talking about in the 80s. And I went to Julia Richmond, right? So in the 80s, we used to cut class. This is like 1982. 83. I used to cut class and go hang out at the Disco Fever. And this is before Crush Groove. This is when it was the Fat Boys. LL Cool J didn't have no record then. You understand what I'm
Really?
saying? Queens didn't have hip hop then. But they was like just getting it. You understand what I'm saying? So, but yeah, Brooklyn was known for jacking you. Like if you had a leather jacket or a leather bomber, it was gone. You could forget about it. You wasn't going home with your leather jacket. Queens just had no respect back then. None. There was no Sham. There was no Nas. There was none of that. There wasn't even no DMC yet. That was much later because I went to high school with them in Rice. Well, actually, it was right about that time that they were doing their thing. When I was in, was it? No, they wasn't doing anything yet. They wasn't doing anything yet. Not really like that. I don't think so. But I think they were kind of just they weren't doing anything. They weren't doing anything yet. But they were there with us. DMC was there at Rice, and I think that one was at Cardinal Hayes, because all of us went to all boy Catholic schools, and then we had our sister schools like Pius and Spelman, and Spelman I think was guys, right? But yeah, it was a different day and a different age. But those are really like the Cold Crush, Grandmaster Caz, all of them. You know what I mean? Like those are my personal memories. 129 Park on 180th Street, 118 Park. These are schools where we used to have in the schoolyard the big jams. Arthur Park, they started getting it later, right? So I mean, like, but you had to be there. You really, really, really like had to be there. You can remember the sights, the smells, the clothing, what we was all wearing: British Walkers, overlaps, AJs, mock necks. And this is before the Chinese mock necks. We had just finished wearing marshmallows. But y'all don't even understand, fam.
Killing it.
Like it's real history there.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? It's real history there. So yeah, man, no question about it. Shout out to Professor X from the X Clan. Somebody who I got to hug and embrace before he left this earth. You know,
we have Brother J up here.
Oh, don't tell me that, dude. My two favorite rappers of all time, Brother J and Tupac. No question about it. Well, I'll say my three. I gotta put my three. If I gotta put my crown, it's gonna be Pac, Brother J, and Meth.
Method Man.
Method
I got it. Okay. No question. No question
Shout
about
out the Method Man.
Yeah. Those are my three faves right there. And of course, I gotta throw Killah in. I gotta throw Peace in there.
I was about to say, man, you don't forget about the Melchizedek of hip hop.
You know what I'm saying? No question about it.
Yeah,
I had to
you gotta throw him in there.
You know what? And the reason why I throw him in there, is because when you listen to him, you really it's not a lot of people that really kept that flavor alive. Like you get that essence, because it's what I call it's like a holy flow. You know what I mean? It's like where it falls on the one, or how they just play with the rhythm in such a way that as you go on with it, it's forcing you to be in like a studious type of the type of shit you would get from smoking weed and looking at the stars. You know what I'm saying? It's very reflective and introspective. That's the word I like. It causes you to be introspective. And it's nice because, number one, it's genuine and it's authentic just because of the legacy that it's coming from.
Hey,
nice.
You listen to the priest. It's genuine and authentic, right?
Make you think all the time.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
You understand what I'm saying? So when you can't find them kind of vibes, at least you know where to go.
Yeah.
That's important. You know where to go, because what they got today is, for me, it's unrelatable. I get where you're coming from, but I'm not into backwards shit. And when you making stupid cool, I don't rock with that. Cause to me, ain't nothing cool about being stupid. Ain't nothing cool about you know what I mean? Like, even if you can call it coded language, because a lot of what's going on in rap. I mean, every generation had their coded language, and you got to respect that. But for me, at the end of the day, it's about values. You know what I'm saying? It's about values. What are your values? Because your values say everything about you at the end of the day.
Man.
If you're a good person, if you're a bad person, do you have a future? Are you good for the community? Are you bad for the community? So on and so on. So let's get some more
morals and values, man. You killed it.
It's called, in industrial psychology, that's called axiology. What is your axiology? The only two things that really separate people are axiology and epistemology. Those two things. That's it. There's really nothing else. Epistemology and axiology, those two things. How you know something, and what is your value system? What is the measuring stick of your value system? That's it. What is the apex of your axiology? That's it. Nothing else really separates people. So when you can answer those questions, you good. You good to go. We got any more questions? I know there's some more questions out there.
Yeah, let's see. DH says learning promotes new synapse connections.
Question. Facts.
The Fractal Rain says Amenhotep IV, inspired by Tutmosis II, Moses to Aten? Question mark.
I would say I don't have any personal knowledge of Akhenaten being inspired by Tutmosis IV. And I would want to know what exactly that inspiration was. And in fact, it's always been a question of okay, let me say this, all right? Let me share something with you guys. If you really want to become masters of this type of subject matter, It's like any other thing in life. So watch this. Priest.
Yeah, all right.
If you're standing on 21st Street and 6th Avenue, right? And you want to get to Times Square, but you start walking south, are you gonna get to Times Square?
Nah.
Nah. Because you're walking in the opposite. You're heading towards World Trade Center, right?
Yeah.
You're heading towards Tribeca.
Yep.
You're heading towards Greenwich Village. You're heading towards Soho.
Yep.
Right? Why? So in other words, if your approach is wrong, everything else after that is going to be wrong. And the problem with most people is they don't examine their approach. Your approach is everything. Your approach will determine your success or not. It's all about that. Why you think you got a bent pyramid in the desert? Because the approach was wrong. Your approach will determine the rest of the trajectory, whether you will make it to your destination or not. And the problem with most people is that their approach to understanding ancient Kemet is they always put on the wrong spectacles. If you put on polka dot spectacles, how are you going to see the world?
Polka dot.
polka
lens,
dot.
Yeah.
Right. If you put on striped spectacles, how are you going to see the world? In stripes. The problem with most people is that when they try to understand history, they put on the wrong spectacles. They put on religious spectacles. Nobody give a shit about religion today or even back then. What they cared about is the same thing you care about. The same things you and me care about today are the same things they cared about in Kemet. What do we all care about? Getting paid.
Yep. Family,
Period.
Family and getting paid.
Hey, look, what? Getting paid. Most people would be like, the fuck family, getting paid. I worry about family later. Because if I ain't got no money, my family ain't gonna want to fuck with me anyway.
Yeah.
Right? If I ain't got no money, is your family gonna want to fuck with you anyway? If you broke and ain't got nothing, you know damn well they're gonna be like, oh yeah, that's Cousin George. How you doing, Cousin George? Bye, Cousin George. You know how that go. Right?
Right.
So money, like I said, cash moves everything around me.
Yep.
Okay? It's the same thing with ancient Kemet, right? You want to understand ancient Kemet, you have to understand what their perspective on money was. Once you understand that, that's when all of the mysteries will begin to unfold. That's when everything will be laid open to you. In fact, that's when you'll understand a lot of their glyphs. You'll understand a lot of their netures, their neteru. You have to understand, nothing in their system was divorced from economics, literally nothing. In fact, I'll share something with you that I share in my course of Kemetnomics. If you want to know what ancient Kemet was, are you ready? I'm going to wait until I got Priest's undivided attention because he's doing something right now.
Yeah, I was making some matcha. I am focused. Go ahead.
I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you, right?
Are you going to drink matcha? We're going to have a matcha break, tea break.
No question.
Just keep going.
No question.
Yeah.
So the first thing you have to know about ancient Kemet is this. I'm gonna give y'all jewels because this is a platform worthy of jewels. Ancient Kemet was a business. More than anything else, it was a business. And if you try to, so when you look at ancient Kemet, you have to put on business spectacles. The same way you would look at Wall Street, the same way you would look at the stock market, the same way you would look at Fortune 500 companies, right? What kind of language would you use when you're talking about these places? The first thing you're talking about, okay, if you talk about a bear market or a bull market, what's the key word in bear market and bull market?
Zootites.
Huh? No? Well, look, but watch this. Hold on, watch this. Don't you find it interesting that they're using zootites? Think about that. They're using a bear and they're using a bull, right? To determine what? The market, right?
Yeah.
What else are they doing? What do they say controls the stock markets? If you've studied Friedman, if you studied Hayek, if you studied Marx,
Supply
right?
and demand.
No. And if you also studied, who's the other one? I'm missing one name. Come on, give me my economist. You know who I'm talking about. I'm missing one economist here.
Buffett.
Warren Buffett.
Yeah. Buffett.
No, an
Shakka's
economist.
the
I just named the John Maynard Keynes.
Okay.
Keynes. All right. So, if you study Keynes, if you study Friedman, if you study Marx and Hayek, these are the major people that have created your economic reality for the past almost damn near 100 years. All right. These are the reasons. These people that you're naming is why you even have a city here right now. Okay. The first thing they're going to tell you is that what rules the stock market, they call it what? Animal spirits. Look it up. The stock market is determined by animal spirits. Look it up.
Is this the reason why they use the word, the term pyramid scheme?
Why not? Hey, look, why not? That's what I say.
Right?
Why not? Look, you notice I didn't say yes.
Yeah.
But how did you like my comeback?
Yeah,
why not?
that was nice.
Right?
That was nice. That was nice.
You understand what I'm saying? Why not?
Yeah.
So because that says a lot. So the way to understand ancient Egypt is that you literally have to, first of all, take the religious spectacles and throw them in the garbage. No, don't throw them in the garbage. Put them in the lowest drawer on your desk so that you can pull them out for later. You can pull them out later because when you pull them out later, if you master the money and the financial aspect of ancient Kemet, then when you go put on the religious spectacles, then it will make sense to you. But if you try to understand the religion without understanding their economic worldview, without understanding how they saw money and finance, you're going to be completely lost. You're going to be a believer. You're not going to be a knower.
How did they see it then? How did they see it?
Okay, well, the first thing I just told you is that ancient Egypt was a business. Before, above everything else, it was a business. To look at it correctly, right? Have you ever stood back and tried to gain perspective on something? So if you're standing very close to a skyscraper, my brother in the middle, what's your name? King?
Menkepera.
Menkepere. Beautiful name, wonderful name. And my brother to your right?
Yeah. My name? You want my Kemetic name?
Yeah, whatever you want to give.
I gotta know it. Oh,
What's your
it's
Kemetic-
Ross. I have a
I wanna
Kemetic
know.
name.
All right.
Sekem Kati Miru.
Okay. Sekem. All right, Sekem and Menkepere. Cool. I'm good.
Yeah. That's my Egyptian name.
If I want to address you.
never
So, Menkepere. So, I was going to ask you something. Oh, if you want to look at if you want to gain a full perspective on a skyscraper, right?
Yeah.
Can you see it if you're standing right in front of it on the same block? Can you get a full perspective of it?
Nah, you either got to be at the top or far away from it.
No, you can't be at the top. To get a full perspective of the skyscraper, you got to be just what you said, far away from it. You have to be away from it, right? To get a full perspective, you have to be far away from it. And so with ancient Egypt, in fact, we're going to take that and throw that in the garbage. We're going to rewind and we're going to restart again.
Okay.
You asked me what were their view on money or finance and so on. So the first thing we have to look at with ancient Egypt is it was a business before it was everything else. Now, most ancient Kemetic enthusiasts, they're not accustomed to this angle because that's not what brought them to Kemet. What brought them to Kemet was trying to understand religion. And you have to be careful because what ends up happening is you get caught up in what I call a backwards hustle. A backwards hustle, okay, well, yeah, think about it. You are going backwards. You're coming from the 21st century. You got to go through Christianity. Then how many people went through how many religions before they got to Kemet, right? So it is a backwards hustle, but you have to understand that. So if it's a backwards hustle and you end up at Kemet in religion, don't stop there. Because if you stop there, you're going to be stuck at a place that is not yielding what it is that you may really want to know. And so what I try to tell people is this. If your concerns are strictly religious, stay where you are. Just read the pyramid text, read all the eschatological literature, and you'll be fine. However, if you want to understand business, the history of business, you want to understand money, the history of money, if you want to understand economics, the history of economics, but most importantly, if you want to understand market concepts and values, there is no greater study than ancient Egypt at all. At all. So
the first weighing of money and stuff is the scales they use in Kemet, correct?
I'm sorry?
They used to weigh a lot of gold and stuff like that and use weights and stuff like that to weigh money and stuff.
Yeah, but that was not their real monetary system. The scale played a role. It played an essential role, but it wasn't the axis around which the economics turned. Okay. So if you want to know what real money is, like I tell all black people, for every black family, if you have 2 children, if you have more than 1 child, make sure one of your children becomes a CPA, a certified public accountant. All black families, every black family.
Yeah.
Every black family, make sure your child becomes a certified public accountant. Because first and foremost, you'll have at least one person in the family who's actually money literate. All right? They'll literally be money literate. And part of the problem in the black community, our literacy starts and stops with, oh, I got to make money. I got to make money. And it's like, okay, but you're pursuing something. What's the point of pursuing something that you don't understand? You understand the cause and effect of what it can get you, which is understandable because we all have to acquire things, right? It's an energy balance, right? All money does is money allows you to maintain and increase your energy. That's it, period. Right? There's a difference between walking from Baltimore to California and versus taking a plane. Okay, one costs money, the other one is free, but the differential is energy. Period. Right? So in with respect to money, look, I'm gonna give you a term. Write it down. You all might want to write this term down.
Okay.
Okay. So the term is money of account.
Money.
I got it.
Account.
I got
Money of account. Okay.
Yeah, I'll get it off of him.
All right. That is true money. Okay. That is true money.
Say that again. Money off of account.
No, money of account.
Money of account.
Okay. Money of account is true money. Okay. It doesn't matter what type of coinage you're using, what kind of currency you're using. All of that stuff is secondary, tertiary, and so on and so on. At the foundation, in order for any of that stuff to work, you have to have what's called a money of account. Okay? And a money of account starts in ancient Egypt. Okay? That's where it begins. Okay? They had a money of account. Now, I could share my screen, but I don't want to blow your minds too much because Priest might fall out of his chair.
Nah, we need our minds blown, bro. Come on, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's get it.
Let's get it. This is what we're about, man. This is beautiful.
No problem. All right. I'm a.
I like your perspective too because it legitimizes, you know, a lot of the European terms that they use now for like luxury, which comes from luxure. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, yeah, no question about it.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, the foundation of wealth and power is at the seat of Kemet. You know what I mean?
Luxure.
Oh,
That's dope.
But you also have to understand something. Okay, I'm gonna tell you guys something I don't share with many people. Okay, a lot of times black people like to look at white people as being the cause of poverty on planet Earth. Right, the haves and the have-nots, this, that, and the third. Okay, that is false. Okay, if you want to know who created poverty, it was us. We literally created poverty. We created poor people, and we created poor people by creating rich people.
Facts. The duality.
That's what. Look, listen. That is what, in other words, one gave birth to the other. You could not have one without the other.
Yeah, true indeed.
Wow.
They are inextricably linked. Okay? This has to do with class and complementary with money. Most people don't know the relationship between class and money. So let me ask you a question. Which one existed first, class or money?
I would say class did.
Priest?
Class, I would have to agree.
Sakem? If I said it correct?
I agree with Priest.
Okay.
Cap.
All right, cool. All right. So they both basically came into existence simultaneously at the same time because when one was born, the other one was automatically born. Okay.
Yeah, you're talking about duality now. You just talking about one opposite.
What I'm saying to you, what I'm saying to you is that, well, yeah, it's like anything else. So when class came into existence, by virtue of class coming into existence, everything in the purview of class took on an intrinsic value. Why? Because class created what? Entitlement. Two things, entitlement and access, right? And once there is disproportionate entitlement and access, then there's also denial and scarcity. That's why what is economics created on? Scarcity. Economics is not created by abundance. Economics is, look it up. Economics is created you would not, without scarcity, you have no economics. Woo. Without scarcity, you have no economics. If there is just only abundance, there's no need for economics. No, you ain't got to worry about dividing shit. Everybody got it. There's enough for everybody. But because of class,
you got the.
Class. Class created two things: inequity and money. So when class came into existence, by virtue of class coming into existence, everything in the purview of class took on an intrinsic value. Why? Because class created what? Entitlement. Yeah, class created two things: inequity and money. So when class came into existence, everything in the purview of class took on an intrinsic value. Why? Because class created what? Entitlement. Yeah, class created two things: inequity and money. So when class came into existence, everything in the purview of class took on an intrinsic value. Both came into existence at the same time. Now, there's certain literature that I could tell you to read that would fully inform you about these things, particularly as it relates to ancient Egypt. However, to do that, to get that stuff, you got to take the course. You got to take the class. Okay? So, but I am going to tease you guys a little bit. So, hold on.
Yo, you the first one probably got the Podcraft under pressure real quick.
Yeah, I'm gonna sign up for the class, yo.
He took the craft wheel and got to say everybody.
Because you know the cool thing about it is like, I studied duality of just a natural observation of and when you said that soon as money was created, it automatically created poor people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because then money became an object of what you said is scarcity. You know what I'm saying?
Scarcity,
Scarcity,
yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Meaning that only a certain amount of people have access to it, and then those who don't have access to it, you know what I'm saying, we put them in the class of their own. You know what I mean?
Right. Facts.
You know what I'm saying? So living in this society, same things like living in Kemet, you have those who had it and those who didn't. It's just a natural phenomenon, really a natural phenomenon of nature.
Oh, what is that?
That, you know what I'm saying, you have those who are, can get nature's goods in abundance and those who can't. Just like the lions, just like the lions that's good at hunting and the lions that aren't. The ones that die. The ones that don't.
Here's the thing. And you said something really important. You said something very important, actually. And that is, you said it's a phenomenon of nature. It is, but for the most part, it is not. Okay? For the most part, it's not. Let me see. One move forward. Where's my chemonomics? Yeah. Here we go. Let me see. Hopefully this is it. Oh no, that's not it either. I got so many PowerPoints, it's ridiculous. Let me see. Come on, people. Where is my chemonomics? Stop playing with me. Guys, give me 1 sec.
Y'all just tuning in. Shakka Ahmose is going 100.
I could say some super chats that aren't questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and do that. I'm just trying to find something that I shouldn't even have to be looking for, so it's just tripping me out a little bit.
Shakka Ahmose has hijacked the craft and doing what
has he?
Sorry. You're doing a good job, bro.
Okay.
This is the quietest I've ever heard the craft.
Yeah.
I'm terribly
You got
sorry.
everybody's attention.
Yeah.
I didn't even know you had
talking about money and stuff. I was like, okay, put my ears up.
That was good.
Yeah, because I never heard it from that angle, but from studying it, you know what I'm saying, you have a lot of, especially dealing with like slavery and stuff like that a lot of people that deals with Kemet don't want to talk about how we use, you know what I'm saying, slavery as a form to create wealth in Kemet. You know what I'm saying? People, all those were just prisoners and stuff like, nah, come on, bro. Like, anytime you use a man
I'm
as
probably the
a
last person. I'm probably the last person that you oh, here it is. I found it. Great. Okay, I'm probably the last person that you want to bring that up with, because then I'm gonna really piss the Kemetic community off. They love to swear to God, oh, the ancient Egyptians did not have slaves. I'm like, bullshit.
Wow.
Yeah, Egyptians had. Yeah, the ancient Kemetians had slaves. That's a fact.
Hey, look, let me tell you something. Not only did they have slaves,
they drunk beer and wine.
Wow.
Look, let me explain something to you. Ancient Kemet had black slaves and they had white slaves.
Wow.
There were black people enslaving black people, and there were black people enslaving white people. Now, that's just the fact of the matter. It's that simple. Okay? So, in fact, I try to tell people, where do you think white people learned slavery from? You always want to sit there and say, oh, we taught you everything. Well, motherfucker, you didn't just teach them math, reading, and writing. They learned everything. That includes business practices. They learned it from your ass. They learned it from you. One of the biggest lies people love to talk about when it comes about slavery and black people, they would say, oh, well, white people had chattel slavery. Motherfucker, who you think they learned that from? Who do you think they learned chattel slavery from? It ain't their fault that your ass never read a book and don't know anything about the origin of chattel slavery.
Yeah.
Because you want to make them special, like they're some special kind of evil. White people are not no special kind of evil, motherfucker. Okay? They was too inept and too inexperienced to know how to do true evil coming out of a fucking cave. They had to learn that from somebody. The same way you go out to the hood and learn to do evil, learn how to sell drugs, learn how to hold your, sell your ass or rob somebody or whatever. You learned all, and you had to go out somewhere and learn that shit, right? Well, what do you think they did when they came out of the caves? They got introduced to the good,
streets.
bad, and ugly.
To the streets.
They got and we as the progenitors and forebears of civilization, as the custodians and creators and generators of civilization, we were their teachers.
Wow.
So everything that you hate about white people, guess where they learned it from?
Wow.
Okay, and until you accept that fact, you will always be a detriment to your brother and your sister, because you will be susceptible to behaving the same way because you've deluded yourself to thinking that you're something special. You're fucking not. You're not something special, not in the context of good, bad, and ugly. All that shit is in you.
Fact.
If it wasn't in you in the ancient Egyptian eschatological literature, they would not have went to such lengths and pains and lengths to get rid of their evil in them before they died or after they died. They had certain rituals so that their evil would be taken off of them. Certain rituals are there because you die with your evil. And in order for your Ka and your Ba to do what they're supposed to do, you want that evil taken off. That evil was accumulated where? Here on this planet, in this plane. And so in order for you to be in the afterlife, right? In order for you to be in the afterlife, you don't want to be there with that stuff. Right? So in order for you to get rid of that stuff, it has to be taken off of you. And that's what those spells are for in the Book of the Dead and in the pyramid text. They talk about it explicitly. They even talk about why in the text. They say, oh, so-and-so, una so-and-so, come so that I may take your evil off of you. It says it. It's in the fucking text. I don't want to say the fucking text, but it's in the text. So in any event, so let's get back to the money, right? Oh, yes, I brought something up. Let me see what I can show you guys that, all right, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. But yeah, the whole slavery thing is definitely absolutely true. And another lie they like to talk about is, oh, there was no slave labor on building the pyramids. Bullshit. Bullshit. That's bullshit. Did anybody here, did me, Sakem, Menkade, or Priest say that the slaves were the foremen? Did we say that?
No.
We didn't say that.
We didn't say that.
Did we say that they were the journeymen who were doing the designing and the crafts? We didn't say that. We know that they had legitimate construction teams and legitimate they're called files. All right. The teams that built the pyramid were called files. Pyles. Okay. And they were made up of family clans. Okay. Understand that they were made up of family clans. But they were all, now understand this. You know the old saying, get in where you fit in, right? That's the way ancient Egyptian society was, get in where you fit in. Okay? Now, you have to understand that ancient Egyptian society was stratified. It was stratified. It was stratified. In fact, it was much more stratified than where we live in America today. Meaning that, well, almost. I mean, where do you think they learned it? All of the wealth is concentrated in the 1% to 2%, right? So what do you think? You think it wasn't the same in Egypt? You think everybody was walking around wearing robes and looking good and having chariots and the fuck no. The majority of ancient Egypt was poor people.
Damn.
The have-nots. The majority of the people in ancient Egypt were the have-nots. Okay, repeat after me. The majority of the people in ancient Egypt were the have-nots. Okay, that's just really fucking simple.
Same thing in this society. Everybody coming from foreign lands trying to make
exactly. It. All right, the hood. It was the hood. Ancient Egypt had a lot of hoods. They had ghettos. Okay, yes. They had certain areas and districts where the upper echelon did not feel that resources needed to be allocated to. So therefore, you had homes made out of porous structures. Instead of your home having 3 consolidated brick layers as walls, your home would just have maybe 1. And everybody knew that you had a 1 brick layered home. Or yeah, everybody knew it. Everybody wasn't living in buildings made out of stone. They were living in buildings made out of mud, bricks, and straw. This is just a fact of the matter. You understand what I'm saying? But understand it was stratified. the majority of the wealth was concentrated in what's called the 5%. For the 5%ers out there. Okay? it was concentrated in the hands of the 5%. And they were not poor righteous teachers. They were the elite. Okay? They were the haves, the wealthy. They were the fuck you, pay me. They were the you ain't got shit, I got everything. That's who they were. I'm gonna say it again. They were the yeah, we got this, you ain't got shit. That's what they were. You have to understand ancient Egypt. It was a very elitist society. It was very elitist. I always tell people, you got to understand something. Black people are the original snobs of the world. White people learned how to be snobs from us. Go deal with Africans today from the continent and see how snobby they behave.
Facts.
It's part of our culture.
Yeah.
We are elitist.
Yeah.
We've always been that way. I'm not ashamed of it. It's who we are. Accept your culture. Don't just take the good. You got to take the bad and the ugly if you want to fully embrace it. If you want to know what you're talking about and if you want what you're saying to be reflected by the text. There's nothing that I'm telling you that I can't show you written in black ink, documented in a historical record. Nothing. I probably own more texts on ancient Egypt than any human being you'll probably ever meet. I'm talking about
kind of scared
Harvard,
to ask him.
Yale.
What?
I was kind of scared to ask you.
What? All right,
I know he
What's
know.
that?
Nah, I know you know your text.
Yeah.
Know what?
Nah, I was gonna say, well, show us, but I'm scared to ask you, bro. Yeah,
Nah, he'll show you. No, Shaka
Yeah, I know
Ahmose, he's
Shaka
he's one
shows.
of these guys. He's one of them guys.
Yeah.
He know what
went
he's
to go
talking
do it.
about.
Yeah, he going already.
He going already to get it. So you done brought.
Yeah.
You about to pull out the ancient scroll.
Yeah, man. You gonna have to break. Yeah, you gotta show us that, man. This is hard.
Bye-bye.
I'll be back.
I was doing some research. I'm like, oh, wait, where is...
Y'all can go for that, Joe. That we were,
You ain't going for it?
No, I can't.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That we, when you build a society the way that we built it, like,
Nah, it was-
everybody hated.
The
Kemet.
scholarship. I see.
It make you real snobby. You wake up in the morning and see the pyramids every day.
Should I say some super chats that are not questions?
Yeah.
Knock them out. Okay, hold on. So while he's doing that, let's see.
You gotta forgive me because I don't misplace books. And I'm like, where's my shit?
He said somebody just asked the question like, why do you sell knowledge as opposed to
Yeah,
giving
we're
away
gonna get
free?
to that one. We gotta go in order though. You know what I'm saying? Coverboy says the world is God's house and we window panes. Okay. Next non-question is Kermit, aka Kemet the frog, is a green reptilian. Laughing face.
Okay.
Lord Doris has a question. We'll come back to that. D8 says BK Knights. Kenneth Miller says, please pass the mic. Fella B is a question. We'll come back to that. Danny Salinas, yes, we'll play that after the show. Coverboy says Megatron equals a pharaoh. Optimus Prime equals John Wayne. Let's see. Marlon's Way says looking at.
Nah. Come on, we ain't reading dumb comments. We want intelligent questions. This is the
Yeah.
Shaka Ahmose hour. Come on, intelligent questions. If y'all ain't got no intelligent questions, you should be ashamed of yourself.
Yeah.
Real
Y'all
talk.
should step it up. Let's do it.
Marlon,
Y'all gotta rep. In other words, y'all gotta rep the platform.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
is the Killer Piece Pod. This is the Killer Piece Podcast.
That's why I'm
On the
getting.
Podcraft, we don't take stupid questions.
That's why I'm getting
Take
them
that
out the
shit
way.
over take that shit over to Revolt TV or some other fucking place. Don't
Give him a
bring
bomb
that
for
shit
that,
here.
Bree. Give him
Yeah.
another one. Give him another
I
one.
wanted to knock those out while you were gone, so that you know what I'm saying. When you come back, we have the questions.
All right, so
for
here
you.
we go. Here we go.
That's for
All right,
you.
so-
That's for you, God.
Hold on one second. Let me get my light on. All right, so let me turn my light on out so y'all can see these. Here we go. So we'll start with my baby, which is, well, okay, let me start with my two babies. I will show you my pyramid text. I don't keep the pyramid text. I'll show you the pyramid text when I share my screen. So this is my baby. All right. The coffin text by Faulkner. You definitely want to have this is if your library does not have this, do not speak to anybody about ancient Egypt because you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, that's number one. All right, just leave it alone and let somebody else talk about it. If you don't have this,
Oh yeah. Yep.
I
had that
you
book.
don't have this, don't talk about ancient Egypt because you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, you You just don't know what you're talking about. Okay. This is a good one too. This is one you really want to have. Most people don't know about this. It's called Text from the Pyramid Age. Right. This is a rarity, but it's still one that you want to have. Right. But if I'm going to show you the baby, let me show you my baby. Hold on one second, because I'm on the screen share. I'm going to close that. I'm going to go back in here, and I'm going to go to my PDFs. Where you at, baby? Come to daddy. Yeah, those are the ones that you definitely want to have. I mean, the most important thing is that when you're talking about ancient Egypt, like with any subject matter, like I teach a course on 5G and what it's really all about, right? And the most important thing is to know what you're talking about. Everything else is really bullshit. And the problem we have in the Black community is you have too many people that are experts on things they don't know anything about. And that's just not cool. You know, it's like, okay, I get it. You want to be heard. You want to be the center of attention. But at the very least, at least if you know what you're talking about, there is some value, right? There's not going to be any value if you don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to share my screen. My desktop is absolutely a mess. I don't care what you think about it. So I'm just going to show it to you. All right. Here we go. Can you see that? What this says? Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I hit the wrong one. 1 second. I opened up the wrong one. Hold on 1 second. I opened up the same physical one that I showed you, because there are many books that I have that I also have on PDF, because it all depends on how I want to work with the book. Let's see. Where are my PowerPoints? No, I need my PDFs. Here we go. PDFs. Oh, you know what it is? The covers look alike because they're published by the same. Here we go. Yeah, this is the one you want. All right, cool. Boom. So let me show you this.
AD, what's his sign too? As he think we got this thing where AD figure out Cat's sign. Well, or you know, anybody's sign when they born.
Oh, mine should be pretty easy. Mine should be pretty easy.
What is the AD?
You see how fast I speak? I'm like, and my mind is just like.
Gemini.
Yep, there you go.
AD never fails, y'all.
Really?
Right, A-D-Z Weezy.
I told you.
The God A.D. He on point. Okay, I might have to.
Tupac.
Yeah, because he has a lot of information.
I think I might have to start. We might have to.
There you go.
Okay.
See that?
Yeah.
See that right there?
Yeah.
Yes.
See what that says? What does that say?
Ancient Egyptian
Writings from the
pyramid
ancient.
text.
Oh, I'm sorry. The ancient Egyptian pyramid text
By who?
by James P. Allen.
There you go. I just solved all your problems. I just gave you a whole different life now. Your life is gonna be different forever. Your life will never be the same. Hey, look, that one book
This
alone.
guy. Dang.
Hey, look, that one book alone, the Pyramid Text by James P. Allen.
Yeah.
That one book alone, your life will never be the same. I told you, when you reading the Pyramid Text, you're gonna feel like you're smoking something. I'm telling you. I'm gonna show you one more. Where's it at? Where you at, baby? Come to daddy. Unless it's out. Oh, this is actually a really good one. Oh, I gotta show you this one too. Oh, here's my baby right here. All right, cool. So, all right, here we go, folks. You're gonna love this. Okay, I can never do this on Jesse Peterson. You know Jesse Lee Peterson?
Yeah.
You know Jesse Lee Peterson. He asked me.
Yeah.
He asked me to. Come on his show.
Amazing. Oh, you went on Jesse?
No, he asked me to come on and I declined.
Oh,
But I actually just contacted him last night and said, okay, if you want to do it, let's do it. But I figured it's 2022. I'm just saying yes to everybody. So
Yeah.
well, not to everybody, certainly, but here you go. So you definitely want this. Oh yeah, you definitely want that. You definitely want this. Look.
Nobody's.
You definitely want that. That's the author. Is his name on there? Oh yeah, his name is at the top.
James P. Allen.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah. You definitely want. You might want to look up James P. Allen. Okay. All right.
Nobody's questioning this man's scholarship.
Okay.
Is beyond scholarship, yo.
Okay, so look, this is a collector's item, and you can't buy this anymore. But I would still recommend that you try to get your hands on it. It's called "Let the Ancestors Speak." If you want to learn how to speak
Wow.
and read and write Middle Nature, and it's by what is it? His name Ankh Ra. He actually studied with Theophilo Benga, so he's legit.
Who's that on the front?
This is
like that
I'm in the
pick.
mat. It should be I'm in the mat the third.
Yeah, minute head.
Okay, I'm in the mat. Yes, absolutely. So I don't know if you've ever read his Sebayet.
Hold that closer. That's a beautiful picture right there.
Oh yeah. This is a collector's item. You, like most people would cut off an arm and a leg to get this, right?
Priest gonna make an album cover after I have
That's that's one of the best ones I've seen. That's crazy.
Now,
Beautiful.
for those of you who want to be conversational with your metal netcher, if you want to, if you have children and you all want to sit around the table and you want to teach your children how to speak metal netcher, which I totally support, right? And you can just tell them, you don't even have to call it metal netcher. Just use the correct term, which is Eden Kemet. If you want to teach your children how to speak Eden Kemet, because I look at it like this: like I have family members of literally damn near every race, and I'm close to all of them, right? And I don't change my language or my dialogue from any of them. They all know me. They know how I get down, and they know what my views are. And I don't switch my diatribe for different audiences. The way I speak to white people, that's how I speak to black people. That's how I speak to Chinese people or Spanish people. Because I literally grew up with all of them. I've lived with all of them, like as family members. You understand? So you just gotta always just come from a truthful place. You feel me? So in that sense, the same way Hispanic people get to speak Spanish, and that's part of their bond, right? It's part of who they are. Black people need to learn their own languages. I'm an advocate of learning your own languages. And if you don't want to learn any of the conventional ones, there's nothing wrong with learning ancient Egyptian. Just go get this book. It's called Mejat Wafa, Conversational Metal Netcher. And the beautiful thing it's from English to metal netcher, and it's by. Now, if you don't know who this is by, if you don't know who Raketi Amen is, speaking about ancient Egypt.
Yeah, I speak about her a few times on the show.
Okay, Raketi Amen she is the go-to. She actually studied metal netcher with Sheikh Anta Diop. That's a big deal. Okay, that's nothing small to I'm just gonna grab something else that I want to share with you guys real quick. Because we're showing books, right?
Right.
So here you go. I'm gonna show you two more. All right, I'm gonna show you two more. And let me see. Y'all got to be careful with me because my students will tell you. I'm laughing because I know that if any of them are watching right now, they'll be like, "Yep." Hold on one second. What they'll tell you is all my students will tell you, be careful, because Shaka can literally go 24 hours straight. Like I will literally keep you here teaching, and the sun will come up and go back down, and we will still be going. All of my students will tell you that. That's how I get down. So, and most people can tell I don't know if you've noticed. Look at my lectures on YouTube. Most of them are 4 hours.
Yep.
I have some that are 7 hours, 8 hours, right? And so, and most of that is because I don't often have the opportunity to teach because I'm always studying. So when I finally get the opportunity to teach, there's just a lot that comes out. You understand what I'm saying? Which is usually normally when I do these things, I have somebody that will call me and say, "Okay, you've been on long enough, kill it." Right? So but in any event, and I think I just got one of those texts. So,
Hey.
so here we go. Right? You definitely want this. You definitely want this. This is one. Yeah. This is one that you definitely want to get. Like, no question about it. I mean, I could just be sharing my screen and showing.
Who's the author on that one?
That's Theophilo Benga, the
Yes,
same
yes.
person that
Theophilo
Raketi Amen
Benga, right.
studied with. Okay, this is actually Raketi Amen's teacher. Okay, it's called African Philosophy, the Pharaonic Period, from 2700 BC to 330 BC, right? But you definitely want this one. You absolutely want this one. Now, one thing I would recommend for you Bible enthusiasts out there, right? Most black people don't know what Bible to get. They're absolutely clueless. They think, oh, any old Bible will do. No, okay. Well, first of all, you don't even have to have a Bible, but I recommend that you have a Bible so that when you're studying and you're doing comparative research, you want to be able to go to the best available Bibles, right? So, what I would recommend first, any Bible website, you can study the Bible online. You don't need a physical Bible, okay? But if you are gonna study online, only use. There's two of them you should use. Use Bible Gateway, which is the best, right? Bible Gateway is the very best. Okay, I love Bible Gateway, and then also use Bible Hub. You can use them together because they navigate differently, and if you use both of them, no one will ever be able to debate you concerning the biblical text because there's just too much information at your fingertips. It has Strong's dictionary,
concordance,
Strong's definition, Strong's concordance, right? All of that stuff. It's got the Greek and the Hebrew.
In the Hebrew, that's right.
You can cross reference. Like I cross reference at the drop of a hat.
Right.
I'm like, wait a minute. That says what? And the reason why you want to cross reference is that when you cross reference in the original language, you'll find that many of the things that you're told about the Bible is a bunch of bullshit. Right? One of my favorite examples is the passage when they say, and the word became flesh. Right? I think it's like John 1:1, whatever it is, right? And it says, and the word became flesh. Now, if you go look at the Greek, it doesn't say that. This is very important. It doesn't say that in the Greek. When you look at the Greek, it says, and the word flesh became. Okay? That's two different stories. That's two completely different stories. You have to be able to make those distinctions. If you're talking about historical literature, right? And the word became flesh versus and flesh the word became, those are two different stories. Somebody has to answer for that. Because you can't be in church in the pulpit on Sunday, every Sunday saying, and the word became flesh. No, sorry, stop. The original text in the Greek does not say that. In the Greek, the original text says, and flesh the word became. In fact, I featured that in, I did a Martin Luther King Jr. birthday special. It's a part 1 and a part 2. It's floating all over the internet. And it's something you maybe really might want to check out because a lot of times people think like when you compare Malcolm to Martin, a lot of times people think Malcolm knew more than Martin. Absolutely wrong. Martin had way more knowledge about Black history than Malcolm.
Wow.
Hate to tell you that.
Wow.
Yeah, Martin Luther King, this is a misconception. You can't go by that media shit.
Yeah.
Wow.
Martin Luther King had way more knowledge about accurate African history. I'm talking about back to ancient Egypt.
Wow.
Martin Luther King had way more knowledge than Malcolm. Way more.
Give us an example.
Very easy.
Yeah.
See,
This guy.
oh, bro. Yeah, I don't even know.
You talking about Shabazz? Yo, that's
Bro.
crazy.
Yeah, I don't even know. Yeah, when I tell you y'all don't know, y'all don't know.
Yeah. It's not far-fetched, though.
Hey, look,
Yeah,
I'm getting goosebumps. I'm literally getting goosebumps.
Malcolm
just
X,
thinking about it.
Well, I mean,
I
All
don't
right,
know.
listen.
Go ahead, you got to break this down.
I think the media portrayed Dr. King out to be,
Yes.
non-violent and he don't, put.
Yeah. No.
He's a Christian, a Baptist
Listen.
Christian, but he knew more.
Listen.
I would assume that he knew knew his own history.
No, but he said more than Malcolm.
Yeah, when you say more, yeah, that you gotta
That's
explain
deep.
that one. That's deep right there, Shaka.
Okay. I'm gonna wait till y'all done.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. I'm gonna wait till y'all done.
Go ahead.
Let you get it out your system.
Right.
Because most people have to go through that.
I have to go through that. I'm not going to lie. I'm gonna have to go through
No.
that.
Most people have to
It's
go
not
through that
far-fetched.
process
Yeah.
because of the stereotypes that they've been given and because of the caricature that they've been given of both men. Okay? So, and shout out to Ilyasa Shabazz and to the Shabazz family for their most recent loss, Kabila. And we celebrate her life and the family. And in fact, I actually got to sit right at the feet of Betty Shabazz, Dr. Betty Shabazz, before she passed. That was a wonderful experience. And actually on a number of occasions to have encounters with Ilyasa, Malcolm's daughter, his youngest. And so, in fact, she used to be in the music industry. Did you know that, Priest? Malcolm's youngest daughter.
Yeah.
She used to work for she used to work for Pendulum Records.
Yeah, yep. I know
Back in
that.
the day.
Yeah.
Right?
I met her with Ja Ruler's name. Jay Ruler's name was
Yeah, Jay Ruler Damager, absolutely. So, Martin Luther King was much more informed about African history, particularly as it pertains to ancient Egypt and its relationship to Christianity, much more so than Malcolm was. And we have to come to that conclusion, you have to go by the documentation. Malcolm left no work or ever spoke to in any of his lectures the details as it pertains to the relationship between ancient Egypt and the Bible. Whereas Martin, when you read his college papers, his university papers, when you read the papers, I'm talking about his mandatory papers, papers he had to write in order to graduate. When you read those papers, they are very, very clear on what he knew. Why? Because it's literally his own writing. It's nobody else's writing. It's not a ghostwriter. It's not an autobiographer. It's not a biographer. It is literally his handwritten college papers. So when you read, I'll tell you what to read. Let me see if I can find them. They should be close by somewhere. Is that one of them? Here we go. Okay. So I'm sitting next to my bookshelf. Come on, light. There we go. So when you read this, okay,
Cool picture of him too.
read,
Let me see.
it's called Martin Luther King Jr. and it's called The Papers. These
Okay.
are all his college papers.
Wow.
It's a 8 to 13 volume. No, it's an 8-volume set. This is volume 1. So it starts off with his papers, literally from Morehouse to Crozier to these are the Crozier years, and that's why you want it. You want the Crozier years. There's a reason why you want the Crozier years. In order for him to graduate, he had to write certain papers. And in these papers, see, here's the thing. Martin Luther King had a better teacher than Malcolm X.
Oh.
Okay?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Well, I can
Yeah.
somewhat agree because,
You do?
yeah, well, he was kind of, I would say the Honorable Elijah Muhammad kind of raised him in the supreme mathematics of Malcolm was, he was into a lot of different stuff before he met before he became a part of the Nation of Islam. Dr. King was more clean cut and went to college. Malcolm didn't
Straight
go
up.
to college or nothing like that.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
I know that.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So I can
That-
see.
But Elijah.
Well, I mean, I'm not. It's no.
I'll break it down for you. Unless
I'm
you want
not
to come
throwing anything at Honorable Elijah Muhammad, anything like that. He did a great job with Malcolm. But what I'm saying
Well,
is,
y'all gonna have to convince me on this one. This
You know-
one is it's not far fetched. Yeah, it's not far fetched. I'm not saying
right.
that because Shaka is bringing this up. It's not saying that I don't think I think Martin Luther King did a lot, but it's not far fetched to say that okay he knew. But that's kind of deep though, because
it
Malcolm
is. It
X
is
was
deep.
taught by Elijah, and I know he came. But what you're saying, Shaka, you gonna just take me into your world, bro.
Oh no, I'm about to mess you up. I'm about to mess you up right now.
Cause you,
I'm about to mess you up right now, bro.
Yeah. You just gotta take me up. Just take me up in there.
Hey, look, I'm about to hurt your feelings.
What about you're saying that Malcolm? So you're saying that Martin Luther King knew more than Elijah Muhammad?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That's ultimately what I'm getting. Whoa.
Yeah. Okay. I'll tell you why if you want to know why.
Did he
It's
ever
not-
write? But hold up, Elijah. Did Martin Luther King write books?
did Dr. King write books?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No.
All right.
Elijah
Go ahead.
wrote books.
Right, Elijah wrote books.
So we.
Well, Malcolm created the.
No, I said Martin Luther King. Did he write any books?
All right, listen. Hold on, listen.
It's gonna get deep.
Go ahead, man.
It's
Go
gonna
ahead.
get deep. Let me let it go. Let me let you go. Let me let you go.
Let him
Shaka.
just pull the sword out.
I just literally told you. This is all Martin's writing. This is not Malcolm's writing. It's not Elijah's writing.
Yeah.
Nobody else. If you want to know what was in Martin's brain, all you got to do is read this. You don't have to ask nobody. This is literally like it's like literally going to Starbucks and sitting down and having a conversation with Martin Luther King. Because it is not in story form. It is literally his college papers that he had to write. That is the best way to know what someone knows.
Right.
Much of what I learned reading different people's theses when they were getting their PhD, okay, or their masters. If I read your thesis, guess what? I know what you know. It's that simple. It's really that simple. Not
What's
rocket
it?
science.
All right.
Okay?
So so that book
Now, if you smart, you cut to the real fast question.
All
Shaka,
right.
what's in the book?
Yes, that's where I'm going. That's where I'm going.
Shaka, what's in the book?
What's in that book, Shaka?
All right, but before we go with that,
I
let's
know
deal
what
with.
message to the black man is.
Hold on,
All right, go
hold
ahead.
on, hold on, priest.
All right.
Before we deal with that,
All right.
let's deal with Elijah.
Okay.
You just got to be honest.
All right.
Elijah dealt with pseudo bullshit knowledge. Straight up. It wasn't real knowledge. I read the theology of time. I read Message to the Black Man. I read this while most of you were probably in grade school. You understand what I'm saying? I literally, guys, I'm pushing my 60s. Okay? So I read these texts from front to back.
Good for you. Yeah.
From front to back. You have to understand that the whole thesis of the Nation of Islam is based on bullshit history. There's nothing real about it. It's all bullshit. I think one of you, I think it was Amal, he said that his favorite lecture of me is when I show the origin of the word Allah. When I did RIP to the Moorish Science Temple. You have to remember, Elijah came out of the Moorish Science Temple. So he was already believing a lot of bullshit. He was already believing a lot of bullshit. That Circle 7 Quran bullshit. No, that's all bullshit. That's not real history. That's pseudo history. And when I gave the breakdown on all of that, if you read, if you watch Shakka Ahmose Decoding Islam, I show you where all of that comes from. All that shit comes out of the Syriac experience. We're not Syriac. Why are you walking around calling yourself Shabazz? That's a Syriac word.
Syriac. It's a Syriac word, yeah.
What the fuck? It's a Syriac word. The word Shabbat is specifically Syriac.
So like what, Shazzer, right?
It's the third stage of Aramaic.
Yeah.
Okay, all you have to do is go to the Surith dictionary and it shows you the word and the etymologies of all these terms. Okay, where they come from, where they're found in the lexicographical historical record. Okay, Shabazz comes from Syriac. Okay, the term Quran, Qur'an, comes from Syriac, right? All of these different terms that they use, and these are actually Christian terms. They're not even, Islam is nothing but Reformed Christianity. It's Eastern Syriac Christianity. That's all it is.
That's right.
It is literally nothing else. So it adheres to a more monotheistic view, right? But it's not even really monotheistic. All they did was really just change. They moderated, if you will, the relationship between Muhammad and Allah versus Jesus and Yahweh. They just moderated the relationship, but it's literally the same thing. It is literally the same thing. Because a good book to read to learn that is, I personally prefer the German scholarship. German scholarship is usually, well, between me, I'll be honest with you, the best scholarship you're going to be exposed to is the German and the French. If you're not reading the German and the French, you're reading bullshit. I mean, you don't have to like it. You don't have to like what I'm saying, but I'm not into popularity contests. Anybody that knows me, I don't give a shit about being popular and I don't care about you liking me. I'm just going to tell you the facts. If you want to talk about scholarship, right? So when it comes to scholarship and you want to understand all of this stuff, the best people to read are the German and the French. Okay? And by the way, just for the record, for your audience, the best book that you can ever read to really get your scholarship going in the right direction, read the work by Martin Bernal out of Cambridge University. He was by way of Cornell University. Read Black Athena. You have to read Black Athena. Volume 1, 2, and 3. By the time you're done with those, nobody will be able to touch you.
Wow.
Nobody. You'll be like a different alien from another planet. Straight up and down. So, all right, so let me show you why Martin was better.
Okay, first, Shaka. Should I just do this after you do that?
Yeah,
Go ahead. Break that down.
Okay.
Then we got to get into the super chat because I want to get built up.
No
we got
problem.
13.
No problem. Cool. So here we go. We're gonna look at hold on, let me see. All right, so we're gonna look at Martin. All right, let's take a quick look.
This is crazy.
So I'm gonna share my screen. And here's Martin. All right, here we go. Okay, now all right, so you can see my screen, right?
Yeah, give me a second. I'm trying to adjust here to your screen. Hold on. One sec. Okay.
All right, hold on one second. Let me just, where's my Zoom camera? Oh, well. All right, so you got my camera. All right, cool. So, okay, I don't need that. I can get rid of that. It doesn't matter. I didn't put them right there. Okay, so, hold on.
I know.
All right, here we go. All right, can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. This is called The Papers of Martin Luther King Jr. All right. It's 7 volumes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's like one of these major corporations put it out. Right. In fact, this is by Stanford University. Okay. They're in the Stanford University archives, and it's a project that was underwritten and what is the word? For some reason, I'm having a problem with that word lately. Curated. That's the word I was looking for. It was curated by Stanford University. Okay, it's 7 volumes. The volume that you want is volume 1, right here, the same one I just showed you in my hands. Okay, now I'm going to show you something. This is the one I just showed you in my hands. It's called The Papers of Martin Luther King Jr., Volume 1, Call to Serve. These are his papers in his writing. That's why they have the little script right here on the screen. I mean, on his book. You see it? The little script in front of his face?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. The reason they have that there is to send the message that it's in his handwriting. All they did was just transcript it. Okay? Now, this is from my PowerPoint, which is the Martin Luther King Jr. birthday special. Okay? Martin Luther King Jr., the influence of ancient Egypt on the Bible, Judaism, and Christianity, in his own words. You get that part, Priest?
I've done already. That's crazy, yo.
Okay? In his own words.
All right.
Okay? Now, when people talk about the Bible, what do they always say? They said the writers were inspired by God, right? Inspired by God. Now, I asked the question, were they inspired by God or the powerful influence of ancient Egypt? You have to ask that question. Because we're going to see what Martin Luther King says. He said, in his own words, the present study represents an attempt to apply the scientific method to an analysis of the Old Testament in the light of these archaeological findings. The plan of this study involves taking successively 5 societies and relating what? Their powerful influence on the Old Testament writers. Okay? These societies are Sumer, Babylonia, Egypt, Ras Shamra, and Arabia. So he includes Egypt in the influence of the Old Testament writers. All right? That's Martin Luther King.
Hey,
So
man.
inspired by God or the lasting influence. See, people always want to talk about inspired by. They never want to talk about influenced by. That's what you got to talk about. Who influenced the Bible writers? Okay? Martin Luther King is saying another important figure who contributed greatly to Egyptian literature was Amenemop. Like, this is Martin Luther King talking about Amenemop. And then he says, like Tahotep, he offered sound advice to his son on honesty, integrity, self-control, and kindness. It was essentially this profound advice that proved to be of lasting influence to the Hebrews. That's Martin Luther King in college. This is not I Have a Dream, motherfuckers.
I was going to ask you when
Okay?
he dropped the dream. Yeah. He dropped the dream. Yeah.
Dope.
This is not I Have a Fucking Dream. It was essentially this profound influence of Amenhotep and Tahotep that was to prove to be of lasting influence to the Hebrews. And then he gives you an example. We find striking parallels of Amenemop in Jeremiah, Psalms, and Proverbs. Here is one parallel, and then he gives you the parallel. Better is poverty in the hand of God than riches in the storehouse. Better are loaves when the heart is joyous than riches in unhappiness. And then he gives you Proverbs 15:16. Better is little with the fear of Jehovah than great treasures and trouble therewith. Better is a dinner of herbs where love is than a stalled ox with hatred therewith. Now you have to remember, at the time when he gave that translation, that was the 1950s. So his Egyptian translation is not as good as the one we have now. Because if you look at the conventional ones we have now, it's the verses are much more closer. Here, there's some disparity between the verses because that's an early translation. But even in the 1950s in college, he knew the connection, and he wrote it. He documented it.
That's
okay.
Fire.
So now
fire.
we're talking about, and I'll give you the page numbers on top, 176, 177. This is page 176. That's page 163. This, I'm not playing with you. Martin's not playing with you. This is the real documentation. Inspired by God or influence or the tremendous amount of influence of ancient Egypt. Because now you're talking about what really made the Bible writers right about Egypt. They're giving you some narrative bullshit about inspired by God. The documentation is what Martin said. He says tremendous amount of influence of ancient Egypt. Let's read what he says. This is Martin in his own words. This is not Malcolm X. Malcolm ain't got nothing like this.
Oof.
Okay?
He
Martin
was in the
says,
streets. Malcolm was in the streets then. He was getting
one
his-
second. Martin said, this is only one instance of many. Listen to what he says. He says, I'm only giving you one. He says, I'm only going to tease you with this little bit. He says, this is only one instance of many where there is a direct similarity between the wisdom of Amenemop and biblical versions. Before we close our study of Egypt and its relationship to Old Testament literature, we must consider Amenhotep IV, Akhenaten. This is Martin Luther King. Hold on a second. Let me stop sharing my screen for a second. This is Martin Luther King talking about Tahotep, Amenemop, and now he's talking about Akhenaten. How come you ain't ever heard that before? Ask yourself.
I never heard that. But,
No, you ain't ever heard that.
Yeah.
All you ever hear about is I Got a Dream.
Yeah. That
That's
Mark,
it.
but yeah, that's a different. Yeah.
Hold
That
up,
was
bro,
a
because
different-
this is scholarship. Hold on, we don't fuck around.
Yeah,
this is
that was
scholarship.
that was a different Martin.
Of course, lad.
Yeah.
Dude. When it comes to scholarship,
Mm-hmm.
we do not fuck around. There's
Yeah.
nothing to play with.
Right.
You can't come to me in the street talking about, oh, Martin Luther King was this and Malcolm. I'm like, no, your problem is you don't read and you ignorant.
Yeah.
Right.
Malcolm wasn't close to Martin.
Wow.
Yeah, I had an
Miles
argument
apart.
with somebody about that. My name is Martin myself, so I had an argument with somebody. who
No,
was trying
oh,
to-
no. Oh, you got the name, bro.
Yeah.
Martin was not a joke. Wait until I tell you why he was like this. That's the part that's gonna fuck you up. You see, scholarship is something most black people have
That's
never been
fire.
introduced to.
Yeah.
They don't know what it. They wouldn't even. If scholarship walked through the room, black people would be like, "What's that smell?" Because I don't know what that is. That's black people when it comes to scholarship.
Yeah.
Some of us eat, sleep, breathe, and shit this
And
out.
people call Martin a pacifist and
Oh
saying
no.
It's like, man, the brother was locked up
No.
for 30-something times.
That's
What are you
fire.
talking about?
Let me explain something.
That was hard. I ain't gonna
Hold
front.
on. You have to understand something about Martin. Here's the difference between Martin and everybody else. All right, I ain't gonna tell you, I'm gonna show you. Give me a second. Let me put
Yeah.
my screen. But the reason why I'm showing you this, ain't nobody ever told you that Martin had prolific writings where he's talking about Amenemop, Tahotep, Akhenaten, and he's comparing the Kemetic verses to the biblical verses to show you which one predated which and where the other one comes from. This is Martin Luther King Jr. Now I'm gonna tell you a secret. It's not even a secret. It's what I call a dirty open secret. Have you ever noticed most black pastors don't mention Martin Luther King? Why?
Nope.
Because if you watch his lectures, you never hear him talking about Jesus. Watch any of his
I
speeches.
would always say that too. Yeah.
No.
You don't hear Martin Luther King talking about Jesus.
I never even heard him
crazy.
preach.
That's crazy. Yeah, Priest, that's a good point. You know, because he
Think
was
about
always
it.
on some activists.
Yeah.
Hey,
Never
look,
hear him talk
go on
about Jesus.
YouTube. Go on YouTube and
was a
find
freedom
one
fighter.
lecture. Go on YouTube and find one lecture of Martin Luther King talking about Jesus. One. I didn't say 2, 3, or 4. I said one. You won't find it. You know why? Because Martin did not talk about Jesus. He was too highly educated. And you got to remember, this is Martin during his Crozier years. You got to remember, he attended Morehouse at 15 years old.
Super genius.
How many black kids in the 1950s do you know was going to college at 15 years old? Y'all don't know Martin. Y'all been giving some ABC News bullshit. Martin was the Shakka Ahmose of his day. It wasn't Malcolm. It was Martin.
Not to take away
I don't
nothing
know.
from
You can't take nothing from Martin because he was out
I'm not-
there.
Not
Dude,
taking
he
that
was
from
in the
Malcolm, but
field.
Martin
Yeah,
was
he's
dope,
there.
though.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
because
Both
what
of
you
them
Both of them was in the field.
Yeah.
Hold up,
Both
people.
of them
Listen,
was.
stop for a second.
Yeah, it's
Me?
a difference though.
Listen, yo, people, me, listen, I'm a scholar. I don't like when I go into a room full of rappers, like they got that thing with Nori. What's the name of his little thing with the
Drink champs.
I don't want to call it what they call it, the drink champs, right? Okay, that's when rappers sit down and they talk their shit about rap. They are the authorities, right? So that's the main thing of their platform, and I'm not mad at that. Own your shit. It's about time black people own their shit. No problem. But when it comes to scholarship, I judge strictly from a scholarship perspective. I'm not talking about, oh, well, Malcolm was out in the street. And da, da, da. I'm not comparing those things. Leave that for another conversation. I'm talking about scholarship because that's all I care about. I don't care about anything else. Understand what I'm telling you. I'm talking about erudition. For the French, erudition, scholarship. If you're not talking about scholarship, get the fuck out the conversation. You don't belong there. Go someplace else. Okay? When it comes to scholarship, Malcolm could not touch Martin.
Wow.
It's two different animals.
Wow.
Two different animals. Malcolm, I respect him and I love him. He is one of my greatest heroes. He was invited to speak at Harvard. He was invited to speak at Oxford, I think. The greatest universities in the world.
Yeah.
You can only do that. Now, you can only do that if you have a certain level of articulation and elocution and insight. Malcolm had those. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about scholarship. And the things that I'm interested in. Comparing the biblical text to the text of ancient Egypt. Because that means you know your shit. You dealing with ancient history. You ain't even dealing with antiquity. You've gone back past antiquity. You've gone into ancient history. They're not the same thing. Antiquity is you talking about the end of Egypt. You're talking about antiquity, we would be talking about from the Ptolemaic period on. That's antiquity. In my book, in my world, from the Ptolemaic period, Greco-Egypt to up through the Middle Ages. That's antiquity. Martin went back. He was the 1950s. Crazy. Hold on, watch this. Martin's knowledge of ancient Egypt was more extensive than George G.M. James, who wrote Stolen Legacy. But y'all don't know that.
Wow.
Y'all don't know that. I'm talking about what the documentation bears fruit to. The document, not Shaka's opinion. I'm talking about what I can read to you. In fact, we're going to read it right now. In fact, he's going to tell you how Jesus became a God.
Wow.
You're going to see why pastors don't like him. Pastors don't like Martin because he had more knowledge than them. They're haters when it comes to Martin. And you have to consider that Martin knew things in the 1950s that the average black mind was not prepared to accept because they had already been religiously indoctrinated. So there were certain things. It's like being me. I can't talk about the kind of things that I know with the average black person. Are you out of your fucking mind? They would have a nervous breakdown. The average black person having a real conversation with me and me showing them the kind of things that I actually know, they would become dysfunctional for probably a year because they would have paradigm shifts that they couldn't keep up with. Their nervous system probably wouldn't be able to keep up with it. I know because of the things that I've gone through when I study. There's sometimes I have to put books down and I have to just turn everything off and sit there because I have to accept what I just discovered and learned. I had a night like that a few nights ago, dealing with the pyramid text, because I just updated my book, Codex Game Over. I just revised it. And this time it's based on the pyramids, on James P. Allen's work. Because that's the conventional updated work, right? But I had to stop because I didn't realize, I didn't know. Look, a lot of times it's very easy to act like you know everything. It's very easy to act like that. I could act like that if I wanted to. No, I know way more than most human beings you will ever meet when it comes to this stuff. That's a fact. But one thing, if you ever want to get caught out there in a debate on ancient Egypt, let me show you the fastest way to get caught out there and lose. Okay?
Yeah.
Shout out to your assistant right there.
Yeah.
I shout out anybody who makes it work. That's who I fuck with, right?
Yeah.
So because it's a team effort. That's what makes everything work, right?
Yeah.
So watch this. If you ever want to get caught out there in a debate on ancient Egypt, all you got to do is convince yourself that you know everything about ancient Egypt. It is the most dangerous thing you could ever do, and I'll tell you why. Let me tell you something. An idiot can catch you out there on ancient Egypt. You know how and why? because ancient Egypt's history is so vast, and the literature that they left, the literary corpus that they left, is so fucking vast. It is impossible for any one person to know everything about that subject matter. It's fucking impossible. So if all it takes is one person to read one little thing about ancient Egypt that you didn't read, right? Mm-hmm. It takes, just to, I'll give you an example. Now, you also have to be careful about it. Let me just back up something, because I don't want to leave you with the wrong impression. There are a lot of Egyptologists in the field of Egyptology who are idiots. They have degrees, they have PhDs, they went to the best universities, Cambridge University, yeah, and they're still fucking idiots. Why? Because many of them were racist, and they also had agendas, religious agendas, and so when they wrote about ancient Egypt, they did so with a derogatory and defamatory slant. Right? So I'll give you an example. One of the things that a lot of Christian apologists are doing today is they're running around and they're telling people that ancient Egypt was into bestiality. That's bullshit. It's not true. So what they do is they use writings that reference ancient Egypt from the Ptolemaic period, when the majority of the native Egyptians were no longer there. These were imposters. These were not the native people of Egypt. By the time you get to the Persian period, the Ptolemaic period, even at that time, most of Egypt at that time is it's miscegenated. These are not the natives. These are Icarians. These are Greeks. These are Arab Bedouins who came in as slaves, which they don't like to tell you about. Most of the people of Arab descent in Egypt, they came to Egypt as slaves. They don't tell you that. Okay, as slaves. Yes, I have the documentation. Okay. What else? And so now the two main enemies or adversaries of black people who look like yourselves when it comes to ancient Egypt are, number one, the first ones on the religious level, it's black Christian apologists. Okay, so those are the people who try to debate me now. Okay, they're scared of me and they run for me. Although I can't say all of them. Well, the only one who hasn't ran yet is
TD Jakes,
a white boy by the name of Vocab Malone.
Right.
But he got an ass whooping coming to him that's gonna be ugly. But the rest of them run. They avoid me, but they talk about me. They make videos about me. They make tons of videos about me. But my thing is, I gave one of them a chance, brother by the name of Adam Coleman, because I love the Christian apologists because they go hard, they study. But the problem with them is the same problem with the Hebrew Israelites and all these other ones, is that they don't understand the jigsaw puzzle concept. The jigsaw puzzle concept is that there's a big, okay, so look at that picture behind you, right? Let's pretend that that's a jigsaw puzzle. The problem with the Christians and the Hebrew Israelites and all these other ones is that they've taken pieces of the jigsaw puzzle, and from these pieces, right? Let's say they took 4 or 5 or 6 pieces. From these 4 or 5 or 6 pieces, they took those pieces and they generated an entire worldview. And then what they did was they took those small pieces that they took, and then they delved into them and altered them in such a way that they contrast their origin. So that every time they speak about them, everything they have to say is almost virtually backwards. Almost virtually backwards. It's backwards, and even worse, it's circumscribed. And because it's circumscribed, you will not ever be able to handle someone like myself if you're coming from any of these perspectives. You're coming from a Christian perspective, you lost before you started. If you come from a Hebrew Israelite perspective and you're dealing with me or Muslim perspective, you lost before you started. Before the conversation even started, you lost the debate. You lost the debate because there's the old saying, he could do more, can do less. But you can't pontificate about what you don't know. Like before tonight, you had no idea that Martin Luther King ever spoke about
never
ancient Egypt text.
Nope.
You never knew that.
It wasn't far-fetched, but no, I never knew
far-fetched
that.
or not,
Yeah.
it was alien to
Yeah, it
your
was
knowledge.
alien,
Did
yeah,
not
yeah.
exist in your reality.
Nope.
This is the point about scholarship. This is what scholarship does. It changes your reality. You have to readdress everything. You have to reassess everything. Because now you're saying, well, wait a minute. Martin was talking about all, but you have to consider these things. Do you think Martin could talk about this to the average black person in the 1950s? Are you serious? I can't even talk to the average black person about things in 2022. I have to be very careful about who I talk because people don't. I had tried to have a conversation with one of my tenants the other night, a wonderful young lady, but I might as well have been talking French. I might as well have been talking Chinese because the concepts and the ideas are so foreign to us. Remember I said black people have a blind spot? Let me show you what I did in Miami. This is actually on film. It's actually on my YouTube channel. I just moved back to New York from Florida after about like 4 years. I was living basically in Hollywood, okay? Where I was living, if I walked 5 minutes in one direction, I'd be in Miami. If I walked 5 minutes in the other direction, I'd be in Hollywood, okay? And so I took a camera crew and my camera crew and my manager, and we went down to Miami Beach. And I wanted to do an experiment. And this is the experiment that I did. I stopped. There was nothing but black people walking back and forth. And there were some white people too, because I asked them the same question. And it was just to prove a point to my audience. I asked them, because I wanted to know what the average person thought. I already know what the average person thinks, but I wanted the world to see it. So every person walking by, I went up to them with the microphone. I said, real fast, what's the oldest book in the world? You know what everybody said. You know what everybody says. If you walk into a black household in Alabama and you ask them what's the oldest book in the world, what they gonna tell you?
They're going to tell you the Bible.
There you go. Period. As the average person walking down the street. Do it one day. Just have an experiment. Have fun. Go around people that you don't, that you've never met. Just be, excuse me, what's the oldest book in the world? And watch what they tell you. 9 times out of 10, they're going to say the Bible. Very rarely, and I mean rarely, will they say something else. Now, the reason why most people think the Bible is the oldest book in the world is because of the Renaissance, right? The origin of the printing press, or of the printing press, a printing press with movable type ink, which is what Johannes Gutenberg created. Okay, right? He didn't create the printing press. The Chinese created the printing press, but they used block type ink method or process. What Johannes Gutenberg did was he created the movable printing type, right? Or the movable, it's called the movable print type. So because he made the movable type, he was able to produce in mass production. Chinese couldn't do that. So what it created in Renaissance Europe in the 15th century was a or a printing revolution. Whereas before you were only dealing with handwritten manuscripts, now you could produce books. The only problem was that the majority of your constituency was illiterate. Nobody in Europe could read or write. Except for those people who were educated by what? The Catholic Church. Catholic Church was the literary community, right? So this is where you get the beef between Martin Luther and the Catholic Church. It had nothing to do with religion. It had to do with a publishing war and who could sell more books. Period. The Catholic Church, it's all about money. It's always going to be about money. It doesn't matter which religion you choose. It's always about money. Money created all. What do you think led to writing in ancient Egypt? What do you think led to writing? You think it was religion? Then you're a fucking retard. No, it had nothing to do with religion. What led to writing in ancient Egypt was very simple. They needed to develop a more diverse accounting system. Okay? And the accounting system had to be recognizable across great distances. Okay? And in order for it to be recognizable across great distances, you could not rely on just sight. The Sumerians had only developed it to the point where it was sight recognizable. It was not sound recognizable. Because the ancient Egyptians attached phonemes to their script, they could vocalize what they were saying, which made it possible for the script, which was Medu Neter or really cursive hieroglyphic, it made it possible for the script to be applied to all different aspects of life or abstract ideas. Okay? I'll give you an example after I show you Martin Luther King.
Real
Yeah, go
quick,
ahead.
could we go through the super chats to give some of them down?
No problem.
We got
Let's do it.
13. Well,
Let's do it.
no doubt. If y'all just tuning in, we about to go in. All right, let's go. Damn, we already in.
Yeah.
You need deep. You need deep.
Keep going. Keep going. Shakka Ahmose in the house.
All right,
Yes,
we got one from Pooch or something. It says thoughts on the pyramid / Sphinx being much older than we are taught. The evidence of rainwater erosion on the Sphinx infers that Cairo was once lush.
Yes. Okay, so he's talking about the work by Robert Schock, which is the most notable work. I don't really have any thoughts about it. If you go by Raketi Yamin, she's going to tell you the Giza Plateau and the civilization is 10,000 years old. If you go by Hakim the Sufi, who is no longer living, he's going to tell you by the solar cycles in the text, the civilization is about 25,000 years old.
Yeah.
Because I am a scholar, I deal with, I subscribe to mainstream scholarship, what I consider to be real scholarship. And so, and also, now a lot of people have problems with the 3100 BC or 3200 BC terminus ad quem. And they say that was done in order to make it coterminous with Sumeria or Sumer. I don't have a problem with that. I just think that though people who think so for a wrong or incorrect reason. They think that the reason Sumer needs to be hooked up to Egypt is to make the Bible true. I disagree with that. The reason Sumer does need to be linked up with Egypt is because Sumer played what's the word I'm looking for? A seminal role. Sumer played a seminal role with what happened in Egypt subsequently. And it had to do with, when I tell you everything always comes back to, cash moves everything around me. So long story short, okay, when rappers want to brag about having a car, what kind of car do they brag about driving? It starts with an F. Starts with an F.
That
Ferrari.
Ferrari. Yeah.
Nope.
No.
I know Phantom start with PH.
Oh, the Fant.
No.
You said an F, right?
Yeah.
Foreign.
There you go.
Oh, foreign.
There you
Right,
go.
right.
There
That's
you
the
go.
new. That's the new. That's the new.
There you
That's the
go.
new slang for today.
There you
I'm
go.
Jump in my
That's
foreign.
it. That was the answer I was looking for. When rappers drive, they drive about driving a foreign. Now, what does that imply? If it is foreign, it therefore has greater what? Value. Okay, remember you're dealing with. Remember we're talking about ancient Egypt now, right? Ancient Egypt was what? An elitist society. Therefore, in order for them to have something of greater value, it needed to be what? I just told you. You just told yourself. What's the word?
Foreign.
I'll wait. Thank you. Foreign.
My bad. I was reading.
That's okay. In order for something to have greater value in ancient Egypt, it needed to be foreign. Okay? Why? Because then I can say I have something that you don't and that you can't get. And what do we say creates economics? Scarcity. And so what happened was that Sumer was producing certain goods. Those goods had a certain value conferred upon it by ancient Egypt. Why? Because they were scarce. Okay? And but the Egyptians got smart. Now, mind you, there's no Egypt yet. There's really, at this point, it's just Nile Valley culture at the from what we would call the border of Sudan and Upper Egypt, or Lower Nubia and Egypt. Today, though, that's the language we would use today. Lower Nubia, and Egypt. But you got to remember, at that time, those borders or those polities don't exist yet. All right, so this is the pre-dynastic period. Okay, and in the pre-dynastic period, you have what's called a confederacy. You have like a loose confederacy of 3 polities. You have Nekhen, or the Hawk City, the Falcon City, Nekhen. And then you have Nakada, or today they call it Nakada. In those times they called it Nubti, from where you get Nubia, right? Which was the patron deity was Set. Okay, so the patron deity of Nekhen, the Falcon City, which was furthest south, that deity was Horus, the elder. Not Horus the younger, Horus the elder. And
there was a
then,
tribe, right? A lot of people, they say that the followers of the Shemsu Horde.
Yes, the Shemsu Horde. Yes. Okay, the Shemsu Horde. Now hold on. The Shemsu Horde plays a role in this that deals with what? What moves everything around us?
Cash.
Rules
If
everything.
you cannot
around
relate, no. If you can't relate anything you saying back to cash, non-cipher, God.
Okay.
Non-cipher. If you can't relate anything you say, that includes the Shemsu Heru. The Shemsu Heru. If you can't relate their identity, who they were, and what they did, if you can't relate that back to cash, you don't know what you're talking about. You see how this works? See, I'm gonna make you master students of this shit. You see, I'll take you to the level where you can walk into a classroom in Oxford and teach a class. I'll take you to a level where you can walk into Copenhagen University and give a lecture with no problem at all. Like you'll shit this stuff out with ease.
See the 7 on the hat, nigga.
All right. So,
next question.
Yeah. So wait, hold on, real fast.
All right.
So, yeah, I just want to give this to you real fast.
All right.
So the and just to let you know, the importance of the Shemsu Heru was really only one thing. They were tax collectors for the king. Period. In the discussion, they were tax collectors. Okay? You will never understand anything about ancient Egypt unless you understand something about taxes. Okay? If you don't know the story of taxes and the origin of taxes, you know nothing about ancient Egypt. You're a joke. You're a clown. So I'm telling you, somebody like me, I have no respect for you. If you can't talk about the origin of taxes and the role that ancient Egypt played in that, because you don't know what you're talking about. You're a religious freak. You think it's all about Medu Neter. You think it's all about gods. No, you don't know the motor of what brought that country into existence. One of the first things I ask my students when I teach chemonomics, you have to answer this question so you can move from point A to point B. Right? So I'm going to give you that right now. Priest, what was it that brought ancient Egypt into existence? There's only one answer to that question. Any and every other answer is absolutely wrong.
Cash.
And I don't care who calls in later and goes, Shakka doesn't know what he's talking about, because you got a lot of idiots that do that. Okay, haters do what haters do. My thing is put your documentation against mine and then put $1,000 on the table. Then we could talk. Put a rack up, because I do this for money. Let's go. Yeah, you ain't got a rack. Don't talk to me.
Oh man.
All right. So what brought ancient Egypt into existence? Priest.
Cold cash.
Huh?
Money.
Yeah, but I want the exact answer.
I don't know.
Okay. Can't give it.
Men Kevin is saying land.
Nope. You give it to me.
Well, it could be the taxation of trading precious metals. They could have used gold and various things that could have been used as a resource.
Okay, but at least he pays attention to the clues. Hey, at least he pays attention to the clues. So let me just give it to you. So what? Let me give it to you, because I kind of cheated by throwing that out there.
Yeah,
first.
well, it's kind of like a.
If I would have asked you that before I mentioned taxes, if I would have asked you that before I mentioned taxes, trust me, y'all would be coming up with some crazy shit, because I do this all the time. I know how this goes.
Right.
I do this in my sleep, right? And I talk to people all the time about it. But let me put it to you like this: when I walk into a college classroom, because I lecture on the university level, so when I walk into college classrooms and I ask them that question, they all get it wrong. Everybody gets it wrong, so it's no big deal. But
oh no, there's nothing wrong with being wrong.
Yeah. So the answer to the question is simply this: there's only one thing and one thing only that brought ancient Egypt into existence. It was not God. It was not anything that having to do with religion, none of that shit. There's only one answer to this question. Market forces. That and nothing else. Market forces. Period. End of discussion. You try to put anything else in that sentence, you're going to be wrong. In my class, you will fail. Market forces. That's what brought ancient Egypt into existence.
Yeah.
Now, in order to be able to substantiate that, because you can't say anything without qualifying. In order to qualify it, you have to be able to speak at length extensively about the nature of the market during the pre-dynastic period. What were the market forces bearing pressure on that geographical location? You have to be able to speak to that. If you can't talk to that, get the fuck out the room or shut up and let somebody who knows what they're talking about talk. It's just really that simple. With market forces.
That's right.
It's market forces. It's that simple. And it was what the market forces created. But then you also have to know some detail about what had the greatest impact on market forces during the pre-dynastic period that caused the people in the Nile Valley area to make certain decisions. Because it was those decisions that they made that created class and money. And if you don't know what those decisions are, you're not going to know why they even had a need for a step pyramid. All of these things, when you take my course, Kemetnomics, you're going to bug the fuck out. You're going to be like, yo, hold up. Why nobody ever taught me this? Why? Because black people are allergic to scholarship. They don't like to read real material. They don't like to read footnotes. They don't like to read bibliography. They don't like to fucking go hard. They think that's only reserved for white people or Asians. That's what they think. All you got to do is look at the books that they read and say, okay, when you study ancient Egypt, show me what books you're reading. They're putting out garbage like Stolen Legacy. That's garbage. George D.M. James got so much shit wrong in that book. It's garbage. I would throw Stolen Legacy in the garbage. It's garbage. He was quoting Masons. Masons don't know shit about ancient Egypt. The fuck Masons know about ancient Egypt?
Somebody got a question here. Was ancient Egypt here in America?
Okay, we're not taking idiot questions. We're not going to be referencing Horace Butler when idiots cry out. That comes from the book. That comes from the book When Rocks Cry Out. It's written by an idiot who didn't know anything about ancient Egypt, and it also comes from Moors who subscribe to that all of that Mexican bullshit, which I already dismantled previously. All right. With all due respect, no, Egypt was not Egypt. America is not Egypt. Was not Egypt. Was there contact between people espousing Nile Valley culture and ancient American cultures? Yes, there was. That's where you get Olmec, Aztec, and Maya. Yes. But no, America was not Egypt. That is stupid. It is retarded.
Lord Darius asks, do you or have you ever read or spoke on the Emerald Thoth teachings? I may have spelled it wrong.
Okay, no,
right
that's okay. That kind of stuff, that's garbage. You want to stay away from that because it's really late. You don't.
So
that's
saying
garbage. That's not the real stuff.
Are you saying that the Emerald Tablets of
It's
Thoth,
garbage.
the Atlantean, is just
It's
a bunch
garbage.
of
Garbage.
pseudo nonsense?
Garbage.
Okay,
It's garbage. It's garbage.
you heard it here.
Right? All right. So if you want to get to something that is kind of garbage but is rooted in the real stuff, then you would get to the Hermetic text. All right. The Hermetic text is rooted in some authentic late Egyptian text, but the conventional recension that you get. In fact, I was just showing somebody the other night. I was showing my manager the other night because she had questions. I probably didn't even put it back up, or maybe I did. You would look. Here it is, I think. No, it's somewhere over here. You would look at the Kabbalion. So the Kabbalion comes out of the Hermetic text, Hermes strikes great, and all of that shit. So, but if you want to read the real stuff about the Hermetic text, I would tell you to read Black Athena, because Martin Bernal does a very good exposition on it. But all that other stuff, see, this is what I mean about black people studying ancient Egypt. We read shit that, okay, if I was going to start you in kindergarten, right? If I was going to start you in kindergarten, I would start you strictly with books that deal with ancient Egypt strictly from an economic perspective. If it's not economics, I would not allow you to read it. because you're going to be talking like a bumbling idiot. Oh, the gods this and the emerald tablets and all. It's bullshit that has nothing to do with ancient Egypt at all. How do you know that? Because when you get into the real text, you're not going to see any of that bullshit reflected. That stuff doesn't even really reflect the late text. Maybe the Hermetic text does, according to Banal.
The late text.
And I respect Banal's scholarship. But no, the emerald tablet and all that's all bullshit. Okay.
Fella B says the Cabra is not native to Africa. Is the Naga builders? Are they cement blocks?
He's talking about the Kaaba
In Mecca?
in Saudi
Arabia? Mm-hmm. What do you mean? What does he mean it's not native to Africa? And what was the question?
The Cabra is not native to Africa. Is the Naga builders? I don't know why he worded it like that.
Oh, okay. I think the question was, are the Nagas the Kaaba builder?
Are they cement blocks?
Okay, well that's another question.
Yeah.
One, I cannot speak to the content of its structure. Number two, does it predate Islam? To the best of my knowledge, it does. Pre-Islamic construction.
Right.
And were they built by Nagas? That's really a very interesting question, and I'll tell you why. It's because this has to do with an Ethiopian question, or rather, to more accurately, an Aksumite question, dealing with Aksum. The creators of Aksum, in what we call Ethiopia today, they have a history that is inextricably connected to northern Yemen, ancient northern Yemen. So therefore, they have a South Arabian pedigree. And that South Arabian pedigree, in many respects, is related to many of the pre-Islamic Sabaean religious worship practices that are affiliated with the pre-Islamic structures like the Kaaba and other structures as well in Arabia. So, and being that the whole Naga thing, which is transposed to Negus in Ethiopia, so there is an interesting connection there with that term and that question. So I would call that a valid question. Yes, I would. I respect that. That was a valid question.
All right.
And that's dealing with serious scholarship. That. In other words, if you go into the shit by Oxford University, Yale, or Harvard, you'll find that topic being addressed. Yeah.
Marlon's Way says looking at Kemet as a business starts to answer the why of a lot of things.
Yes. You can only understand it through those glasses. If you try to understand it through any other glasses, you're gonna fail. You might as well just go be a Christian in church. You're the same thing. You're no different. So when you understand it through business, then you even understand what the netchers actually represent, the netcheru. All of the netcherus had a financial component, every last one of them. They all dealt with, there's things I could show you right now that would probably make Priest fall out of his chair. I'm telling you right now, he would bug the fuck out.
Well, come on,
he
man.
really would.
I'm already
Unleash it.
I can't, because when I go to the PowerPoint, you guys want to take questions. So that's why I tell you we can literally go 24 hours. So let's go. What's the next question?
we gotta do a part two.
Good.
DH says Hegelian dialectic.
Okay.
Godfather says, what about cannabis? Does he know about Egyptology?
I guess he's talking about.
Pass.
He's talking about cannabis
the
himself, yeah.
The rapper. I can't speak what someone else knows.
Do you know, Priest?
Yeah.
Do you know if he knows about it?
Cannabis?
Yeah.
Well, cannabis know a lot of stuff. I don't know if he knows. Not like this man. This guy right here, Shaka, is on another level.
Dre Mills.
There are very few human beings, black or white, that know the things that I know.
Dre Mills says, what is your take on Freemasonry, being that the origins are from Kemet?
Okay, well, the origins of Freemasonry are not from Kemet. You don't say that when somebody appropriates something, that the origins of what they appropriated are from. I mean, you can, because I do it when I'm dealing with Christianity, but we could say what. Okay, first let's look at Freemasonry, right? So real fast, I like to play games with people just to have a little fun, right? It's the Kim. Am I saying? Am I
Yeah, I'm
calling
sorry,
you by
go
the?
ahead.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Wait. Oh, by the way,
name
priest.
is
Do you know what
Shakka?
the word?
That's my
Do you know what
Kemetic
Shakka
name.
means? Do you know what the word
Nah,
Shakka means?
I never even heard him
I asked
say that.
priest Shakka. I wasn't asking you.
Who you talking about? You asking me?
No, he's
I was
asking me.
asking priest.
Oh,
Yeah,
go,
asking
go,
me.
go.
Nah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just told you what it means. It's one of my favorite words. I always repeat it when I'm working out. Tell him what it means.
It means power.
It means power.
And the Sekhem symbol was given to the
Yeah,
Nisut,
exactly.
the Nisut Biti as a form
Yeah.
of rule.
Absolutely. No question about it. Oh, you got a good co-host there.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
never knew that was your name.
Well,
Yeah.
they give you the name,
Yeah.
gave
the
it to you?
Kemetic name.
So
Who
anytime
gave
I'm
it to me?
thinking,
Yeah, that's
so
another show.
any-
Dr. York didn't give me that. No.
Yeah, so anytime I'm working out, in fact, and when I was living in Florida, I built a jungle gym in my backyard with real, like, nicely, professionally constructed pull-up bar, whole jungle gym, everything for dips and all of that stuff. And then in front of it, I had put in the cement, I had Kemetic symbols, and the very first symbol was Sekhem for power, to remind myself of why I was working out. No question about it. No question about it. That's a very powerful. That's a very, very, very powerful attribute to have in your name.
Yeah.
Sekhem. So
You know what's kind of funny about that? When you're gonna laugh at me, man. I'm so infatuated with the Natir Heru that I thought I was gonna get that name. And then when they gave it to me, I was at home and I was like, man, it's like Kim, I wanted to be Heru. But that's just thinking on some.
Well, no, I'm gonna give you a gift.
That's
It's
Egyptian
Kemet.
trauma.
It's
there
a Kemet.
you
I'm
go.
gonna give you a gift. It's a Kemet. I'm gonna give you a gift, Kemet. So in ancient Kemet, one thing that everyone had is just part of the culture and part of the tradition.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, one thing that everyone had in ancient Kemet is part of the culture and part of the tradition. Everyone had a secret name that no one else knew. So I'm just giving you a hint.
That's why. Yeah, secret name. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I don't tell
And there's
people.
a reason for that. No, there's a reason for that. Part of the belief was
You
that.
shook up the podcast. That's what it is.
Yeah, I didn't. I don't know, because I know I study. I watched some of your lectures before.
Wonderful,
Shakka.
wonderful,
Yeah,
wonderful.
I'm familiar with a lot of your work, and I just
wonderful.
don't be telling people my Kemetic name like that, man. So
Oh,
you're
okay.
right about that, man. You know, I kind of keep it to
yeah.
myself.
Oh, that's an awesome name, man. That's why you told me the whole name, but you realized the one that stood out of my mind.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
The fact that you had the name Sekhem, I'm like, whoever gave you that name must have thought very highly of you. So, that's like Sekhem. That's like it's one of my favorite glyphs, just to remind me. In fact, I don't know if you remember him. He used to be with Wu all the time, with Wu-Tang. His name was Power. You remember Power? I know you know
Power,
I
You know what I mean? So every time I think, I used to always just, because I translate, my mind automatically translates things into Eden Kemet. When I heard that name, I just stood up. It's like when you said your name was Sekhem, I was like, oh, Power. I'm like, all right, that's what's up.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like, whoever gave you that name must have really thought highly of you. But yeah, everything has to relate back to money. Everything has to relate back to business and finance or economics when you're dealing with this system, because that's what it was all built on. All of it. All of it. All of it was built on that. When I say all of it, I mean all of it. And so you really have to understand that, right? So I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. Most people, when they study ancient Kemet, they don't, better yet, because I'll just teach. Let's just deal with questions. I'll keep teaching until the sun comes up.
Yeah, man. We definitely got to bring you back here, part two.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, we got what's his name? David Flores Animation says.
Shut up.
Hey, hold on one second. Hey, priest. The first one is on the house.
All right, no doubt.
Let's go.
He says Shakka Ahmose is deep.
I get a lot of that.
Yeah, he's the one that do my videos.
Oh,
You
that's what's
still,
up.
you still got to build with us on money of account. You ain't explained
Oh,
that
yeah,
to
I
me,
tell you
though.
what, hold on. Check it out. He gonna have to do a video for me. If he do your videos, he gonna have to do one for me.
Yeah, you see that.
I'm here for free, and ain't nothing free in this world. I'm Kemetic.
Hey.
Okay, all right. So all I'm asking for is, can get homie to do me a video for me. That's it. It ain't got to be nothing big, elaborate, or long. It could be something little, something small.
You make that
that's
work.
D8
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do this.
DH says.
So he wanted to know about money of account.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
Menkempera does.
Yeah, let me finish.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Then we go back to that.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay,
we
cool.
can
Go
do it.
ahead.
DH says, question for the host. Why do you sell knowledge of this type rather than give it freely? Universal knowledge is free to all.
Bullshit.
But yeah, isn't
Bullshit.
yeah.
Bullshit.
Thanks.
Bullshit. I just told you. You deal with that poor righteous teacher bullshit. That had nothing to do with ancient Kemet. That has nothing to do. In fact, only the poor population of ancient Kemet would have been on some shit like that. The wealthy population of Kemet would have been, fuck you, pay me. Simple. That's what it is. That's how wealth is maintained. It has a consolidatory nature. It has a consolidatory nature to it, right? Plain and simple. Plain and simple. In fact, the majority of the wealth of ancient Egypt was built on the backs of the poor. Literally. Wealth moved in one direction in ancient Egypt, up. It did not move down. Wealth in ancient Egypt moved up, and then when it got to the top, they had systems put in place to consolidate it and keep it there. That's what the mortuary cults were. That's what the religion was all about. Keeping the wealth at the top 5%. Not only that, everybody in ancient Egypt did not have the same religion. Right? People started to stop watching these fucking cartoons. When it comes to ancient Egypt, black people are the most ignorant people you will ever meet about ancient Egypt. Now, that's not saying much because white people are really stupid when it comes to ancient Egypt. It's just that I expect more when it comes to my own people. With everything that Dr. Ben laid out, with everything that Dr. Clark laid out, I used to spend days in Dr. Ben's home with him and just sit there, and we would just sit there and watch baseball. Imagine what that's like, sitting on the couch with Dr. Ben just watching baseball. I'm in the kitchen just juicing for him. And then I'm like, Doc, can I just run my fingers through your library? He's like, go ahead. And I would just run my fingers through his library. And I would look at books by Gaston Maspero. I would look at books by Petrie, right? His favorite was Gaston Maspero. But Dr. Ben was one of the few persons that I knew, one of the only persons that I knew that had books on the pyramid text where there was no English translations. None. My copy of Black Man of the Nile and His Family, I didn't buy that from no bookstore. I didn't buy that from Amazon. That came off of the library shelf in Dr. Ben's house. My favorite memory of Dr. Ben is me coming off the elevator, walking into his apartment, and him jumping him off the couch, looking at me saying, man, where the hell you been? I've been waiting for you. Do you know what it's like to have memories like that? Do you know what that's like? I'm not talking about none of these other pseudo teachers out here. We're talking about Dr. Ben Yosef Yakinen, my mother's godfather. You understand what I'm saying? I ran into his grandchildren once in the street, and they shouted me out and gave me some love, and that was one of the most beautiful days of my life. I'm only pissed off that I lost their information. Shout out to his daughter Ruth, to his son Alfredo, and to the rest of the family. I think Alfredo passed away. But Dr. Ben did more for the Black community with his knowledge and the type of stuff that he left us. We don't need to be asking stupid questions, but we also don't need to be where he left us. We're supposed to advance it. Shakka Ahmose. The type of literature that he left us with African origin of civilization and civilization or barbarism, the man who translated, when I meet people who don't know the story of the translations of African origin of civilization and civilization of barbarism, you are, as a culturally responsible Black person, you are supposed to be able to tell the story of those translations into English frontwards and backwards in your fucking sleep. That's how I know Black people ain't on they shit. Not even the ones who are supposed to be culturally fucking aware. They all fucking fake. All of them. Every last one of them. If I ask any one of you, who translated African origin of civilization from French into English? Who did it?
Sheikh did.
I'll give you $1,000 right now. Who did it?
Sheikh did. Sheikh Anidia.
Stop. No, he did not. He wrote it in French.
Oh, you talking?
He did not write in English.
Dr. Raketi Amun translated.
No. Nobody had the answer, and don't ask. And I'm gonna tell you why you don't have the answer. Because I only ask questions to answers. I only ask questions that I know you don't have the answer to. Period. That's what I do. I'm no use to you. I am no use to you. Listen to what I'm telling you. I am of no use to you if I can only ask you questions to which you already know the answer to. I am a waste of fucking time. Every question that comes out of my mouth, that's how you know you have a good teacher. That's how you have a great teacher, a great saber, a saber-wear. That's how you know you have a saber-wear. Every question that a saber-wear asks you, you should not have the answer to. Because he ain't raising you up. You're the same as you were yesterday. After talking with him for 5 minutes, you should be a different person, even if it's only the answer to one question. That's how you know you're in the presence of that thing. True. You understand what I'm saying?
saying?
This is what you call. You can't pay for this kind of stuff.
Yeah,
this
yeah.
is priceless.
You doing?
Yeah,
so
they
give
had the
us the
dojo.
translation for that. For,
Hold on, let him finish,
Okay.
let him finish with the questions.
So, hold on.
Okay.
Question.
Okay.
Here it is. Who translated Civilization of Barbarism into English?
You have the floor.
Okay. So the person who translated African Origin of Civilization, Myth or Reality was Mercer Cook, Dr. Mercer Cook.
Oh yeah. All right.
You're supposed to know who that is.
I know. I remember Mercer.
Do you know who Dr. Mercer Cook was?
The chat room is always on point.
Yeah. Somebody
Hold
said
on.
it too.
Do you know who Dr. Mercer Cook was? Dr. Mercer Cook was called JFK in Africa. Why? Because he was the ambassador to 3 or 4 different African countries in the administration of JFK in the 1950s and 60s, in the 60s. He was a black man. How many black men do you know were American ambassadors to foreign countries in the 1950s when a black man couldn't even get a fucking job on welfare? Are you kidding me? This is what I mean about black people not knowing shit. When I say that, we're more interested in everything else except what has actually happened for us on our behalf. That man was the president of Niger. I think he was the ambassador to Niger, Senegal, and Gambia. And in Africa, they called him JFK in Africa because he had that kind of power. He didn't have to call the president and say, hey, this is what we're going to do when we're thinking about doing this. He didn't have to do that. That's the kind of power he had. But look at what he did. This was a black man that had the power of the world at his fingertips in the 1960s. What did he do for us? He took Cheikh Anta Diop's work that was written only in French, and he said, my people back home in America need this knowledge. They need to know the importance of ancient Egypt on the rest of African culture. On the impact that ancient Egypt, or the role that ancient Egypt had in the history of black Africa. He said they need that knowledge. They are only going to get that knowledge if I translate Diop's work into English. That man could have been doing what Adam Clayton Powell did. God bless his soul. He could have been on a yacht somewhere in the Mediterranean, smoking a cigar, drinking champagne, hanging out with Malcolm X like he did. Right?
Yeah.
He didn't do that. This man took time out of his life to do something you wouldn't do, and you wouldn't do. He translated. I wouldn't do. Well, I did it already. I did it with the pyramid text. That's why I have my book called "It's Game Over." But he did it because you have to understand the importance of translations. The average African American is not going to learn how to read another language to read it. You're not going to learn how to read Cantonese Chinese. You're not going to learn how to read what's the main Chinese that they Mandarin? That's the language that's the scholarship language in China, right? You're not going to political language. You're not going to learn how to read and speak Mandarin. You're not, in order to get the language. I hate to say this. I know white people that do. They'll learn how to fucking speak Mandarin over fucking night because they want to learn how to sell stocks and work in the stock market in China. Period. Or South Korea. You find a few of us that will go to those lengths. But what I'm saying is that Eric Mercer did that. He did that shit. You need to have a picture in your home in a fucking golden frame of Mercer, who translated what's his name? Is it Eric B. Mercer? I forgot his first name. What is it? What's his name? Somebody give it to me, please. Mercer, Dr. Mercer. It's on the cover of African Origin of Civilization. Anybody have it? Or try this? I'll look at it real fast.
Yeah, pull it up because we don't have it here.
Okay, I got it right here. It's real easy. Hold on one second. In fact, I got the book right next to me.
Yeah.
And get the questions ready because we got to keep it going.
All right, cool. African civilization.
DH says ego is something the Wu-Tang crush from Jizza. So he's quoting Jizza.
Okay.
G. Perry says, peace and greetings to the pod, Shakka. Can you give us an idea of some of the business insights you've been able to glean from the Elephantine Papyrus?
Oh, that's very cool. That was who asked that question?
That was G.
That was
Perry.
good.
Craft room is on point.
G. Perry.
That was a damn good question. Hold on
Yeah.
one second. I'm gonna have fun with that one. One second. I just want to get this thing. Hold on. That was a damn good question.
Yeah.
All right, now that's somebody who's studying. Okay, that's somebody. You know, I bet you it's one of my people watching. Hold on one second.
Craft room is
That's the
on.
kind of questions my students ask. Hold on. Mercer
the
Cook.
craft room is-
That's his name.
Mercer
Mercer
Cook,
Cook.
Yeah, just
Mercer Cook
Yeah.
was the person who translated that. The reason why I bring that up, and then I'm gonna answer that question.
I'll be right
The
back.
reason why I bring that up is because Mercer Cook did something we can never repay him for. You understand what I'm telling you? I'm gonna repeat that again. Let me grab my book. Hold on a second. 'Cause it's not a game, man. Like, black people be fucking playing around. And that's why I don't agree with many of us are okay, because we be playing around.
I heard.
Look.
I knew. Yeah,
Look,
there you
hey,
go.
look, you see the
Uh-huh.
condition mine is in?
Yeah,
That's how my books be, because I be in them like that.
and like you said, that like you said, if you coming into studying ancient Kemet, that is the book you need to
That's the
probe
book
into.
you want to start with.
You start
You
with that
study in
one.
ancient Egypt, start with this one.
That's right.
That's the book that created Shakka Ahmose.
Yep.
1992. I picked this up, and in fact, I don't know if I bought it when I no, I didn't buy this. It was in my mother's home, and she was in Africa that summer, and I was just
How
snooping
old
around
was
her
you when
house.
you read that book, Shaka?
25. I had just turned 25.
Wow.
1992.
I read it when I was like 16.
Hey, I've given it to people at 13
Yeah,
or 14.
16, I read
Told
that.
them to read it. But if you read this at 16, you's a bad motherfucker. If you read
Yeah,
that
I
at
read
16,
that book at 16.
oh, ain't
when I
nobody
was
can tell
16
you
years
shit.
old.
Now, if you read that at 16, ain't nobody can tell you shit. You are beyond many people. You definitely beyond many people. All right, so what am I answering here? I don't want to. I just wanted to say that so that people can understand that there are things that people have done for us that we have not shown our gratitude for. And the thing that I dislike most about black people is that we are the most ungrateful race on the planet. Period. There are people that have sacrificed their lives for us that we will never know about. And when I say sacrifice their life, meaning they didn't go to the club, they didn't get the attention, they didn't drive the nice cars, none of that shit. But they did things for us that it's like Drusilla Junji Houston, who wrote The Wonderful Ethiopians of the Ancient Kushite Empire. She basically became a hermit just to write that book so we could have our history. When somebody's trying to connect your brain, because see, the past, the present, and the future, those are temporal things. Oh, let me answer that question that I was asked a moment ago. What business lessons have I learned from the Elephantine Papyrus? That was a very good question. Okay. I'm very proud of the person who asked that question, because that's a question that came from somebody who knows some shit. So, okay, well, let me just bring it out. First and foremost, let me grab the book. Here you go. Elephantine Papyrus.
Yeah,
Y'all
you
look
got
at
it. There you go.
Of course I got it. I don't fuck around. What the fuck I look like? Right? When I got this book, the price was $450.
Damn.
Wow.
Yes. Oh, y'all don't know about the prices of the books?
Oh yeah, I
Hold
do.
on a
I
second.
do. I do. I do.
Hold up. Where my coffin text? The coffin text, you could get it now, maybe for $80. When I got mine, it was $850.
It's 2 volumes, right?
Yeah, 3 volumes. The 3 volume set.
volumes, right.
It's 3 volumes. I got the 3 volumes in
Is
one.
that the large one? You know what I'm talking about?
No.
Okay.
No, it's $850 though. It'll cost you $850. Joseph P. Yehuda's Hebrew is Greek will run you $2,000. Easy. $2,000.
Wow.
Yeah. See, people don't really understand the price of these kind of things. I don't do cheap knowledge. We don't fuck with the cheap shit.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So
Yeah, I had bought some books. R.A. Squalor de Lubbock's books were very expensive back
let me
then.
find out you was reading the Lubitz.
Yeah. I had all his books.
Which
when I was-
Lubitz
when I
did you
was-
read?
I read. Oh man, I tell you, Hardbeck.
Oh, I got her back right there.
Yeah,
I got her back
Hardbeck.
right there. Yeah. I got volume 1 and 2.
Yeah, that book really, yo man, that
Oh,
was
wait
my
a minute. Hold on.
favorite
Wait,
book when I was
hold
young.
up, though. He didn't write that. His wife wrote it. Isha swallowed the
Oh,
Lubitz.
she wrote that. Well, her
She
name
wrote
is
that.
on there. Her name
Isha.
is on there. Her name
She
is
did-
on there.
yeah. He didn't write that. She wrote that. I'm very proud of you. I'm glad that you wrote that. When I meet a black person that has read Swallow the Lubitz, even though I don't stand by Swallow Delubitz's work,
No.
I think that his work is some of the most look, it's
Very
a journey.
interesting work.
Oh yeah, look, it's a journey, right? I'm not going to shit on somebody who's read Ancient Egypt, Light of the World by Gerald Massey. I'm not going to shit on somebody who read Godfrey Higgins, Anacalypsis, Volume 1, 2, and 3. I'm not going to shit on people that saw Zeitgeist and that's where they woke up at. You just have to understand, or if you read Book of the Beginnings,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
Or
Gerald Massey books.
Historical Jesus and by Massey as well, right? I personally think that while Massey's scholarship, you gotta understand when he wrote. He was writing around the turn of the century.
Yeah.
Egyptology was fucking brand new. It was still new. So for him to know as much as he knew, like I'll tell you what I don't like with a lot of Christians, because it shows you how stupid they are as far as like the apologists. And when I talk about Christians being stupid, when I speak badly about Christians, I'm not talking about just your average Christian. All right. I'm talking about apologists, because they are the vanguard of Christianity. Now, before I go on about that, let me answer that person's question about the elephantine papyrus. They want to know what bid. I wanted to, you know why I waited? Because I wanted Priest to come back before I answered that question, so he could get some knowledge. Okay. All right. So, Priest.
Yeah.
This is the elephantine papyrus. Okay, that you're looking at. All right. So I just brought it out so you can see it.
Nice. We see it again.
Okay. Here you go. If you're going to get it, I would suggest you get it now, because the price is usually insane, about $400, $300.
All right.
Let me see right now. Right now, it will cost you. Hold on 1 second. It will cost you
280.
180.
That's what I'm thinking. Oh yeah, 180.
That's pretty.
I was close.
Yeah.
Okay.
You was close.
Nah. Look, hold on right now. I'm gonna share my screen. Hold on. We're gonna stop the bullshit. I'm gonna share my screen. People would be thinking I'd be joking. I ain't playing. Hold on 1 second. Come on, man, stop playing. Here we go. So I'm gonna share my screen. Share screen. Now look, I ain't gonna even say the price. I just went right there. What does it say? For new.
What did it say? 5,000.
Nah,
I can't see it.
I can't
see it.
I can't.
Hold on. I'm gonna see if I can enlarge my screen.
AD.
Can you see it?
Oh yeah, 540.
Yeah, 540. Yeah,
Half a rack.
Okay.
it's a real.
Half a rack. If you want to get it new, like my copy,
That's
half
real.
a rack.
Wow.
Nice.
Feel me? This is what I'm
real
talking
books.
about.
That's real books.
Yeah. I don't read cheap shit. So when people ask you to come on their show,
Right.
and they like, this is no reference to you, Priest. When people
Right.
want you to come and teach and they think you're supposed to come for free, are you out of your fucking mind?
Right.
You can't afford a brain like I have. Are you out of your fucking mind?
Right.
Like, just one of my passages is like your fucking rent. A passage in my mind is your rent for like a few fucking months. Because I'm dead ass, bro. I'm dead ass. You got motherfuckers over here spending a rack on a book. Not on some Cristal or Ciroc, on a book. On a fucking book. Why? Because my values are different from yours, homie. It's that simple. You're gonna finish that bottle of Ciroc that you paid $1,000 for, but what did you get out of it that you could give to your brother or your sister or your children or your community? Nothing. That's a loss. That's a deficit. And on a loss gain sheet, that's a deficit. That's a liability. You feel me? When I paid $1,000 for a book, and I got the knowledge that, look, it's the reason they paid that money, because they know a nigga ain't gonna pay for it. You got the wrong nigga here. I'm gonna pay for that shit. You feel me? Real fucking talk. You got $2,000, no problem. Let me get it. Why? Because my people need that. Yeah, I know they in the clubs. I know they want to fucking run around and listen to all this bullshit and all this other dumb shit. But my people need what's in there.
Yeah,
Okay,
Shaka.
so let me tell you. Let me answer that question, because I don't want to jip the person.
Yeah.
So here's what I learned from business-wise from the elephantine papyrus. One, I learned that contracts are a very integral part of our history. So when you talk about Black history, don't be talking about sitting at the back of the bus. Don't be talking about drinking from a white water fountain and integration, all this bullshit. When you talk about Black history, go to the elephantine papyrus and look at contracts, real estate contracts. because the majority of it is real estate contracts. It's the only book I've ever read where the footnotes are actually longer than the passages or the pages. The longest thing of the pages of the look, I'm bullshit you not. I'll show you. Look at this shit. Hold on a second. Look. How many books do you know where you see the passage of the book is here and look how long the footnotes are? The footnotes are longer than the passage. Why? So, and what is in here? Most of this is real estate contracts from ancient Egypt. It's showing you how they did business. Who got left what? Could a woman do contract business, or was that strictly in the sphere of males? Did what was left? In other words, how did they view property? How did black people? Okay, I'm gonna use street language. How did niggas in ancient Egypt view property? Because see, I want to make it relatable. Now, let's make it relatable. How did niggas in ancient Egypt view the transmission of property, inheritance? Was there an inheritance tax? Yes, there was. Okay? Was there manumission of slaves with inheritance contracts? Yes, there were. Okay. What else? Was there a hoarding of wealth? Was there sibling rivalry? Did people beef over property like we do today? Yes, they did. And the more you get into their contracts, into their business contracts as it pertains to real estate, I think the funniest ones that will make you laugh are the real estate beefs between the priesthood, between the native Egyptian priesthood and the Jewish temple to Yahweh. When you read them, the beef between them, between the priests of Elephantine and the Jewish priests, it'll make you laugh your ass off. Because first of all, what I like about it is that it brings it out of all of this spiritual mumbo jumbo bullshit and it makes it human for you. Right? Let me tell you something. The priests of Upper Egypt hated the priests of the temple of Yahweh. They fucking hated them. To the point that only because they would beef over property boundaries. And the Jewish priest at the temple of Yahweh, they was probably, they was trying to elbow their way in. And the priest was like, yo, you can't do this because this land is dedicated to Khnum, to the deity. I mean, probably using that as an excuse because at the end of the day, there's one thing you got to understand about ancient Egyptians is that they were real estate freaks. Like, y'all don't understand. Like, hold on, I got to repeat that. They were real estate freaks. Like how you are about real estate today. They were religious about that shit, literally. They was religious about that shit. Okay? Religion, real estate, and economics in ancient Egypt was very, very, like, they didn't play with real estate in ancient Egypt. Okay? And when you read the Elephantine Papyrus, that's what most of those contracts are about. So one of the contracts details who is liable for the damage to the temple of Yahweh by virtue of what went down between the native priest of Upper Egypt and the priest of Yahweh's temple. But it's fucking hilarious when you see how petty the Egyptian priests are. It's like college fraternities doing foul shit to each other because they want their establishment and their edifice to be number one. It's funny to me, but I'm also empathetic and sympathetic to the Egyptian priests because it's like, look, y'all on our native land. Like, this is our shit. How you just gonna come over here and usurp the land for your temple? Why? Because there's a certain monetary value to that particular land. This shit ain't had nothing to do with no gods. See, people, look, anytime you hear about beef in ancient Egypt, and people say, oh, well, Akhenaten introduced a new god. Bullshit. The beef between Akhenaten and the priesthood was money. It was all about fucking money. It wasn't about nothing else. All you got to do is look at what King Tut did when he deposed Akhenaten. When the priesthood deposed Akhenaten, what was the first thing King Tut did? Come on, y'all geniuses.
He went back to the capital, right?
Nah, the first thing. Well, he did that.
You talking about Akhenaten?
He did. What was the first thing that Tut did when Akhenaten was deposed?
He reestablished the god.
Yeah, he reestablished the priesthood.
Okay, he reestablished that, but what I said, everything, or okay, I guess only priests are listening. Priests, I want you to remind them, Everything must always lead back to what?
What you first said?
The money.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If your answer ain't related to money, I'm not accepting your answer. That's how you got to teach people about ancient Egypt. That's the only way they're going to learn. What was the first thing Tut did?
Reestablish the money, huh?
He put the monetary prerogatives of the priesthood back in order. The priesthood of Amen. All of their monetary prerogatives was put back in place. All of their priestly privileges, which related to the temple, which was all related to economics and money and finance, he put all of that shit back in place. That's what the whole beef was about. It was never about nothing else. I wish black people would wake the fuck up and understand there's a way to approach this shit where nobody will ever be able to fuck with you again in life when it comes to understanding.
Hey, can we get to another question?
Let's get to the next question.
Yeah.
But that's what the Elephantine Papyrus taught me. It taught me about the importance of contract law as it relates to black people before any white people ever came in contact with black people. Before we knew what a white person was, we were dealing with contract law. That's important to understand. That's very important to understand. And that's no reflection on white people. But what it should do is give white people a different perspective of black people, and it should give black people a different perspective on themselves. That we were dealing with contract law in our land, on our soil, in ancient Egypt, before we knew what a white person was. And that's important to know. From a personality perspective, so that when somebody looks at you, they might determine your value differently as a person and what you have to contribute. What I've always said, priest, is that if black people rediscovered their history and they put it out front and they led with it, and I try to tell this to white people, if you become, well, I guess, an ally and you support that journey of black people reclaiming their history, it adds greater value to your life. Because now you realize the kind of intelligence you actually have access to without exploiting us. Because we got to remember, hey, our intelligence is for us first. It's that simple. It's for us first. And then we share the fruits of that with those people we live with and that who reside with us, who no matter what they look like. But it got to be, you will take care of home first. So go ahead.
Let's see. This next one is older. It says, Kenneth Miller says, show us some text from Martin's writing to prove it, please. I think you did that, right?
Yeah, we did that.
You already did that.
Okay.
Oh, no, we didn't really go. Oh, no, we didn't do that. Let me show you one. Let me just show him one.
Okay.
Let me just show him one.
Go ahead.
All right.
Gotta finish my question too,
happy.
Shaka.
What was your question?
Money of accounts.
Oh, okay. Well, Priest wanted that for later, but I got you. Because right now we doing the audience.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, so give me 1 second. Hold on. Oh, that's over there. So I have to do it. Nah, I should be able to do it from. Okay. No. I don't know what the hell is going on there. Hold on 1 second. My PowerPoint is bugging out. Give me a second. Don't make me quit PowerPoint. Don't make me do that. Here we go. Why won't you let me open or close you? Fuck it, I'm gonna close you. All right. Close PowerPoint. Close preview. Just give me 1 second, people. I just want to make sure. Hey, can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you can?
No,
See, I didn't know that.
we can't see your screen.
Oh, good. Yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, because I don't want you to see my screen right now. All right. So hold on 1 second. All right, Microsoft error reporting, no problems. I just want to reopen it. I just got to reopen my PowerPoint so that, okay, great. Here we are. Wonderful. You're back. We're back in business, people. So let me just bring up my MLK PowerPoint. Here we go. MLK Express. Yeah, that MLK PowerPoint, it'll blow your mind. Like, it really will. So I don't like that question because a lot of people, they really don't understand how deep Martin was. They just want to see more. They saw it. They know what I showed. They just want to see more of it. And I don't blame them. Real talk. I'm not a hater. You feel me? I don't blame them at all. All right. So can you see my screen?
About to. Yeah.
All right. Cool. All right. So now, oops, no. Let me take that off. Show you some things you ain't supposed to be seeing right now just yet. But here we go. And here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right. So we back to Martin. All right. Here we go. All right. So let's look at Martin. Okay. Hold on a second. We're gonna look at Martin. Okay. So we already see him talking about Amenemhotep right here. He's talking about Tahotep. He's talking about the influence that Amenemhotep had on the book of Proverbs. I don't know if you know this, but most of you know, I'm sure, that Amenemhotep's writing makes up part of the book of Proverbs. Did you know that? Anybody?
No.
Yes or no?
No, not at all.
I'm not hearing anybody.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
Okay, thank you.
No.
All right. I like yes and no's real fast. All right, cool. Because it makes things flow faster. Here we have Martin speaking about Tahotep, and he's talking about, what is he saying? Let's recap. Let's do a quick recap. We're gonna go right through it. Right here, he's talking about powerful influence on ancient Egypt. He says it right here. The plan of this study involves taking successively 5 societies and relating their powerful influence upon Old Testament writers. Let's not confuse. And he says Egypt right here. Now, either you're literate or you are illiterate. If you are literate, put it in your pocket and stack that away so you can remember that. He said Egypt had a powerful influence on the Old Testament writers. If you can't read, maybe go read Chinese, okay? And he says, Martin says, another important figure who contributed greatly to Egyptian literature was Amenemhotep. And he says, like Tahotep, he offered sound advice to his son on honesty, integrity, self-control, and kindness. It was essentially this profound advice that proved to be of what? Lasting influence to the Hebrews. He did not say to the Chinese, to the Japanese, to the Indonesians, to the Russians, and to all these other. He said to the Hebrews. You people need a fucking reality check. Okay? On some real shit. You need a reality check. That's Martin Luther King. He said, we find striking parallels of Amenemhotep in what? How many books does he name? Jeremiah, Psalms, and Proverbs. That's 3. But the person whose works he was reading, which was Breasted named 5 books. Breasted included Hebrews. He said, Breasted included Hebrews, Job. Breasted included a lot more. Martin only named 3. And then he goes on to give you the example right here, which we already read before, so I'm not going to read it. Here's Amenemhotep right here. He's telling you, when you read those works, Jeremiah, Psalms, Proverbs, you're reading his work. Now, you don't have to like that. All you got to do is go to Italy, to the Museum of Egyptian Art in Turin, Italy, and it's right there. All you got to do is translate the glyphs. But they've already been translated, so you don't have to. In fact, if you read the New Oxford Annotated Bible, they tell you in the Bible that it came from Amenemhotep. But niggas don't even want to read the Bible anymore. Especially now that it's telling the truth. I don't read them bullshit Bibles. I tell you automatically, if you don't have the New Revised Standard Version, you're reading garbage, period. Bruce Metzger, New Revised Standard Version. Bart Ehrman, New Revised Standard Version. Okay, we don't read the bullshit. We don't do the junior high school, grade school Bibles. We don't do that King James Version bullshit. We use King James Version just to teach ignorant black people who don't know any better. But then we go to the superior translations. I'm sorry?
Someone was asking if you want smoke with Dr. Wesley Muhammad.
Oh, we'll deal with that later. Let's move on. Okay. Hold on one second. Yeah, Wesley's scared of me. He know he is. He know I ain't nothing to fuck with. All right, here we go. We had our little exchange. You know, in fact, Wesley Muhammad did 2 things. One, he went on a tour mentioning my name across the whole fucking country, and then he published my work and put me in the footnotes that he was referencing me. Because I guess he was trying to refute something I said. But somebody sent it to me and I was like, I said, oh my word. I got the PhDs mentioning my name in their work. Oops. I'm a 10th grade high school dropout. Why you got my name in your book? They actually sent me the shit. So I got it in my archives. I'm like, all right, cool. Because Wesley's a PhD from Michigan. He teaches at Michigan State University.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, he teaches there?
Yeah, he teaches there. Don't sleep. I respect Wesley as a scholar. I don't respect him as a Muslim. And that's because I think that he, along with a lot of other people, he's an apologist. And I don't respect any apologists, even Kemetic apologists, I don't respect. If you can't tell the truth about your favorite civilization, I don't fuck with you. You got to tell the truth. If they did something bad, say it. Nah, they was fucked up when it came to this. If they did something good, give them their credit. Oh, this was beautiful. This is a contribution that they made. It's like me. Everything about Shakka Ahmose is not good. I got some fucked up tendencies that I struggle with and work with, and that I hope in my lifetime I will overcome and make me feel better about myself. But if I present myself to you as this perfect thing, don't trust me. That's all I'm gonna tell you. And so if you try to present your civilization or your religion as this perfect thing, I'm automatically not fucking with you. I know you don't live in reality, because nothing in reality is perfect. If reality was perfect, you wouldn't die. Your mother wouldn't die. Your father wouldn't die. Your grandparents wouldn't die. Your children wouldn't die. So the mere fact that I know that reality is not perfect, I know nothing in it can be. So don't come to me with this perfect diatribe about this civilization that you love so much. I don't care who the fuck you are. It just tells me you have a poor relationship with reality. You ain't got no scholarship, and you got a poor relationship with reality. So let me just move past this. I didn't get to do this before.
Okay.
So Martin says, so I asked the question up top, is it inspired by God, or is it tremendous amount of influence of ancient Egypt? What does Martin Luther King say? He says this is only one, this is Martin in his own words. Okay. This is only one instance of many where there is a direct similarity between, he says only one of many where there is a direct similarity between the wisdom of Amenemope and biblical versions. That's Martin Luther King. He says, before we close our study of Egypt, it is its relationship to old. What did he say? Hold on, let's start. This is important.
Okay.
Before we close our, see, you can't skip over words. Skipping over words and phrases will make you stupid, and you will lose a perfect teaching opportunity. He says, before we close our study of Egypt and its relationship to Old Testament literature, stop, full stop. Why? Because when you talk to these Hebrew Israelites and when you talk to these Christians, the great lie they want to tell you is that there is no relationship between Egypt, that they want to tell you that Egypt has no relationship to Old Testament literature. Martin is calling you a liar, because he says it right here. Before I close our study of what? He didn't say before I close our study of cats and dogs. He didn't say before I close our study of Ferraris and Mercedes-Benz. He said before we close our study of Egypt and its relationship to Old Testament literature. Deal with that and put that in your back pocket and keep it there. He says before we close the relationship, we must consider Amen. See the word Amen, right? Amen. Amenhotep IV. Akhenaten. Yeah. This interesting character was a king of the 18th dynasty. Through many lofty ideals, he became the first individual in history. Well, he's only repeating breasted. Either for the temple service or for the personal devotions, the king composed 2 hymns to Aton, which are quite relevant for our present study. The 104th Psalm of the Hebrews shows a notable similarity to this hymn, both in thought and sequence. He's trying to draw your attention to something. He was not a stupid man. Some very interesting phrases which appear in Akhenaten and the Bible are, the earth is in darkness like death, confers Psalms 104:20. All serpents they sting, confers Psalm 104:21. He's telling you he's telling you this. This is Martin trying to teach you. Malcolm didn't show you this. Garvey didn't show you this. All of these super duper pro backs didn't show you this. Martin showed you this.
Pick up.
In his paper. He has you conferring it. Then he says, from these few examples, we are able to see the tremendous amount of what? The tremendous amount of influence that this hymn had on the Bible writers. That's Martin Luther King out his own mouth. Sorry, people, if you would have bet me money on this, I'd have taken all your fucking money and walked out the door. I'd have took all your money, every last penny, because you couldn't say shit. It's documented. See, they don't show you this. They want to keep telling you, I have a dream. I have a dream. What does Martin say? Martin Luther King on the Egyptian mysteries of Osiris, of Isis and Osiris. This is Martin. He says on page 302, the Egyptian mysteries of Isis and Osiris exerted considerable influence upon early Christianity. That's not Malcolm X. That's your boy Martin. That's Mr. I Have a Dream. Page 302. Can I get an amen in the house? Can I get an amen? Thank you.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you. No, it's amen.
Nah,
It ain't no
I'm
amun. It's
I'm just
amen.
playing with you, man.
They put that amun in there to try to confuse you. It's amen. Right? If you want to say it correctly, it's actually emen.
Eamon, yep.
Amen.
Amen,
Yes.
yep.
Right? So
That is true.
we find that this is Martin Luther King. He says, we find that there was a festival held each year in Egypt celebrating what? The resurrection of Osiris. What do these Christians like to tell you? Oh, Osiris was not resurrected. They want to use some other words. He was, what's the word they use? Invigorated. Some other shit. Because they always trying to create these fake disparities and false distinctions between Osiris and Jesus. They do it all the time. There's something psychologically wrong with them. That's why I don't like apologists. It doesn't matter if they're Kemetic, Hebrew, Muslim, or Christian. I don't like people who like to take you out of the realm of reasoning and rationale and documentation. Well, they use rationale, but they abuse it. So what else did Martin Luther King say? He said, Christians, I'm gonna let one of y'all read that. Can y'all see this? Any one of you? The bottom one, page 303.
Where it says
They can't say it. AD.
postpone
Right
the
here.
workshops of
Can anybody see
Osiris
this?
in modern
Can't
times.
see it.
All right, okay,
Post it a little.
I'll read it.
Oh,
It
you
says,
Yeah.
Martin Luther King said, Christians unconsciously perpetuate the worship of Osiris in modern times.
Boom, right there.
That's your boy Martin Luther King.
Martin Luther King. Wow.
Can we get a round of applause in the house
Yeah.
for Martin Luther King? Can we get a Killer Priest podcast applause for Martin Luther King? Am I the only one clapping by myself?
Broke that whole
Am I the
knowledge
only
down
one
way
clapping by
back
myself? Look, ABC didn't bring you this, Martin. NBC didn't bring you this, Martin. This is documented. You cannot change this. And you got to understand, this is in his years at Crozier College. I think it's in Delaware.
Like his early 20s.
In his
no,
20s.
Or 15s. Who was it, 16?
No, he was in his 20s.
He was in his
He
20s, yeah.
graduated. He did his 4 years at Morehouse. Graduated. I think he did maybe 2 years at Morehouse. Graduated and then went to Crozier to do his 4 years to get his divinity degree. All right. So he says, page 303. Look what Martin says. He says, this is not the only point at which the religion of Osiris and Isis has exerted influence on Christianity. So this is all, he keeps repeating the same thing. Come on.
Yeah, that Christianity came from Kemet.
This is Martin telling you how Jesus became a god on page 227. Martin Luther King in his own words. This is not a biographer. This is not, in fact, in the beginning of the book, they show you the pictures of his handwritten pages. You gonna argue? Stupid motherfuckers with your fried chicken and your potato salad on Sundays that don't know shit.
Fried chicken and potatoes.
Yeah.
Damn.
Reverend Chicken Wing.
Breaded chicken.
Yeah. You fucking right. You fucking right. Because niggas are stupid. And they hate, it's like on the slave plantation. Always remember, the dumbest nigga always hated the smartest nigga and would set the smartest nigga to get fucked up by the slave plantation owner. Don't ever forget that. So smart niggas always got to watch their back. Because you always got some hating nigga like Uncle Ruckus who hate you for being smarter than him.
Yeah.
Don't ever forget that. It's like a nigga walking around with a dick bigger than yours or a car nicer than yours or a nicer home. Oh, don't be a motherfucker more intelligent than the next nigga because then you really going to have real haters. Y'all don't know the kind of shit that I deal with. That's why I don't fuck with people. Motherfuckers hate you just for fucking giving them knowledge. Can you imagine that shit? Nigga hate you for teaching him.
Yep.
He hate you because he couldn't teach what you teaching. That's crazy. To me, that's insane. Put in the fucking work, nigga. Don't hang out. Stop chasing girls. Don't do whatever the fuck you doing. Stop watching the NFL. Stop watching the fucking NCAA. Nigga, that can't teach you shit. Pick up a fucking book and crack that bitch and kill it, murder it, conquer it. Every book you read and conquer, that's ammunition no one can ever take away from you, ever. Do you think, let me share something with you. This is on some real shit. If you was to see a fucking small fraction of my mind, it would probably drive you insane. Because you wouldn't even think that there's that much knowledge in the world. There's a reason why people like me have to like really, really put up a barrier between me and other people. Because you are not going to fucking be able to relate. You're not. You're going to try. But most of the time, you're just going to be sitting. You never buy you a t-shirt that's going to say, I didn't fucking know. Because that's all you're going to be able to say. Every 5 minutes, or you're going to be fucking with me, or you're going to be able to say is, I didn't know. You will never, nothing else will come out your mouth. And I'll go 48 hours straight with you, and all you will say is, I didn't know. My students will tell you that. My students will tell you that. I got celebrity students. I got wealthy students. Male, female, black, white. You know how many white people sit in my classes? My black students will tell you. Because we all be on Zoom together. Everybody's sitting there learning. And they will tell you, we start at fucking 11 at night and we go to 6 in the morning.
We definitely can't go to 6 in the morning tonight.
Oh no, I'm not trying to go to 6 in the morning. I'm not trying to go to 6 in the morning. What I'm telling you is that black people only flirt with learning. They don't really learn. They flirt with it. So let's look at what Martin said here about Jesus. And now you're going to know why Christian pastors don't mention him. Because he tried to tell you the truth and wake you up.
After this, we got to keep it moving, though.
No problem. That's it. That's it.
Yeah.
He said, in order to receive inspiration from Jesus, the Greeks had to apotheosize him. What did the word apotheosize mean?
Glorify.
Look it up.
Like glorify him?
No, look it up. Y'all got computers? You got a dictionary on your computer? What does it say? Apotheosize. Look it up. I got it right here. Look at it. I went to the dictionary right here because I'm always trying to teach people. I got it right here. I got the dictionary definition right here. Apotheosize. Elevate to or as if to the rank of a god. Idolize. That's Martin telling you how Jesus became a god. In order to receive inspiration from Jesus, the Greeks had to elevate to the level of a god, apotheosize him. We must remember that the logos concept, why is he saying that? The logos concept, because when they say in the beginning was the word, remember they tell you that Jesus and the word is one and the same, right? They tell you that, even though they're different there when they go into their whole Trinity thing, but they still tell you that because they tell you Jesus is God. All right. Now, in the Trinity, they may be tripartite and have distinct roles, but overall, they're one and the same. Okay. So they're telling you, because they tell you that his nature is consubstantial with God. Right. So, but the word in the Greek that they use, they don't say the word in Greek. They say logos. And that's why Martin says, what's the most important words here? We must remember. How the fuck can you remember something that you don't know? Bunch of stupid motherfuckers don't know shit. How you gonna remember something you don't know? He says, that's how deep he was. We must remember that the logos concept had its origin in Greek thought. It was only natural that the early Christians, after coming in contact with the Greeks, would be influenced by their thought. That's Martin telling you. That's where the Christians got the idea of Jesus as a God, from the Greeks. Martin is telling you that in his own writing. You can't argue with that. That's not Malcolm talking to you. That's Martin talking to you. And then he finally says, the church had found God in Jesus, and so it called Jesus the Christ. And later, under the influence of Greek thought forms, the only begotten Son of God. That's Martin telling you that. Come on. You think you know Martin? Get the fuck out of here. You don't know shit about Martin. You think I could have a conversation with black? Come on. You honestly think I could literally sit there and keep a straight face having a conversation with black people, even about their own leader, Martin Luther King? They don't know Martin. They want to give you all of this every fucking year on his birthday. I have a dream. They don't talk about nothing else. That's it. The most dangerous black man in America? Not Malcolm. Martin. Malcolm couldn't teach you that. He didn't know that. Oh, what I didn't show you in the PowerPoint there, that if you watch the whole video, I go into it, I show you. The reason Martin knew this was because of who his teacher was. I said he had a better teacher than Malcolm. Any intelligent individual, firstly, I'm always looking for intelligent questions. Any intelligent individual would have jumped real fast and said, who was his teacher? Period. The answer to a question is always commensurate to the question asked. You ask a poor question, you get a poor answer. You ask a good question, you get a good answer. You ask an excellent question, you get an excellent answer. The answer to the question is, who was his teacher? When he was at Crozier, his teacher was the man who literally wrote the book on ancient civilizations. And in fact, when he was teaching there, his book had just been published. It's an old white guy. I forget his name right now. It goes out of my mind, but I have to have to do this, click a few buttons and it'll come right up. It's in my PowerPoint. Can I show you his book and him? I show you his face. Martin had to pass his class. In order for Martin to pass his class, Martin had to study all of these ancient civilizations. Persia, Ras Shamras, where you get the Ugaritic writing from Syria. He had to study all of this shit, the Old Testament writings. He had to spit it back like he knew it. He couldn't just read. Martin had to read it and study it and then spit it back like he knew it, or he would not graduate.
All right, brother. Let's move on. We gotta keep this. We gotta speed it up.
We got a compliment here. Nyasha says, super dope build. He giving us scholarship and sources, great books and fantastic background, dropping straight diamonds. D8 says, vanity is building. Kaba Praxis says, Shakka is a halfway scholar. There is a sermon that Martin preached called, Why Did Jesus Call a Man a Fool? Martin did teach about Jesus.
Okay, so why did you? Okay, I got no problem with that. So he gave a sermon called he also gave a sermon called Christianity Got Its Religion from Ancient Egypt, and I just read it to you. Boom. So you can take that home with you. There you go. Okay, he just talked about the influence of ancient Egypt on Christianity. He just talked about the influence of the religion of Osiris and Isis on Christianity. He just talked about the great influence of Amenemope and Tahotep on Proverbs and of Akhenaten on Psalms 104 and Proverbs. So while he did, thank you for sharing that. Like I said earlier when I came in, I love to learn. My ego is not beyond being taught. So he gave a message called, Why Did Jesus Call a Man a Fool? Well, my question is, why don't Christians admit the ancient Egyptian influence on Christianity and on Hebrewism? There you go.
All right. Buck the President says, I'm just happy to be here.
Oh, and that's from a halfway scholar.
All right. Keeper of the Flame says, Rasul, the Seeds, Children of the Apocalypse, LCOB. Kenneth Miller says, what about Egyptian hieroglyphs found in America?
What about them?
Yep. Pooch says, what do you think the pyramids were used for? They were not tombs. Were they tools to harness and generate energy through sound or magnetic forces?
Actually, they were tombs. And a lot of people have a problem with that. They absolutely were tombs. I mean, that's why there's a certain part of the pyramid in the construction called the King's Chamber. Okay? It's called the King's Chamber for a reason. They know for a fact that there was a cenotaph and a sarcophagus that was kept there. That's not open to debate. It was there. They were, in fact, tombs. Okay? They talk about it in the text that they were tombs. So I don't entertain that question. They were absolutely tombs.
Kenneth is saying, my American African brother, what are your thoughts on the mounds in America being thousands of years old?
I have no thoughts on the mounds in America.
Okay.
No thought.
D8 says, Shakka, can you speak on Hegel's dialectic in relation your earlier lesson on poverty and wealth?
Yeah. If you don't have the solution, if you have the solution for a problem, but the problem does not exist, create the problem. And that leads to issues then of supply and demand, which then leads to wealth. And I think the ancient Egyptians may have stumbled on that accidentally, right? I think accidentally the ancient Egyptians may have stumbled on that. Remember I told you earlier about haters? Come this in my mind about what that person had to say about halfway scholar. I said, here's why. Now watch this. When I say you don't, now I did say bring one, so I'm glad that he bought one. Thank you for sharing that one. So the next time that I'm giving this discourse, I can always say that Martin Luther King has a minimum of speeches about Jesus. Because I can guarantee you this much. I can show you many more speeches by Martin where he did not speak about Jesus versus those where he did. But I'm glad that he brought that one to my attention. I'm going to go locate it, watch it, and listen to it and see what Martin had to say about it, because I think that should be pretty interesting. But other than that, back to what we were just saying about the Hegelian dialectic, that's what I think about. And I don't even want to say what I just said a moment ago from an egotistical perspective. I just want to say that from something like I said earlier. And that's why I always put that caveat in there. I came to learn as well, because when you come into a room as if you know everything, you're setting yourself up to lose. And so I know that I don't know everything, but the emphasis that I was putting on was Martin's knowledge of ancient Egypt and its influence on Christianity and the Bible, and the Egyptian religion on the influence of Christianity, which most Christians and Bible thumpers will go out of their way to deny. That's from your halfway scholar once again. So let me back it up to the Hegelian dialectic. When you go to the origin of how ancient Egypt developed, right? Oh, and you know what? Now that I think about it in the future, if someone ever called me a halfway scholar again, I'm going to take that as a compliment, because that's much better than being called not a scholar at all. So, so thank you to whoever said that, right? We have to, hey, look, we have to learn to take what we get, right? So, yeah, you know, it's all about the scholarship at the end of the day for me. So, when you look at the origins of what brought ancient Egypt into existence, which were market forces, you really have to look at what those people saw coming into existence. One thing about the ancient Egyptians, but they weren't Egyptians at that time. Let's just call them Nile Valley proprietors. That's what I'll call them. Nile Valley proprietors, because that's what they were at that time. There was no Egypt. There were no borders there. There was an economy that was created by a trade system that went from Upper Egypt into the Levant, right?
Yes.
It went across the Fertile Crescent,
Right,
all the way into Sumer, into Mesopotamia. The trade system, and all
of that was a Kemetic land at one time.
yeah, for the most part, yeah. I don't know if I would say as far as
Lebanon, I think, right?
Oh yeah, certainly up to Syria. Oh, no question about it. Oh yeah, definitely up to Syria. I just would say up to Mari,
Yeah.
up to Mari, I think it would have stopped. And then from then on, when you get Ashur or Assyria and Babylon and Akkad and Sumer, I don't think that was ever Kemetic land. I think that developed independently. But I mean, Diop speaks about that. He speaks about an early connection between them. But I think the solid scholarship is on the trade and commerce between them, because that's what led to the economic dynamics, right? Where an Hegelian conflict would have reared its head and brought about the first dynasty, which was really brought about through taxation. So that's why I tell people, if you don't understand taxation and how they arrived at that idea, then you don't know about ancient Egypt. You're lost.
Well,
okay.
Walter Edwards says, so are you saying that the ancient civilization that moved from Ethiopia to Egypt went there to start business?
That's a good question. Well, okay, so let's clarify some things. You have to clarify terminology. A lot of people use Ethiopia incorrectly and out of context. Okay, it is one of the worst words you can ever use, and because Ethiopia meant different times and different locales at different times in history. So when the Greeks used the word Ethiopia, for the most part, they were referencing people in modern day Sudan, from where you get Lower Nubia, basically throughout Sudan, Bila al-Sudan, the land of the blacks. And so that's what they were talking about. They were not talking about Abyssinia or Aksum, okay? Pre-Aksumite culture it's documented, and we can do a whole lecture on that, on pre-Aksumite culture in Ethiopia, but those were not the Ethiopians they were talking about. So when people of antiquity, and the person who really puts that into context for you is William Leo Hansberry out of Howard University, who was actually a tutor to Haile Selassie, which most people don't know that. He wrote a book called, a 2-volume book called Pillars of Ethiopian History. If you go to Amazon right now and just type in Pillars of Ethiopian History by William Leo Hansberry, most of you know his niece, Lorraine Hansberry, who wrote the play A Raisin in the Sun, the Broadway play. I think Sidney Poitier may have been in that. May he live forever. So as far as Ethiopians, now when you read Diodorus Siculus accounts that the Ethiopians claimed that the Egyptians was a colony of Ethiopians that was sent out by one of their kings in order to colonize the land that became known as Egypt. I take that with a grain of salt. I think the most truest account would be, and part of the reason for that is that ancient Ethiopia, or not ancient Ethiopia, but ancient Aksum and modern day Ethiopia was not considered part of the Nile Valley civilization. Even though the Blue Nile comes out of there and the Atbat River is there, it was not considered part of Nile Valley civilization. Okay? And so when you're talking about Ethiopia, depending on which context you're using it in, if you want to talk about ancient Nubia being Ethiopia, then yeah. Just sure, why not? But it all depends on which Ethiopia you're talking about. If you get the right Ethiopia, I will take that as a concession and say, yeah, sure, why not? All right, next.
All right, next up it says, DH says shiny suit theory. Sebastian says, to the whole Killah Priest, Rocket Cast, and crew and chat, putting my money where the knowledge is. Shout out to my Harrisburg, PA folks. Kenneth Miller says, MLK was a preacher and went to theology school. We are not impressed by quoting Bible quotes. Why would Malcolm X be quoting the Bible as a member of the Nation of Islam?
Okay, see, this is what I mean about apologists asking stupid questions. You're going to get Christians saying stupid shit, right? Although, no. The person who advocated for Martin Luther King having a sermon on Jesus, that was not a stupid statement. So I'm going to reserve that from that person.
Okay.
I think this statement was sufficiently a stupid statement. As far as why would we need Bible verses? Why? Because the context in which I brought Martin Luther King up had nothing to do with Bible verses as advocating for a biblical worldview. They had to do with Bible verses being influenced, their creation being influenced, or the writers of those Bible verses being influenced by ancient Egyptian religion and ancient Egyptian literature. You apparently have a problem with that. And what I'm saying to you is that for those of us who are Kemetic enthusiasts, that has the greatest value for us. Okay? For those people who have an appreciation and respect for things like pyramids and ancient Egyptian culture and so forth and so on, yeah, that has a greater value. That doesn't mean that Malcolm X has no value or had no value. Malcolm does mention ancient Egypt. In fact, I have literature where he does mention ancient Egypt. He just never, not only do I have literature, I have Malcolm on footage mentioning ancient Egypt. He just never did it with the erudition that Martin did. And like I said, Malcolm did not have Martin's teacher. That is a historical fact. If a historical fact bothers you, go get psychological help. I can't help you. Okay, that's it. Let's keep it moving. In fact, this is going to be the last one.
There's only two more here. We got, one's just saying Jesus was from Egypt, actually. Pyramids are Jesuit. And the last one we got here.
And let me address that real fast.
Okay.
There is something interesting there. Something that many people don't know. When the Coptic Christians of Egypt was first developing their literature, most people don't know that they tried to institute into their literature a story about Jesus actually being born in in the Fayoum, in the Delta region, in Egypt, and the early church ecclesiastic community said, "Hell no, y'all not doing that." All right. So I always thought that was interesting, and part of the reason for that is the early Egyptian Christians. What they did was they basically equated. They did what we do. They equated the story of Jesus with the story of Horus. They made them coterminous and parallel, and not even they made them. They made them synonymous, and a lot of modern day Christians don't like that. They don't like that fact of history, that for an ancient Christian for an ancient Coptic Christian, in their minds, in some respects, they would have, and not just the Copts, because the Copts were not the only Egyptians that acquiesced to the Christian religion. You had some leftovers of the they weren't really the native population, but people who had mixed during the late kingdom who were represented as the native population. The form of Christianity that they practiced, it was hybrid. It was Egyptian religion mixed with Christianity. But modern Christians, apologists, don't like to admit that.
All right. Soapbox says the cursing of our features, Genesis 9:18-25, is the bottom line. Thank you, teacher Shakka Ahmose. That's a fact.
Okay. I don't know what Genesis 5-9 is, so
yeah.
I can't comment on that.
And the last one, Dre Mills says, didn't Dr. Ben teach Freemasonry come from Kemet?
Not just him, Asha Kwesi also. This is what I say. Freemasonry comes from the French. And what the French were doing when they created Freemasonry, because Freemasonry is not a Kemetic word, right? So that alone should tell you it doesn't come from ancient Egypt. And when the French were talking about Freemasonry, we have to look and see, well, what were they talking about? Why is this important? This happened in the 18th century. And in the 18th century, the French did not know enough about ancient Egypt to say what it was that was Egyptian about Freemasonry and what it was not. You have to remember, they had just, Francois Champollion had just deciphered Francois Champollion had just deciphered
The Rosetta?
The hieroglyphics.
Through
Okay.
the Rosetta Stone, right? Is that correct?
The Rosetta Stone. Yeah, he had just deciphered it. Him and Samuel Birch, whose work he relied on heavily, and one other person. But what was the question again? I had a brain fart. This now I'm getting tired.
That question was, didn't Dr. Ben teach?
Oh, right. Thank you.
Freemasonry?
So basically, the French created it. So if the French created it, and then the Scottish took it to another level, the Scottish really took it to a level of it was the Scottish that really made it a brotherhood that was a clandestine brotherhood. It was the Scottish that did that. And this is part of the reason why many of the founding fathers of America, one of the reasons they engaged in Freemasonry was because they themselves saw themselves as products of the Age of Enlightenment, which had come into fruition in Scotland. Okay, and you had Scottish universities. I think Edinburgh. I'm not sure where Edinburgh is, but you had Scottish universities and Scottish scholars who were promoting this Age of Enlightenment, and Freemasonry was a part of that. So that when many of these founding fathers came over to America and they began attending university here, a lot of people don't realize that a lot of the founding fathers were attending university and college here in America. So because of that, they inherited that Scottish tradition, which included that Scottish Freemasonry, which had taken Freemasonry to another level. So basically what you're looking at when you're dealing with Freemasonry, whether it's Scottish, you're dealing with Scottish and French interpretation of things they themselves did not understand. Because the French at the time when they created Freemasonry, they didn't know anything about ancient Egypt. They were just learning. They literally were just learning. So how are you going to have actual ancient Egyptian rituals in Freemasonry? You're not going to have it. They'll use the symbols, right? They'll use the symbols. So, okay, great. No problem. But when I look back into the Egyptian text, me personally, I don't really see it. I don't see an authentic, genuine connection to say, yes, this thing that you have here in Freemasonry is ancient Egyptian. No, I think that it was an attempt at expressing ancient Egyptian culture amongst yourselves, but being the French, but they didn't know enough to do so in any meaningful way. So no.
All right.
Yeah, and that's it.
One more.
Yeah.
That's it.
All right. Hey, listen, man, yo, Shakka, yo, you went. I can say this. On a show, we usually have cats come through and they drop some bombs, and they drop some jewels here. Mm-hmm. You have probably got to be the top. You know, Tahuti's up there, but you.
Tahuti died. He died. I like. But
you.
I like.
You
he died.
Yeah, but I'll give you this, man. You have shut the craft down, like speechless. Your knowledge and your research is incredible. It was definitely deserved. Man, it was definitely welcome. And man, your brain, you just on another level when it comes to scholarship, yo. I'll say that much.
Come take a class, man.
Yeah,
stop playing around. What are you doing? Stop playing around. Come take a class.
Yo, I'm gonna come through, man. I'm gonna come through, definitely.
Well, hey, yo, we can do it. We can always do a one-on-one, bro.
Yeah.
There's nothing. My one-on-ones to have you climbing the walls, bro. My logic like this. I get one thing I respect about our black people in England, because they hit me up all the time. They're like, yo, can we do a one-on-one? Can we do it? And they be like crazy hours over there because the hours are different. Yeah. But they want the information that bad. I'm just like, look, I really respect that. I get black people from the Netherlands, New Zealand, and they just want to learn. And also black American, a lot of African Americans as well. It's just that I would love to see more of our influencers come and get the information, because once you got the information, it's yours. It's like you can shut somebody else down with because I like to watch discourse. So when I watch Nori and them, or whoever else is doing their thing, and I listen to the level of the conversation, I just say to myself, damn, we are missing the mark so much. The things that we really address are so frivolous and so meaningless. Like, you're not making a difference. Like, you could really make a difference if you got some real knowledge in your head, but you're not going to get it by avoiding me. That's not how you're going to get it. That is the worst strategy. If that's your strategy, you need to watch videos. Forget whatever else you're watching and just watch videos on strategic thinking and tactics. That alone will change your life. There's tons of them on YouTube. Watch videos on strategic thinking.
Yeah. Not only that, is your vocab. Like, a lot of things that you said just makes sense, man. It resonates. It definitely resonates on the craft, man. It definitely got me thinking. And the jewels you brought about Martin Luther King.
Yeah, that was dope.
That was dope, bro.
That was real dope.
But nobody else gonna show you that. Yeah. But that tells you and shows you why most of them pastors don't mention him. They hated him.
Yeah. Never thought he was stupid. Nah. Ever.
No,
you know what I mean? I just thought Malcolm X was here, but now I see. Okay, that's beautiful light. Beautiful light. Beautiful light. Yeah. That was.
There's a speech
epic.
Martin gave. There's a speech Martin gave when they asked him, or he said, "What would I do?" He said, "If I died, and the spirit and the journey of the spirit was to go in reverse back through time."
Yeah.
And the last thing that I was given was the option to visit certain places. He said, these are the places I would visit, and here's why. And if you just listen to that speech alone, you could tell he was not like your average stupid Christian. I call him stupid because the average Christian is stupid, and I'm not shy to say that. I mean, they are, and here's why. Most Christians are, not all Christians. That's why I said the average Christian is stupid. Not most or all, but the average one is. All Christian apologists are stupid. All of them. And that's because, remember I said, if your approach is wrong, everything else is going to be wrong.
Right.
Their approach is wrong because they're not studying ancient Egypt to learn. They're studying ancient Egypt to prove whatever evil thoughts they have about ancient Egypt to be true. That's not how you study something. That's not how you study something at all, right? When I study Christianity, right, I'm gonna be giving away one of my little secrets because I like to leave them in the dark. I don't like people to know what I know. One of the things that people will tell you is I play my hands very close to my chest, and I'll wait for a buster to step out there so we could put $1,000 on it, and I'm leaving with the money, right? But the truth of the matter is that when I study Christianity, I don't study the silly shit that these apologists study. Remember I said earlier, the problem is that there's a jigsaw puzzle. Right. The jigsaw puzzle is the big picture. And the jigsaw puzzle is going to look like the picture behind you, priest.
Yeah.
Right? Wow. That's what the jigsaw puzzle is going to look like.
Right.
The Christians, they take a little piece of that, they take a few pieces from that jigsaw puzzle, and then they read 1,000 values into those small pieces that you can never get to the big picture because they want to drown you in all of the bullshit they generated from their little pieces. That's why I don't debate them. They're not interested in learning. They're only interested in confirmation and confirming the mythology and mythos that they've generated from their little pieces. And I'm like, I ain't got time for that shit, bro. You stuck on stupid. You are stuck on stupid.
Well,
like, so what they're trying to say now is that the resurrection scene with Osiris and Isis, they're trying to say that that's bestiality because his erection is supposed to be going in the bird that's hovering over him.
Right.
And so I said, okay. I had the quote from a book from the Oxford the University of the Archaeological Institute of Chicago.
Right.
And in this book, it literally documents for you that it was a symbolic rendering. It's a symbolic thing. And then I had to show the definition of the word symbolic.
Right.
The definition of the word symbolic means representing something that means something different.
That's right.
So if you're looking at this and you're seeing bestiality, it's because you're culturally illiterate.
That's right.
You don't know what they were saying.
Hey, we have a section and we gotta go because we have a music session that we play music.
I'm out.
Yeah, exactly. Yo, I want to say,
put my Cash App on the screen when you put this up, bro.
Yeah, we're gonna put you out there. We got you, man. Yo,
put my Cash App up there on the screen. I'm gonna send it to you.
Yeah,
so
put it
the
up there
audience
for
can
him.
be like, yo.
We'll put it in the description too.
Yeah, we're gonna put it in the description. Yo,
all right, that's what's up.
Shakka, hit me up later, man. We got to build. You know what I'm saying?
Consider it done.
All right.
Consider it done. We out.
Ladies and gentlemen, the great Shakka Ahmose.
The one and only. Go to ShakkaAhmose.com. Check me out on Facebook. My YouTube channel is Shakka Ahmose. Come and see me. Just ignore all my haters and all the controversy. People always trying to pull me into some controversy. Females, males, black, white, blue, green, all that crazy shit. I don't care. Piece of head grease. I'm out, people.
Yeah.
It's 2022. Stop playing with the knowledge and get the knowledge. Stop listening to stupid people that can't teach you shit. All right? That's what's up. I'm out. I'm out, people. Peace.
All right, peace. And peace to Amal.
Oh, no doubt. Shout out to Amal. No question about
shout
it.
Out to Tall God Allah.
I thought he was going to be here.
Yeah.
Shout him out.
He was in there.
Peace. I'm
All
out.
right, peace.
Yep.
Peace.
Yo.
Hey.
Yeah, that was something kind of special, man. That was the first time in a long time. Oh, I guess that was the first time that the Podcraft was completely silent. He came in there, scholarship was crazy.
Yeah.
All right, so let's just get to the music, man, so we can get up out of here.
All right, this is a part of the show where we play tracks that were submitted by up-and-coming artists and beat makers, you know what I'm saying?
Go, y'all.
Yeah. This first track was submitted by Marco Buddha. It's called Sugar. Let's go.
it like that, man.
Sugar.
That beat is fire.
Yeah.
Mark Buddha is the royal priesthood.
Hey.
That was fire. I messed with that. Last time he just tried to throw us something, but that was all right. Yeah, that was fire. That put fire into place. Royal priesthood in the building. Shout out to K9. I can't wait to hear that verse.
All right, let's go. Next one's by DJ from Guam. It's called Survival.
There's only one road of survival. There's only one road of survival. Staying positive, that's what it is. Staying confident, helping the kids. Staying alive in this music biz. Study hard, cause it's like a quiz. Only one road of survival. There's only one road of survival. There's only it means doing the right thing, not trying to be sneaky. Respect your elders, gotta do right. Keep your head up high. Walk with others and treat people right. There's only one road of survival. There's only one road of survival. There's only one road of survival. Ooh, yeah. There's only one road of survival.
Only one.
Hey.
There's only one.
It's a hook.
Hey.
It's a hook. It's gonna get in your head.
There's only one road to survival.
I still sing "Working Like a Dog." I still hear it.
Yep.
The hook hooks.
I forgot about it, but if it stuck with you, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Fulfilled its purpose. Very good. That was DJ from Guam. It's called Survival. All right, this next one's by Robotics. It's called Sunshine. Let go.
Oh, this is hard. Rowan came off of this one. I like the intro.
Yeah. I'm gonna start rapping words.
The music better than sex. Have you coming back like it was a hex? Like requests from the ex. Like why the she even left? I tap dance from right to left to right. Paradiddle. Sammy Davis Jr. Who the f is next? Get stuck in the riddle. 46
like
inch left. 48 pounds, 17 inch jaw spread. 550 pound bed trap. I'm at the capacities at the top of the map. The ozone layer, several meridian. The top of the equator, the latitude, the atmosphere. My palm together, I say a prayer. Salute to the general, the apostle. Street disciple is here with the good news to your ear. I save my head to rid the care of the world. I speak Jewel from the temple. Diamond the pearl.
Straight up.
He rapping from his nose.
DJ Aurora Borealis with a track called Sunshine.
Sunshine. You're my sunshine.
Yeah. Now you want to follow somebody home, right?
Yeah.
That was hard.
Right behind you.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, this next track is an
Open the
MP3.
door.
He paid for the 3 minutes. It's by Go Seti. It's called Blasphemy, produced by Kid Joey.
Go Seti. Okay, yeah.
Fear not him which killed the body. Rather fear him that's able to destroy both body and soul in hell. Get thee behind me, silent God, and push me along. Shh. Go.
Got you all fucked up.
down from all of them. Since your arrival, a whole lot of things changed. My world looking different, I got you to thank. Not once have I came across a dull moment. My world turning upside down. I went left, now my bright side is showing. To you I'm owing, so I keep flowing. Damn, I'm grateful that you brought me on this level. I trust your intuition as I bust this mission. Restoring balance, I'm taking care of my shadow issues. And now I'm prepared to go into battle with you. Slow start but steady movement is a pace for victory. My obsession for your presence might look like insanity. Dark intense, that's what you like, I'm giving it. Enlightenment, you showed and now I'm living it. Knowledge born, new cycle, you got me feeling lit. 3 a.m, no time to sleep, I got a pen that's here. Can't tell the future, but be feeling like the end is near.
How much better can I show my love for you?
Strings attached, call my name, you know I'ma go. Divinatory raps, I be on radio. Your agenda advertised through my avatar. With hopes whoever get the message gonna take it far. Check this out, word is bond, so we stuck together. Every verse that I utter like a thank you letter. You the shadow to my light, we are the same feather. Love blooms in the night, we touch it to 11s. When you perish, I'ma perish, yo, this non-fiction. Break the picture of my addiction, got me looking like conviction. I need anyone that refer to this love as prison. They tripping, I'm gliding, I'm never slipping. They dull as fuck, so they causing infliction. Deaf, dumb, and blind, the way they hate is like religion. They depiction, know you swear it's only raising my suspicion. They don't want nobody signing till they kid Venus is rising. And I owe it all to you, I found you in the house of mirrors. Driving 90 with the lights, I'll trust you, take the win and steer it. How much more can I love you? Don't know, I got faith, you haters. Your influence and my vocal tone, I'm giving hell the microphone. I'm coming forth, my light is shown, I'm sure that I'ma make it home. I'm sure I'm heaven sent, but underground is where I sit on throne. Lord, strike me right now in this booth if I said something wrong. I might just go get me a coupe, it's only me and you. All these other niggas be faking, hate that I dropped the truth straight into their psyche. Ooh, I don't think they like me, I'm working up an appetite. Beef is on the menu, but nobody's stepping up, so I'ma settle for forbidden food. How much more can I love you? If you had an army or legion, I front line for the troops. Blasphemy is the title, but I'ma blast for you. Enemy to your rivals, how dare they envy you? Any who I take all your gifts and put them to heavy use. 22 twos, the frequency that I'm moving to. Dudes thinking alien ain't go nowhere like empty shoes.
Give it up, that is Go Steady with Blasphemy, produced by Kid Joey. Hey, how you like that?
It was cool. You know what I'm saying? It was cool.
It was alright.
Yeah, it was cool.
The rhyme pattern was weird.
Yeah, the beat was more doper than the rhyme.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rhyme pattern was weird because I didn't even know, some of them I didn't even know if he was rhyming.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The
just
rhyme
talking.
parts. Yeah. Keep it going
All right, two more.
and practice on your art. Keep your art going.
Next one, we've got none other than
Oh, yeah, I see it.
Voltage Controller,
Yeah, yes,
You
yes.
see the white beard?
There he
a.k.a.
is.
Ghetto Gandalf. Let's go.
Voltage control.
Battlestar Galactic with the ratchet, I will llama you.
Shout out to Mo Life.
Nice.
I like beats like this.
Boom back.
Yeah.
All day. Yeah, yep. Material right there.
Voltage Controller. Subscribe to his channel.
It's the rings, baby.
Link to this track is in the chat. Hey. The link to this track is in the chat. As a matter of fact, I'm coming back tat-tat.
You got what you got. It's 16 AD.
Yeah, I snap back, plus the track spectacular. I steal your girl just to give her right back to you. Time is value, the life is precious. Confess this, nevertheless, with the sound so infectious. I come across always open at first, and I work without a boss and no less to disperse. Sitting no worse with THC in my blood. I've been smoking all day, man, I'm all out of bud. I'm all out of cash. I'm spending too fast. So many zigzags piling up in my trash.
Ghetto Gandalf.
Hey. That's dope. I'm
Very
sorry.
good.
Yeah, you know how you killed that.
But I love the boom bap. It kind of just brings it out. You know what I'm saying? That was cool. That was cool.
I honestly think hip hop should just sound like that. That's, you know what I mean, y'all?
It's the head bob.
Yeah, it's like, that's what it's supposed. Yeah, there's beats. I mean, you know, the trap stuff is cool and all. Some of them trap beats is off the chain. Yeah. But I think the core of hip hop should sound like that.
It's that old school.
The thing about music, man, is that you need different changes in beats because after a while the beats are dull to senses.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Your senses get dull to it. Need something new. A new, you know what I'm saying, rhythm to it. That's why we keep going through these different phases of hip hop and people get mad. Well, I wish you was back the old way where people got dull of that.
Yeah. You just gotta make beats that's, you know, not reminiscent of that time, but just do it in the modern day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You know, what was old will become new again. Yeah. So like now is the time because, you know what I'm saying, it's at the 20-year mark where you can go back and bring some of that old school back in and sound new to the new generation.
Yeah, well, you got a lot of guys out there now. Hush Kingpin, you know, he got that sound, and we got the Griselda, you know. Yeah. It's coming back. Of course, we got the Killer Priest.
Right.
Last but not least, the one and only ZODIAK with a track called Polarity.
You need that verse.
Featuring TIYE Phoenix.
Hey, shout out to TIYE Phoenix.
And you can follow their YouTube channel. It's in the description.
We'll get Kyle.
The last one.
Kyle in here for astrology bill.
Mm-hmm.
You and him one-on-one.
No, just let him go.
Just let him go.
Yeah.
ZODIAK, and TIYE Phoenix, representing polarity, iller than ever before.
Like
polarity, that's the universal law.
You know Phoenix set it off right. Haters mad they can't copy the archetype. Awesome light that's glowing out my avatar. MCs rather spar, get sabotaged. Our destiny was written in the ethers. That's why we make shit look seamless. Gotta resurrect the people when they fall behind. Can't stereo a leader, I'm a cardinal sign. Two sides to the laws of attraction. There's an equal and an opposite reaction. We represent all signs, no slacking. From Leo love to Aquarius detachment. Top renegades, lyrical assassins. Y'all not made of the same type fabric. We here to ascend. God in human skin. In the game of life, baby, all we do is win.
Word killer that's Gemini getting the eighth verbal. Edibles that can get him high with a taste. We all satisfied, we really just getting by on the plate. Wow. That's a planet without an end. Getting my infinite plane, I spin around it again. Liquid fire is spilling out of my pen. We overturning this ending how it begins. Handcrafted Ouroboros, leather boots on the ground grass. Always feel audible meals, this made it sound grass. I drift off like the smoke from the barrel of shaft. The principle with such class, I balance the staff. Too late to sip a rewind from the hourglass. I calculated each step even without math. Screw the lightning bolts in the sky. I rush the clouds crash. Thought wheels spin in the sky even without gas.
Dark,
light,
high, low, day, night.
Sun, left, right,
flow,
as above,
so below. We on a mission to slay the enemy totally. Bars is deadly, weaponized poetry. I'm held up in high esteem with respect. Swords the pinnacles of every queen in the deck. What? You ain't never seen God in the flesh? Can't duplicate the qualities that we possess. We gon' make them all bow down and confess. You in 3D, we playing 5D chess.
You know the league's best, don't you see the finesse? The plan is planning everything, no need to guess. We just kicking the door in, we don't need a request. Urban is the one man hand SWAT team, kaboomerang, spun the block, got it made, swiping all your clocks clean. It's our time, spitting crystals in the watch screen. The stars line, they admitted we the top team. We manifested every vision, these are not dreams.
Beams from the sun shine like a Leo. Aquarius, the opposite, that's the people. Capricorns on the rise straight through the ceiling. All my Cancer crabs in touch with their feelings.
Every season from the top when you elevate. And Libra keep the scales on me like I'm selling weight. Big hip to the stars, now that's a star shit. Back to back hits, I ain't never seen the armies miss.
Go to war like an Aries if you bring beef. Or like a Libra, we can negotiate peace.
For my Sag archers, Gemini thinkers, Leo on the stage, Aquarian change bringers.
Gemini, that's the twins, yeah, cause it's two. Sag hopping on flights, then schooling you.
This for Scorpios, killing them with my Taurus bulls. Virgos working they shift, Piscean orbital. Sun,
dark,
light,
Yeah, man. Whoa.
Ka Zodiac.
Man.
Very head to the tail. Keep on balancing the scale.
Featuring Ty Phoenix. Polarity. Follow their YouTube channels. Link is in the description.
Man.
Straight fire.
Ty Phoenix, Ka Zodiac, man. You get 1,000 mics for that, man. You guys always. That was, man. I'm speechless. Awesome.
Sick. They went through all the signs too.
Yeah, that was dope. I like that.
Talking about polarity.
Mm-hmm.
All of that.
Yeah,
Dope.
very good.
Teaching as they're rapping.
And you know, it's kind of dope. We got a sister ramen like that, man.
Yeah.
Man, that's.
She's down with our royal priesthood.
Oh, nice,
Yo,
nice.
You know, breath of fresh air, yo.
If you guys are interested in submitting tracks for the next show, go to killerpriest.tv/song promo. The link is in the description. Know what I'm saying? All right. This concludes that.
That was fire.
Nice.
All right, so yo, we was up here for a long time, man. Let's get out of here, yo. AD landed Pleasant.
Almost 6 hours in this motherfucker.
Exactly. I know, yo. AD Kush, yo. We'll be back. Check us out Friday. I don't even know if I got enough energy to do Friday.
Make sure y'all like and subscribe.
That's it. Good show. We'll be back on Monday. Who do you got, Priest? You know yet?
We'll be coming on Friday.
Okay, y'all gonna do Friday.
Yeah, we're gonna do Friday.
All right, so check out on Friday.
Yeah.
Priest gonna do a little something.
Yeah, it'll be a late night. Just come through.
KP after hours.
Yeah, KP after. Yeah,
after dark.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Peace.
Peace.
You must gain balance within yourself.
I'll tell you what. The winter sun, Mars stirs. Silk, winter sun, Mars stirs.
Tell me everything you know.
Silk, hallucinogenic power. When Shiva was born, the seed turned to milk.
Yes.
And it snowed turmeric powder. One of her hands reached down and planted the Bodhi.
Yes.
Then handed out roti with chickpeas. Amongst the thick leaves, sat the yogi, wearing big beads. Then here comes Jenna, the enlightener.
Are you ready?
You smell the spice as she entered. She painted the tiger in stripes with henna. The oldest scrolls, called the Riga Vita.
That's right.
Hair was non-ether, bigger features.
Yes.
Near the golden monkey, the stone toad, and the salamander. Before Alexandria was conquered by Alexander. Where the gods with the bronze head met the beast with the blonde dreads.
Yes.
Dalai Lama meets Brahma, they feast on non-bread. The Buddha was happy and chubby, rubbed the belly, feel lucky.
Good one.
The gods got mean and turned green like mint chutney.
Moving on.
Romulus and Remus, the she-wolf, gave birth to her puppy.
Yes.
A kid sat doing yoga, played with his pet cobra. He said, Father, I have no attachment. I am one with everything. The sky blackened.
Everything is connected.
Then came Vishnu from out of flying crystal. I Star Trek through Tibet. Landed down near plants and insects. Approached the orange-robed monk. that sat in front of the monastery. The temple of forgotten vows, of silence, sweat drip from my brow. I bow, priest, return to Easter Island. Witness me coming down from a cloud, holding the mic, hold back the crowd. Melchizedek inheritance, genetic transmission, mysteries of El Leon. Feel the wizardry as you impale to a stone. That's word to Ganesh, killing Dumbo. In the Laura Temple, a Jonathan cave in the jungle, beneath the stars. Many of the ancient gods depict bulls, snakes, birds, or card. Original manuscript held as archives, locked in the vault. Through the cobwebs and smoke, the living dead, spells said and ghosts. The deepest rhymes I ever wrote, beneath the shrine of the goats. Wet, naked, and soaked, from a baby male to Gabriel, riding Haley's tail. Comments hitting your conscience like 80 wells. The teachers in their pride, vain boast, they know nothing. This mic holds substance, and it is they who obey and truly succeeded in achieving total ignorance and sheer bliss. I'm here for years until I'm gone. I leave saffron. It's saffron. I leave saffron. So as he was the priest in Zohar, born inside of a stone age, fell off the mountain, cracked, came up, he rapped. Perhaps I take you to the temple soon. You all meet your doom. The smell of perfume.
Why not come out with the best that you got? Why not shine your gold? You know what I'm saying? Why not come out with your crown?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Why not come out with your royal arm pieces, your royal wrist pieces, your royal queen? You know what I'm saying? Like, represent it to the fullest.
Show us what you got.
JewelsFromTheThrone.com. How long it take you to make your pieces? I'll be like, sometimes like 3 weeks. They be like, what? I'll be like, yeah, because, you know, I want them all to be unique and different. So I let the subconscious, you know what I'm saying, just
take over.
Yeah. JewelsFromTheThrone.com. There's nobody out there that makes jewelry like me. Nobody. I'm talking about you go anywhere in the world. There's nobody in the world that makes jewelry like me. I make some of the best handcrafted jewelry on the planet. Real 24 karat gold. You know what I'm saying? If you represent that Kemetic culture, you know what I'm saying? I'm the best person to come to provide you with the jewelry that the ancestors provided for us. You know what I'm saying? JewelsFromTheThrone.com.